Chapter 2278. The battle between the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect in the Cloud Realm had always been closely watched. Almost all the major powers in the sacred world were watching because of the Curse Palace. Many powers in the sacred world were secretly watching the Curse Palace. The conflict between the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect in the Cloud Realm was undoubtedly a hot topic for many people. If possible, they didn't mind taking a bite out of the Curse Palace, but they had to have the opportunity. At the beginning, the Curse Palace's strength shocked everyone. They were able to gain the upper hand at the beginning, and the person from the Curse Palace had unknowingly advanced to an unparalleled level. This was beyond everyone's imagination. When the Gue Yuan sect sent out 200,000 strong prefecture soldiers and crushed the Curse Palace, the situation changed day by day. In everyone's eyes, the Curse Palace's weakness was that it didn't have enough prefecture soldiers. If the Curse Palace had, the outcome of the battle would be difficult to determine. On the last day, when the Gue Yuan sect was at the gates of the city and the Curse Palace was on the verge of collapsing, they sent out a group of reinforcements. The reinforcements crushed the 200,000 prefectural soldiers in a domineering manner. 100,000 prefectural soldiers were killed on the spot while less than 10,000 of their opponents were injured. This shocked all the factions that were paying attention. Who can tell me who those black armor soldiers are? They're too strong. 100,000 people wiped out 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How strong are they? How terrifying. From now on, who would dare to think that Tian can only hide in the sealed world? Tian's appearance with the black armor soldiers attracted a lot of attention. Even the fact that Bai Tian had cultivated the body of 10,000 curses attracted a lot of attention. After all, such a powerful black armored army was already at such a level with only 100,000 people. If there were 200,000 or 500,000, just how terrifying would that be? No one dared to imagine it. Perhaps, aside from those small sacred worlds that were close to the front, other forces would not be able to stop them. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Why is Tian in the Curse Palace? Where did that black armor army come from? Mo Wu was filled with anger, and he kept roaring at his subordinates. In order to defeat the Curse Palace, Missouri Wu had sealed off all exits. Even now, his subordinates couldn't give an explanation as to why Tian could still appear. Little Mo, you can't blame your subordinates for this. The Gue Yuan sect's temporary encampment was 500,000 miles away. After what happened during the day, the defenses around the Gue Yuan sect had increased by several times. You can leave now. As soon as Mo Yuan spoke, the people kneeling on the ground immediately disappeared, leaving only Sacred Lord Mo Yuan and Mo Wu behind. But Mo Wu was unwilling to give up. We were so close. It's all Tian's fault. He caused our Gue Yuan sect to lose 100,000 soldiers. The Gue Yuan sect had a total of 500,000 prefectural soldiers. This was accumulated over a long period of time, and was their greatest asset in ruling the prefectural cloud world. Without this trump card, the strength of the Gue Yuan sect would be greatly reduced. Now they had lost 100,000 soldiers in a single day. This was something that had never happened before. As the sect master, Mo Wu could not help but be angry. No one expected Tian to be so capable. Mo Yuan was still recalling. Those black armored soldiers were extraordinary. They were wielding long spears, long blades, and long swords. The weapons in their hands should have been forged from special materials. It's extremely terrifying, and it's only a step away from a giant treasure. Mo Wu took a deep breath. Damn it, where did that Tian get it from? 100,000 strong black armored soldiers were mobilized. This was the first time they had ever heard of it. It was truly an incredible thing. Now we can only wait. Mo Wu said. Wait. Taoist Tian, thank you so much. The arrival of Lin Fei's mercenaries eased the pressure on the Curse Palace and forced the Gue Yuan sect to retreat 500,000 li. They finally had a chance to catch their breath. After they left, Chu Huan came up to express his gratitude. This result was already within his expectations. He could finally relax. The nightmare mercenaries were stronger than he had imagined. This time, the Curse Palace finally had a way to resist the Gue Yuan sect's prefectural soldiers. Lin Fei laughed. Don't be too happy yet. The Gue Yuan sect suffered a loss. The loss of 100,000 soldiers isn't too heavy. They still have 400,000 soldiers. Chu Huan laughed dryly. Then what do you think? While they are resting, we must take the initiative to attack them. It's best if we can eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The Curse Palace had been under attack for a long time, and Chu Huan was exhausted. For a moment, he forgot that he could take the initiative to attack the Guiyuan sect. Yes, we should take the initiative to attack the Guiyuan sect and eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers. They won't dare to act recklessly for a while. Chu Huan admired Ditian's courage. After pondering for a while, she didn't hesitate at all. Just like what Ditian had said in the Cloud Prefecture realm, there were experts that were similar to the prefectural soldiers. If the Guiyuan sect lost another 100,000 prefectural soldiers, the forces in the Cloud Prefecture realm would have different thoughts. By the way, have you collected the corpses? Lin Fei asked. Chu Huan did not dare to ask where the corpses were. The terrifying combat power displayed by the 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had made Chu Huan regard them as people on the same level as him. I've collected them long ago. Also, I've collected all the corpses that I killed before. There are more than 133,000 corpses in total. Chu Huan took this matter very seriously. He collected the corpses of every half-step magnate and even the magnate. Not bad, not bad. Hearing that there were 130,000 corpses, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Only through war can I obtain a large number of corpses of half-step magnate and magnate, which can increase my strength. If I can eliminate another 100,000 soldiers tonight. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. It was destined to be a night suitable for killing. Father, can Ditian really sneak in? The Holy Lord is personally guarding the temporary encampment. Cursed Thunder said worriedly on a mountain peak. We can only trust him. Chu Huan was very confident. As long as we defeat the 100,000 soldiers of the Guiyuan sect tonight, the Curse Palace will be able to solve this crisis. Cursed Thunder suddenly asked, Father, why do you think Ditong collected the corpses? Could it be related to these mercenaries? Chu Huan's face darkened and he shouted, Don't say such things in the future. You can only bury them in your heart. Ditian is not someone you can offend, even if it's the Curse Palace. The defense is several times tighter. The Guiyuan sect is really careful. It's a pity that you. Lin Fei sneaked into the encampment. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Fei quickly arrived at the resting area of the 100,000 soldiers. I'm afraid you guys never thought that I would attack you at this time. Chapter 2279. In the battle during the day, more than 100,000 of the 200,000 prefecture soldiers had been killed. This had also traumatized the invincible prefecture soldiers. Even now, they still had lingering fears. In the temporary encampment, the prefecture soldiers gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Damn, who knows where those black armored soldiers came from during the day? They're too terrifying. Their speed is faster than ours, and their strength is also much stronger than ours. That black armored soldier with a long spear is the same as the heavy spear soldiers in the sealed city. It can't be. Lin Fei snuck into the center of the 100,000 prefecture soldiers. Through the monitoring system, he saw that Holy Lord Fu Yun was some distance away. Lin Fei felt more at ease as he could carry out the night attack. Nightmare mercenaries, move out. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei recalled all the mercenaries and appeared in the center of the prefecture soldiers. Bang! The heavy spear soldier shot the head of the nearest prefecture soldier, causing a cloud of blood to explode. Not good. The nearest prefectural soldier suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then a saber light chopped down, and he lost consciousness, sinking into boundless darkness. Lin Fei sent out the 90,000 nightmare mercenaries. As soon as the mercenaries appeared, everyone was caught off guard. One by one, the mansion soldiers fell into a pool of blood, their eyes wide open. They died with grievances. Kill! Kill! In the encampment, the nightmare mercenaries appeared and started a massacre. The prefecture soldiers had already been traumatized during the day. Now that they faced them again, they could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. Great attack immediately. Chu Huan had been paying attention. The moment the flames shot into the sky, he knew that Tian had succeeded. Curse technique Meteor Rain. As soon as Chu Huan appeared, he used his ultimate technique. The sky full of fire rained down like meteors. Anyone who was hit would have a bloody hole. At the same time, a scorching heat would burn their entire body. Dozens of meteor rain rained down on their bodies. They died on the spot. The entire encampment was in chaos. The great experts who had just flown out were attacked by the curse technique. They were completely stunned. Chu Huan, you're courting death. Mo Wu rushed up and saw the prefecture soldiers falling in the distance. That was the most important trump card of the Gue Yuan sect. Ha ha, you can't. The Gue Yuan sect had neglected the existence of Tian and was successfully attacked at night. In this battle, the Gue Yuan sect lost once again. Even Mo Yuan, a sacred lord, was unable to turn the situation around. As soon as he arrived, he was held back by others and had no way to eliminate the black armored army. Tian, I'll remember you. The 100,000 prefectural soldiers were quickly killed, with the exception of a few that managed to escape. The rest were all killed by the black armored army. With no other choice, Mo Yuan could only retreat once again. In less than 2 hours, the Gue Yuan sect retreated. This time, the Gue Yuan sect retreated from the area of the Curse Palace. They retracted their defenses and retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Let's go back. Mo Yuan let out a long sigh as he listened to his subordinates report. We'll have to think about it at length. The 200,000 prefectural soldiers were almost annihilated, and the Gue Yuan sect suffered a great loss. There was no need to continue. As long as Tian's black armored army existed, it would be impossible for the Gue Yuan sect to defeat them. They've retreated. We've already retreated for billions of miles. They've started to retreat. According to the direction they're leaving in, they seem to be returning to Origin sect. News came one after another. That's great, we've won. Young Master Chu Lei couldn't help but shout. The Gue Yuan sect was pressing on, and the Curse Palace was having a hard time. A dark cloud was constantly hanging over their heads, and no one knew how long the Curse Palace could last. It wasn't until Tian appeared that the Curse Palace finally saw hope. In just one day, the Curse Palace had defeated the Gue Yuan sect's attack, and even killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. 200,000? Everyone knew what 200,000 prefectural soldiers represented. It was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Congratulations, my friend. Your nightmare mercenaries are about to shake the sacred world. Chu Huan walked over. Lin Fei was very satisfied with tonight's night attack. After losing 200,000 prefectural soldiers, the situation in the cloud domain had changed drastically. The Gue Yuan sect had to reconsider their future. Retreating was the best option for the Gue Yuan sect. Regarding the nightmare mercenaries, I'll have to trouble you to help me spread the news. Since we're doing business, we have to let everyone know about it. It's best to wait for 3 days before spreading the news. Lin Fei said. No problem, it's just a small matter. Chu Huan wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. The next day, the news that the Gue Yuan sect had lost 200,000 prefectural soldiers spread like wildfire. Everyone who was paying attention was shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't believe it was true. The Gue Yuan sect, with 200,000 prefectural soldiers, was defeated by 100,000 black armored soldiers? This piece of news was far too unreal. Everyone was trying to find out the truth of the news. After all, 100,000 black armored soldiers killing 200,000 prefectural soldiers was a big event that shook the sacred world. If it was 500,000 black armored soldiers, wouldn't they be able to kill 1 million or even 2 million prefectural soldiers? This was something that moved everyone. Some of them even started to plot against the black armored soldiers. The cloud domain temporarily calmed down. The Gue Yuan sect completely retreated, and the Curse Palace's reputation soared. To be able to force the Gue Yuan sect to retreat and kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers, everyone thought that the Curse Palace had the ability to fight against the Gue Yuan sect. At the very least, they were on the same level. Spies from various sacred worlds entered the cloud domain and kept investigating what happened yesterday. Gradually, one person after another appeared. Tian, who sealed the world, gradually entered everyone's vision. The black armored soldiers were brought here by Ditian? Ditian interfered? The Ditian who sealed the world. How is that possible? Looking at the information that was sent to them, everyone was dumbfounded. Ditian. It was a very ordinary name. He was not someone to be trifled with. He controlled a sealed world and was the local tyrant. No one was willing to let Ditian come to the sacred world to cause trouble. Everyone knew that Ditian had a secret trump card. He was not easy to deal with. Many of the sacred leaders' clones had been killed. Continue the investigation. Ditian came to the Cloud Domain to help the Curse Palace deal with the Gui Yuan sect. The strength that the black armored soldiers displayed was not to be underestimated. This was already a force that the sacred leader controlled. 100,000 black armored soldiers were able to kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers. This was very significant. More spies entered the Cloud Domain. This investigation lasted for 3 days, and the information they obtained was very little. Almost all of it was one-sided, and it was not the information they needed at all. On the 4th day, the Palace Lord of the Curse Palace, Curse Huan, personally announced a piece of news. When the news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. The Gui Yuan sect used their seniority to deal with the Curse Palace, but in the end, the Curse Palace still won. Here, the Curse Palace would like to thank the Adventurer Association of the Invincible Palace. It was because of the Adventurer Association that we launched the mercenary business that the Curse Palace was able to turn the situation around. Nightmare Mercenaries, good job. Chapter 2280. Mercenaries. What's that? Could it be that the black armored army provided by Ditian can participate in the battle? The Nightmare Black Armored Army? As the Palace Lord, Chu Huan, personally announced it to the public, the spies were extremely excited. They finally collected important information and hurriedly reported it to their superiors. The Nightmare Mercenaries? Anyone can be hired? The first to know the news was the Gui Yuan clan. Their spies began to gather information. After Mo Wu knew, he immediately came to tell Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord. After hearing the news, Mo Yuan could not digest it for a while. That's what Chu Huan announced. Mo Wu's hatred towards Chu Huan was average, but he was filled with boundless hatred towards Ditian. 200,000 prefecture soldiers were gone. This wasn't something that could be vented in a short period of time. It should be true. Mo Yuan seemed to understand a little. He squinted his eyes and said, Ditian, if it's true, the Guiyuan clan is destined to become a joke. Moreover, we have become Ditian's test subjects. Damn it. Mo Wu also understood immediately. The Gui Yuan clan's retreat is equivalent to making the Nightmare Mercenaries famous. I'm afraid that those big powers will be very interested in the Nightmare Mercenaries. Mo Yuan could not help but laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that bastard to play such a good show. The Nightmare Mercenaries will become famous after this battle. Old ancestor, are we just going to let this go? Mo Wu was still unwilling. They did not lose to the Curse Palace, but to that bastard Ditian. Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord, had a better mentality than Mo Wu, and was more far-sighted. However, he gradually began to hate someone in his heart. It was the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland who had passed by. Good. That Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland dared to trick the Gui Yuan clan. You guys must take this. If it was not for the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland's provocation, Mo Yuan would not have attacked. It was all the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland's fault. In his opinion, the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland must have known about the existence of the mercenaries, and wanted to see the Gui Yuan clan suffer. Mo Yuan was determined to vent his anger. Arrange for someone to send a message to the Curse Palace. Tell them that this was done by the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland. Black armored army with long spears. Nightmare mercenaries? Heaven Wasteland Domain. The Heaven Wasteland Saint Lord's face darkened as he heard the news. Could it be that the Zong family hired mercenaries from the sealed world? The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland had not forgotten what had happened last time. If not for the support of the Zong family, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would not have suffered such a crushing defeat, and most of the Heaven Wasteland divine soldiers would have been wiped out. As a result, the Heaven Wasteland Domain gradually lost control. Without a deterrent force, The powers that controlled the Zone clan and the Netherworld Palace became more and more subservient. Some even took the initiative to contact the Zone clan and the Netherworld Palace. Damnable Dtion, damnable mercenaries and damnable Zone clan. Sacred Lord Infinite Wasteland roared. When the various major powers found out about the Nightmare mercenaries, they immediately contacted their spies in the sealed world to investigate whether adventurers' guilds provided mercenary services. Soon the news spread back. The Adventurer Guild did have a mercenary service. Moreover, it had just been released recently. As long as one could afford it, they could hire experts to help them. For example, the first order was the Curse Palace hiring the Nightmare mercenaries. They had spent a total of 5 billion energy points. This made those people gasp. The exchange of energy points was not simple. 5 billion energy points was definitely an astronomical number. The comparison between the cost and the gain was unimaginable. In the end, everyone could see it clearly. This time the major powers were moved, and even the small powers were completely moved. If they hired experts, would they be able to wipe out the enemy forces? It was just energy points, not anything else. They could easily scrape together the money. After the news spread, the number of people coming to the Adventurer Guild to exchange energy points increased almost non-stop. As a last resort, the Adventurer Guild added more than a dozen exchange machines to ease the flow of people. Now, the entire Holy Realm is talking about the Nightmare mercenaries. This is really something worth celebrating. Chu Huan congratulated him as soon as she arrived. The impact that Lin Fei had on the Nightmare mercenaries was already expected. For this group of mercenaries, Lin Fei had spent a lot of effort and got the materials to refine them. It was not easy. Fortunately, he had finally opened the door to the market. This is all thanks to your old rival, the Gue Yuan sect. Without their help, the Nightmare mercenaries would not have had the chance to perform on stage. Lin Fei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Chu Huan laughed. At this time, Cursed Thunder came in from outside and said, Father, I just received news that the Guyuan sect was actually against us because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang. Chu Huan and the Gue Yuan sect did not have a good relationship, but the other party would not easily make a move. He had always been puzzled about this. After hearing his eldest son's words, he finally understood. Is this news confirmed? Cursed Thunder nodded. It came from the Gue Yuan sect. Lin Fei understood. No wonder the Gue Yuan sect would make a move on the Curse Palace. It was because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang. It must be the result of the curse technique when they attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace last time. The Curse Palace was implicated even though they were not doing anything. Humph, Holy Lord Tian Huang is courting death. Chu Huan had mastered the body of 10,000 curses, which was equivalent to stepping into a higher realm. Normally he would be afraid, but now he had the ability to compete with the other party. However, the Gue Yuan sect is too full of themselves. They want to use the Curse Palace as a knife. Do they really think that we are 3-year-old children? Chu Huan had more or less guessed the situation of the Heaven Wasteland domain. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost its deterrent power. Not to mention anything else, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was almost completely exhausted, so how could it suppress them? At this time, the strength of the Curse Palace was obviously stronger than that of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they really attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chu Huan did not fall for it. Although he was angry, there was nothing to be afraid of in the current Heaven Wasteland Palace. Brother D, what do you think we should do now? Chu Huan was very concerned about Lin Fei's opinion. I think that Mo Yuan of the Gue Yuan sect must also hate Holy Lord Tian Huang. Why don't we join forces to deal with Holy Lord Tian Huang and give the Gue Yuan sect a way out? Lin Fei said after thinking for a while. Although the Gue Yuan sect had killed 200,000 soldiers, it was still very powerful. The shortcomings of the Curse Palace could not be made up for in a short time. Moreover, the Gue Yuan sect would not start a war in a short time. This would be a peaceful period. Chapter 2281. Dtion, who was in the sealed world, once again entered everyone's sight. His status skyrocketed and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How terrifying was that? No one knew how many nightmare mercenaries Dition had, but no matter how many he had, the young Dition had unknowingly gained an undeniable influence in the holy world from the moment the nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. Some people even linked it to the civil strife in the Heaven Wasteland domain. There seemed to be a mysterious force that had entered the Heaven Wasteland domain. They were probably the mercenaries from the sealed world. Everyone firmly believed in this conjecture, that Dition had a terrifying influence. Spies and even experts who went to the sealed world to understand the mercenaries secretly went there. Perhaps the future of their families could really be built through the mercenaries. While everyone was paying attention to the prefecture cloud domain, the Gue Yuan sect and the Cursed Palace sat together and announced that there was a misunderstanding between the two forces, and that the mastermind behind all this was Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. They had decided to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace. This time the two forces surprisingly agreed to target Heaven Wasteland Palace. After the news spread, both sides gathered 100,000 prefecture soldiers and charged into Heaven Wasteland domain with murderous intent. The Heaven Wasteland Palace bore the brunt of the attack and was once again attacked by the two forces. The Zong family and the Nether Palace took this opportunity to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace again. Old man Heaven Wasteland, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. You dared to trick the Gue Yuan sect. Today, I will destroy your Heaven Wasteland Palace. Holy Lord Mo Yuan personally attacked, forcing the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland to retreat. Mo Yuan was filled with anger at the mention of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. How long would it take for 200,000 prefecture soldiers to recover? He had to vent his anger. The Cursed Palace is not that easy to bully. Chu Huan attacked the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland, slowing down his reaction. Mo Yuan's Great Tao pattern attack shattered half of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland's body. Damn it! The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland panicked. They are too strong together. I have to leave immediately. The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland couldn't care less. If he didn't leave now, he might not have the chance to leave. Poof! Just as the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland was feeling uneasy, a cold wind blew behind him and a palm imprint landed on his back. His body was badly mutilated. Tianhuang, you're dead this time. Yu Mingzi had made his move. Ever since that war, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's control over Heaven Wasteland domain had almost disappeared. Without the deterrence of the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers, it was obvious that they could not rely on a few giant experts. The Infinite Wasteland Saint Lord panicked as the three supreme experts attacked. None of them were weaker than him. Run! Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Lin Fei did not make a move. But that didn't mean he wouldn't make a move. Ever since the Gue Yuan sect and the Cursed Palace had temporarily cooperated, the fate of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had been decided. They would lose control of the Heaven Wasteland domain from then on. With regards to these matters, Lin Fei was not too interested. Instead, he was very interested in the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. After all, he was a supreme expert who had surpassed the realm of giants. Lin Fei planned to capture the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, even if he had to sacrifice a corpse. Who asked him to not have a peerless expert, even if he was the weakest one? It would be good to use it to restrain the enemy. Ever since the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland escaped, Lin Fei had asked the little demon to keep an eye on him and not lose him no matter what. He believed that Chu Huan and the others would be very happy to kill the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland. A peerless expert would either kill or not do anything. Facing the revenge of a peerless expert was very terrifying. Run, run, run. This was the only thought that the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland had. He had never thought that he would use a borrowed knife to kill someone. In the end, this was the result. If I had known this would be the result, I would not have played this trick. The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland did not dare to fight with them. Every time he fought, he would be injured and consume a part of his strength. And that damned sealed world. Without that bastard, the Cursed Palace would have been destroyed by the Guyuan sect long ago. It would be a lie if the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was not angry, especially that bastard Dition. He wanted to capture him, cut him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. No, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous to me. The Heaven Wasteland domain was not small. For an expert like the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, There was no place for him to hide. 3 powerful divine senses locked onto him. Even if you want me to die, I won't let you pay the price. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was very clear about the current situation. No one was willing to let him go, and they would definitely eliminate him. A chill flashed across his eyes as he turned and fled in another direction. Chu Huan, Mo Yuan, and Yu Mingzi chased after him. Not good, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland wants the wild sacred mountain, Yu Mingzi exclaimed. We must not let him enter. Although that place is dangerous, it will not be easy for us to kill him once he enters. The wild sacred mountain. It was a very simple word. But in the eyes of these experts, it was still a place full of danger. It was the only sacred place left after the destruction of the wild world. Unfortunately, the battle back then had affected the wild sacred mountain, causing it to become the scariest ancient danger zone in the sacred world. The attacks of the 3 became even more fierce. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland bitterly endured, and even turned back to threaten them. As long as I don't die, you 3 forces will have to wait for my revenge. At this moment, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was covered in blood, and his flesh had been reconstructed countless times. His face was abnormally pale, due to his heavy injuries. Grabbing a handful of pills, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland swallowed them in large mouthfuls. He finally recovered some yuan qi, and increased his speed. He ran for his life. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland entered a barren area. There was not a single blade of grass in this area, and it was filled with a gloomy aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. This area was the entrance to the wild sacred mountain. According to the ancient records, the wild sacred mountain was the most important earth vein in the wild world, and it connected the entire wild world. At the same time, it was one of the most special creatures in the wild world. After the destruction of the wild world, it was precisely because of the existence of the wild sacred mountain that the 33 sacred heavens was rebuilt. The wild sacred mountain had an unimaginable effect, and even if everyone was filled with endless fear of the wild sacred mountain, they could not erase its contributions. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as they entered this gloomy area, black wind blades attacked them. Each wind blade had terrifying power, and they were actually at the level of a giant. The void was cut open one after another. Once they entered this area, they had to be careful. Not only did they have to be careful of the black wind blades, they also had to pay attention to the void cracks. Chapter 2282. Seeing that the other party was about to escape into the savage sacred mountain, Curse Huan could not care less. He took out a scroll and tore it open, shooting a Jingguang at Holy Lord Infinite Desolation. Another curse. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was furious. He struck out a blade radiance but failed to block the curse. He lost control of his body and could not break free from the curse even if he mobilized his strength. Good chance. In the eyes of experts like them, any opportunity could cause heavy damage to the other party. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was unlucky. He was attacked by the 3. The moment he was paralyzed, their attacks landed on his body and he exploded into a bloody mist. I will definitely take revenge on you. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation reformed again. His face was abnormally pale. A doppelganger walked out with a ferocious face and a resentful gaze. It was not just one doppelganger. 7 or 8 doppelgangers walked out. Every time a doppelganger appeared, Holy Lord Infinite Desolation's chi and blood would weaken. After 8 doppelgangers appeared, he had almost become a dried corpse. Go to hell. Boom. Boom. 8 doppelgangers rushed forward, each with the strength of a late giant. The moment they rushed towards them, they revealed a ferocious smile and all the doppelgangers exploded. Terrifying waves exploded one after another, engulfing the 3 of them in the explosion range. Cough. Cough. We must go in immediately. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation coughed out blood. This was a move that killed 1,000 enemies and 800 allies. In order to enter the savage sacred mountain, this price was nothing. Once they were entangled, they would definitely die. The overbearing explosion caused a chain reaction. The sky was filled with wind blades, each more terrifying than the last. Wind blades that were 100 meters long and 1,000 meters long also appeared. I miscalculated. This guy actually has such a move. He is even willing to use the power of the Great Tao. Curse Huan and the other two rushed out. Faced with the changes caused by the explosion, their faces were very ugly. The power brought by the explosion of 8 doppelgangers was not that simple. If they were not at the unparalleled realm, they would have suffered a great loss. Humph, old devil, infinite desolation is not any better. Mo Yuan coldly snorted. The wild sacred mountain is filled with dangers. Even at your peak you might not be able to come out safely. Furthermore, he is heavily injured and only death awaits him. Let's wait here for a month and we will see the results. The three of them nodded. This was a good suggestion. A month was enough time to know whether the Heaven Wasteland Saint Lord was dead or alive. Outside the savage sacred mountain, the three of them sat down cross-legged. Their spiritual senses covered the entire area. Even the slightest change could not escape their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland self-destructed 8 doppelgangers. His entire body shriveled up like a mummy. Fortunately, he managed to shake them off and barge into the savage sacred mountain. This was a gloomy space. Everything that entered one's eyes was barren. However, this barren land was filled with unimaginable dangers. Humph, if you think I'll die in there, then you're completely wrong. I'm just lucky. I once found an ascetic's cave in the savage sacred mountain. Sacred Lord Tianhuang revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. Wait for me to recover my strength. I'll definitely cause chaos among the 3 great forces. His eyes flashed with hatred as he took out a map. After staring at it for a moment, he flew in a certain direction. Damn, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's smugness did not escape Lin Fei's eyes. When the other party self-destructed his doppelgangers, he had quietly followed behind and heard the other party's words. Lin Fei was very clear on the origins of the savage sacred mountain. He had not read those secret manuals for nothing. He more or less knew the details of the savage sacred mountain. Back then, this was the most mysterious place in the savage world. Practically every peak faction built their sect on the savage sacred mountain. This showed how mysterious it was. Master, this space is very strange. You must be careful. Little evil demon reminded. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He had seen the changes of the 3 supreme experts. Follow them. With Sacred Lord Tianhuang leading the way, Lin Fei was much more at ease. At the very least, he did not have to worry about running into danger. The dangers of the savage sacred mountain had exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. For example, the formless spatial cracks were terrifying. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had almost fallen into them several times, and their power was no weaker than a late-stage giant. Lin Fei followed Sacred Lord Tianhuang closely. For the other party, he had to follow no matter how dangerous it was. He had to risk it all for the other party. Sacred Lord Tianhuang was very careful along the way, but he still encountered many dangers. This was with the help of the map. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Soon, he took out a large amount of pills and swallowed them. After resting for a moment, Sacred Lord Tianhuang continued forward. Along the way, he stopped from time to time. After 3 days, he arrived at a mountain range. The mountains here were all black, and every single one of them exuded a majestic aura, as if they were supreme experts. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's complexion had recovered a lot after 3 days, but it was not much better. The loss of 8 doppelgangers self-destructing was unimaginable. It's on one of these mountains. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had come here by coincidence, and after searching for a while, he finally found a huge mountain and groped his way up. Sacred Lord Tianhuang carefully examined the uneven mountain wall, and finally revealed a smile. It's here. He could recognize the marks left behind with a single glance. Open. Hand seals struck the stone wall, and the originally calm stone wall began to radiate light in all directions. Runes appeared one after another, and after a loud rumble, a human-sized hole appeared on the stone wall. After so many dangers along the way, Sacred Lord Tianhuang had completely let down his guard. As long as he could rest here for a period of time, he would be able to recover some of his strength. At that time, it would be the time for the 3 major forces to suffer. The revenge of a supreme expert was unimaginable. As long as the upper echelons of a force were killed, it would be like cutting off an arm of the other party, and they would not be able to recover for a long time. Now, Lin Fei had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, the other party was extremely vigilant. Even if he was in a hurry, he would still be careful. Without an absolute opportunity, Lin Fei did not make a move. The little fiend had been monitoring Sacred Lord Tianhuang, and when the other party let down his guard, Lin Fei knew that his chance had come, a perfect opportunity. Therefore, Lin Fei made his move. Curse Technique Meteor Rain. Curse Technique Numb. Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere, and a large amount of origin energy was instantly consumed. Drops of fire appeared around Sacred Lord Heaven Wasteland, and when they landed on his body, they immediately created a bloody hole. Every drop of fire that landed on Sacred Lord Tianhuang's body quickly turned into a sieve, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Chapter 2283. Today's update, and at the same time, pull some votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also send some coins, begging for everyone's support and praise. Streaks of meteors rained down on Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's body, causing flesh and blood to pour out. In addition to the large attack range of the meteor rain, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was almost unable to escape the attack range. Every meteor rain attack consumed a large amount of Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's energy. Under the continuous rain of attacks, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's injuries rapidly worsened, and his face became abnormally pale. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Lin Fei laughed out loud and used another curse technique to paralyze him. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland, who had just pulled away, immediately lost control of his body and suffered another heavy injury. The sacred transformation realm is indeed not simple. Ordinary people would have died under this kind of attack long ago. Lin Fei attacked with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, the giant puppet appeared. Explode! Boom! Boom! Every single peerless expert was extremely powerful. Even if it was only the first small realm, they could not be underestimated. Lin Fei naturally would not let his guard down. After the curse technique attacked, he used the giant puppet to self-destruct. Damn it, the giant self-destruct. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was hit by a terrifying force. His injuries were severe, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist. How can he make the giant self-destruct? How can he do this? How terrifying was the self-destruction of a giant? To Lin Fei, the self-destruction of the giant puppet was nothing. To be able to capture a peerless expert, the harvest was much greater than the cost. The huge impact of the self-destruction consumed the power of the great Tao behind Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland every time. More importantly, it came wave after wave, which was not something an ordinary person could accept. Cough cough cough. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland continuously vomited blood. The great Tao patterns behind him shrunk by a large amount and were no longer as powerful as before. The 10th giant puppet self-destructed. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall behind him. Under this kind of impact, the rock wall was as hard as a boulder and did not move at all. When he was at his peak, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland would definitely not be as powerless as he was now when dealing with the self-destruction of such a giant puppet. His vitality was greatly damaged. Cough cough cough. Holy Lord Infinite Wasteland vomited blood again. Everyone was fooled by you. I didn't expect you to have the courage to blow up 10 giants in one go. Cough cough. Sacred Lord Tian Desolate leaned against the wall and said weakly, "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Fei did not relax. Then he summoned another giant puppet and charged forward with a puppet insect needle. Without saying a word, he injected the puppet insect into the other party's body. "Ditian, you bastard! What exactly did you do to me?" The Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation started to panic. He felt as if his head was about to explode, and his eyes lost their color. He soon regained his senses. "Ha ha! Your things are useless to me." Lin Fei frowned slightly. The unparalleled realm is really powerful, to be able to resist the puppet worm's invasion. Curse Paralyze. Activating the incantation with origin energy, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland lost control of his body. This time the amount of origin energy consumed was much greater, and the duration was much longer. Again, the puppet worm once again entered the other party's body. Ah, it hurts so much, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. In front of the wall, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's entire body was convulsing, and his face was pale. When he finished his last sentence, the heart-wrenching pain gradually disappeared. As long as you have the slightest dissatisfaction towards me, or even a trace of killing intent, as long as it involves me, the puppet worm in your body will launch an attack. After every attack, you are one step closer to death. You must understand that, Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to control the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei spent a lot of money, and at the same time, left a trace of origin energy in the puppet worm, enough to kill the other party. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland seemed to have lost all his strength. He knew that the other party was right. As long as he had a thought, the puppet worm in his mind would react. I'm convinced. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland adapted quickly. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain again in his life. After successfully controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei was happier and more excited than anyone else. He finally had a peerless expert by his side, and after consuming 10 giant puppets, the harvest was unimaginable. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If he was at his peak, the self-detonation of 10 giant puppets might not have succeeded. You discovered this place back then? Inside the rock wall was actually a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was very simple, and it fulfilled the meaning of the word ascetic. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland became honest. Yes, these mountains all contain the essence of heaven and earth, and are not attacked by the power of the savage sacred mountain. When I found it, this cave dwelling was empty. Essence of heaven and earth. Lin Fei really didn't notice this. These mountains were bare, and at a glance they looked very ordinary, as if they had nothing to do with the essence of heaven and earth. Scan. The words of the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland piqued Lin Fei's interest in these black mountains. 1000-star obsidian stone, excellent quality, can be used to refine weapons, half-step giant weapons. This result more or less surprised Lin Fei. Whether it was the heavy spearmen or the nightmare mercenaries, the weapons in their hands were half-step giant level, or to put it bluntly, pseudo-giant level weapons. They were incomparably sharp, and on the battlefield, they were superior to their opponents. These weapons had always been difficult to find, and it was a big gap for Lin Fei. If the Battle Emperor army could be matched with these pseudo-giant level weapons, they would be invincible on the battlefield. This accidental discovery made Lin Fei really want to thank the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. With this source of materials, he would be able to continuously produce pseudo-giant level weapons. Not bad, you did a good thing. Lin Fei waved his hand like a blade and slashed at the rock wall. A surprising scene appeared. The rock wall didn't move at all, and only a white line was left on it. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland didn't dare to mock him. Your Majesty, this material comes from the savage sacred mountain, and is extremely hard. Ordinary people can't break it at all. Rumor has it that only third-step experts can break it. That's not necessarily true. Lin Fei was very clear about the significance of the third step. In the entire sacred world, there were probably only a few third-step experts. The unparalleled realm had a total of 5 small realms. People rarely divided them by small realms, and usually called them the first step, the second step, and so on. For example, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland was the first step, the Sacred Transformation small realm. After controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, although he was only a first step expert, Lin Fei had to show his powerful side. Another slash, and the blade light slashed the rock wall. But this time it was different. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. You're a third-step expert? A piece of the hard rock wall was forcefully cut off. The place that was split open was as smooth as a painting, and stars appeared, extremely dazzling. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word, but his heart ached. Damn it, the origin energy can't be spent. Master, let me tell you a piece of good news. After Lin Fei showed off for a while, the little demon delivered a piece of good news. Chapter 2284. Today's update, and at the same time, pull votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes and there are coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was convinced of his defeat. The third step. There weren't many supreme experts in the entire sacred world. The Sacred Lord knew very well how hard the 1,000-star obsidian stone was. Even he could only leave a faint white mark on it. If he wanted to dig it out, he would need to transform his strength to the second step. Only then would he have the ability to dig it out. This is too scary. How can Tian be at the third step? He hasn't advanced to the giant level yet. This is ridiculous. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was completely confused. At this moment, Lin Fei's mind was not on this, but on the little devil's words. What good news! It was definitely not a small matter for the little devil to say it was good news. Hee master, you sure are lucky. Just earlier, the system discovered a shocking piece of information through its in-depth analysis. The wall before us, or in other words, the 1,000-star obsidian rock, contains strands of origin energy. Its purity is even purer than in the saint's world, without any impurities. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The 1,000-star obsidian contains origin energy? After obtaining origin energy from the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei paid more attention to it than anyone else. He had been constantly searching for more origin energy. This thing could not be compared to the mandate energy. Be it in power or other aspects, it was not on the same level. Lin Fei paid more attention to the origin energy than anyone else. Yes, it does contain origin energy. According to the system's analysis, this wild sacred mountain should be the main vein of the wild world back then. It can continuously produce origin energy to sustain the consumption of a huge world. Lin Fei was stunned that he had encountered such a good thing. After the little devil's explanation, Lin Fei tried to calm down. No one knew that there was even pure origin energy in the wild sacred mountain. It even analyzed a deep topic, which was the importance of the wild sacred mountain in the wild world back then. That's not to say, I can build an absorption point here? Currently, Lin Fei had quite a few places that could absorb origin energy. However, he lacked the quantity. As a result, normally, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to recklessly use the origin energy units. I can't go up for the time being. In this place, the origin energy doesn't flow. They're all hidden in these rocks. If Master wants to absorb them, you'll have to cut these materials and absorb them one by one. The little devil's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down, and Lin Fei's good mood was half gone. What a scam! Why isn't it circulating anymore? This kind of 1,000-star obsidian stone. It was incomparably tough. If an ordinary person wanted to mine it, they could only watch helplessly. Even Lin Fei himself would have to exhaust his origin energy to mine it. Lin Fei had a headache. This was truly an arduous and thankless task. They had clearly found a treasure bowl, but in the blink of an eye, the treasure bowl was sealed by someone else. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Lin Fei gritted his teeth at the sight of these 1,000-star obsidian stones. Such a big piece of fat meat was right in front of him. There was nothing sadder than not having the strength to eat it. After putting this matter aside, Lin Fei learned some secrets and rumors about the ascetic cultivators from Tianhuang. These people lived near the wild sacred mountain and cultivated in seclusion all year round. Therefore, every ascetic cultivator was very powerful. The weakest was at the second step, unlike now where a mere first step could control a small sacred world. Your Majesty, I even heard some secrets. I even received some secret information. Rumor has it that when the savage world was destroyed, those ascetics did not die. Instead, they chose to seal themselves in the savage sacred mountain. In other words, the savage sacred mountain that is connected to the 33 small sacred worlds. Tianhuang revealed a secret. Self-sealing. Lin Fei was shocked. This was definitely sensational news. Yes, they entered self-sealing and waited for a certain time to break out and continue the path of the ascetic cultivators. Once they appear, the entire sacred world will tremble. There was a trace of fear on Tianhuang's face. The reputation of the ascetic cultivators was terrifying in the past. I also heard that the big shots of the previous small sacred worlds seem to have a certain connection with the ascetic cultivators. I don't know if it's true or not. Tianhuang said, Your Majesty, you'd better be careful of those small sacred worlds. Each of the top 10 small sacred worlds was extremely powerful. Just the army of half-step giants that they controlled was a terrifying number. At the same time, there were also law enforcement teams formed by some giants. I'm curious about one thing. Since those small sacred worlds are so powerful, why don't they expand their forces and control more small sacred worlds? Lin Fei was very interested to know the answer to this question. For the time being, there was no explanation for this in the secret records. Your Majesty, you don't know? Tian Huang looked at Di Tian strangely. Lin Fei kicked Tian Huang. If I knew, I wouldn't need to ask you. Tian Huang laughed dryly, climbing up. Your Majesty, it's normal that you don't know about it. After all, apart from the supreme experts, no one else knows about it. That's... Saying this, he subconsciously took a deep breath, his expression becoming incomparably solemn, completely different from before. We call them judgment, Tian Huang said seriously. Judgment. With Tian Huang's explanation, Lin Fei realized how terrifying this judgment was. It turned out that this judgment organization had a very mysterious origin. No one knew where they came from. Every time they appeared, there was no trace of them. Moreover, they were terrifyingly powerful. Rumor had it that when they first appeared, they sent out experts of the third step to suppress the Saint Lords of the 33 sacred worlds. Moreover, they killed experts of the first step in 3 moves. Everyone is willing to be suppressed by a force? Lin Fei asked. Tian Huang laughed bitterly. Who is willing to be suppressed? Later on, some people joined forces and tried to resist the Judgment Organization. However, they were suppressed by the Judgment Organization. They sent out a 5th step expert to suppress the power of the sacred world. They killed 5 experts of the 4th step and more than 20 experts of the 3rd step. The current situation of the sacred world is actually caused by them. Otherwise, do you think that I, a 1st step expert, could control a small sacred world? That's impossible. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. From the very beginning, he had felt that the power of the saints' world was not as great as he had imagined. Now that he heard it, it was indeed as he had guessed. It turned out that the Judgment Organization had suppressed it in the past, and even the 4th step experts had been killed. The judgment is mysterious and unfathomable. Their strength is also unimaginable. They control the 33 sacred worlds and never show themselves. Their only request is that they don't allow battles between the small sacred worlds. However, since 500 years ago, the people of the Judgment Organization seem to have disappeared overnight and never appeared again. 500 years is enough for those Saint Lords to have different ideas, Lin Fei seemed to understand. Perhaps this is a test of the Judgment Organization. Chapter 2285. Here is today's update, and at the same time, pull votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Outside the Wild Sacred Mountain. Old man Heaven Wasteland should be dead. It's been a month, he must be dead. There's no need for us to continue guarding. No one has ever been able to last a month in the Wild Sacred Mountain. The terrifying demonic black wind is enough to kill Heaven Wasteland. Outside, the 3 experts all stood up. They had been monitoring the entrance of the Wild Sacred Mountain for a month, and their divine senses had not stopped for a single day. They were completely relieved when they did not see any trace of the Holy Lord. They were somewhat regretful that they did not kill the Holy Lord personally. From now on, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would be removed from the small saint domain. The 3 believed that the Holy Lord would not be able to come out in a month's time, so there was no need to continue monitoring. After a simple discussion, the 3 set up simple monitoring methods and left. Yumingzi was the first to return to the palace in a good mood. Perhaps those people will not exist in a month's time. Otherwise, they would have already come out to organize. However, we still have to wait. Mo Yuan was very interested in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Without the Holy Lord, the Heaven Wasteland domain would become ownerless, and anyone would be able to control this small saint domain. After the 3 left, Mo Yuan did not return, but directly contacted Mo Wu. Some time ago, he had secretly dispatched a batch of prefecture soldiers, with a tentative number of about 50,000 people, enough to control an area. Ancestor. Mo Yuan arrived, and Mo Wu came out to greet him. How's the control of the territory? Mo Wu was very excited. In the first half of the month we have controlled dozens of medium forces, and there are also 3 or 4 large forces that have come to our side. We have almost 1/5 of the territory. Mo Yuan was very satisfied. 1/5 of the territory was also a great improvement for the Guiyuan sect. For the Guiyuan sect, which had been injured, this was a very good opportunity to replenish their strength. Yumingzi has already returned. In the next period of time, everyone will frantically expand their territory. They might even directly divide the Heaven Wasteland domain. You must always be vigilant, especially the 50,000 prefecture soldiers. Mo Yuan reminded. Mo Wu nodded. I understand this. Anyway, in the Heaven Wasteland domain, except for the Netherworld Palace, there is nothing to fear. Wrong, there's still the Zone clan. They aren't pushovers either. It's said that they spent a huge sum of money to hire a group of mercenaries. There's roughly 50,000 of them. We have to be on guard against them. Mo Yuan said. Zone clan. The battle for territory in the Heaven Wasteland domain soon began. The Netherworld Palace, the Guiyuan sect, and the Zone clan. The Curse Palace even sent people over to take control of an area, and the entire Heaven Wasteland domain was thrown into chaos. The death of the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland had also spread like wildfire. The forces that had pledged their allegiance to the Heaven Wasteland Palace all panicked. Having lost their backer, they really did not have any means to resist against a pack of wolves. The final outcome was either being annexed or being removed from the list. While everyone was in a state of panic, the Zong family, with lightning speed, devoured 7 or 8 major forces of Heaven Wasteland domain. His strength increased extremely quickly, and he possessed great influence. This was a huge blow to their heads. Curse Palace, Guiyuan sect. Only then did the Netherworld Palace react. They immediately entered the fray, but sadly, the majority of the loot was taken by the Zong clan, while the remaining 3 clans fought each other. My Heaven Wasteland Palace. Tian Huang once again returned to the chaotic Heaven Wasteland domain. His own Heaven Wasteland Palace had been completely wiped out, and the remaining forces had long been devoured by the major forces. The once illustrious Heaven Wasteland Palace had completely lost its meaning. This was not a small blow to Tian Huang. In just a month, 4 major forces had risen in Heaven Wasteland domain. Silence. Lin Fei coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. During this month, Lin Fei had not been idle. Other than continuously excavating the 1,000-star obsidian, he basically had no spare time. The only time he had was to contact the Sung Shengtian brothers and take the opportunity to annex several major forces. Tian Huang was now completely obedient. After a month of torture, he did not have the slightest temper. Lin Fei had become a nightmare in his mind, and was still a terrifying existence that could not be erased. Lin Fei quietly brought Tian Huang to the Zong clan. Your Majesty, you're here. The Sung Shengtian brothers had been very excited recently. Until now, the high and mighty Heaven Wasteland Palace had finally disappeared. After the Zong clan had annexed several major forces, their strength had greatly increased. If not for the fact that they did not have enough experts, the Zong clan would have almost recovered to 1/3 of their former strength. You guys have been doing a good job recently, Lin Fei praised. However, when the Sung Shengtian brothers saw the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland behind them, their expressions changed drastically. Their veins bulged, and they took out their weapons. It seemed that as long as the order was given, they would kill the other party, even if they had to pay the price. They had very complicated feelings towards Di Tian. The hope of the rise of the Zong clan rested on the other party. Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand. Put down your weapons, now he's my man, you can rest assured. Sung Shengtian and Zong Shengshui both widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. That was a supreme expert who had taken the first step into the unrivaled realm, and now he had actually become His Majesty's man. Your Majesty, this? Sung Shengtian was unable to digest it for a while. You were enemies before, from today onwards you are all my people. I don't want you to have any conflicts with Heaven Wasteland. The Heaven Wasteland Palace has already been removed. Let the matters of the past go with the wind. Lin Fei's simple words suppressed the hatred between the 3 of them. He believed that they would not be able to see the meaning behind it. Your Majesty, don't worry, we will get along peacefully. Sung Shengtian suppressed his emotions and made the right choice. After seeing how powerful Di Tian was, the Zong clan did not have the slightest bit of strength to resist, even when they were at their peak. Tian Huang did not have a temper, and would not haggle with the Zone clan brothers. Tian Huang, during this period of time, you will stay in the Zone clan. Tian Huang nodded. Your Majesty, the Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed. I am no longer Tian Huang. Yan Fei is my original name, while Tian Huang is a name that every palace lord must inherit. Lin Fei patted Yan Fei's shoulder. Not a bad name. After resting for a day or two, you can take action against the Netherworld Palace and Gue Yuan sect. During normal times, you will hide in the Zone clan. A cold light flashed in Yan Fei's eyes. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely make the Gue Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace regret taking action this time. I will chase them all out. When Lin Fei left the Zone clan, he brought with him hundreds of corpses of half-step magnates and 8 magnates, all of whom were in the initial realm. On the 3rd day after he left, Yan Fei, the former Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland, a first-step expert, launched an attack on the Netherworld Palace on a windy night. Rumble. As an unparalleled first-step expert, if he really wanted to take revenge, it would definitely be a nightmare for everyone. Yan Fei killed his way in and no one could stop him. Even if the magnates attacked, he would still suppress them with a wave of his hand. His Majesty said that as long as I kill a certain number of half-step magnates and magnates, he will teach me the complete incantation. This is a good opportunity for me to increase my strength. Half-step magnates kill. Magnates kill. Chapter 2286. Today's update, and at the same time, pull votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone had 8 votes and there were coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support. It was a dark and windy night. Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of Heaven Wasteland, launched a crazy revenge against the Netherworld Palace. He killed his way into the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace alone, showing the strength of a first-step expert. This was naturally one of Lin Fei's moves. He quickly helped the opponent recover his strength and heal all his injuries. The people of the Netherworld Palace were unlucky. Whether it was a half-step giant or a complete giant, every one of them was killed by Yan Fei on the spot, leaving behind a pair of unsatisfied eyes. In the end, Yumingzi was forced to show himself. The two fought fiercely and used all their skills. Half of the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace was turned into ruins. Yumingzi, that day, the 3 of you couldn't kill me even if you joined forces. Now you can't do it alone. Yan Fei recovered from his injuries and attacked with resentment. His attacks were more terrifying than ever. Yumingzi's Great Tao, the Netherworld River, could not display the advantage of the Great Tao and was forcibly suppressed. I regret not killing my way in. Yumingzi regretted. Without the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the opponent was alone. Moreover, he was a first-step expert which made him even more difficult to deal with. Heaven Wasteland, your Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed. You don't have the right to control Heaven Wasteland domain. If you don't want to die, leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Ha ha ha, leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Don't even think about it. Yan Fei laughed. I have to correct one thing. Heaven Wasteland is no longer my name. Now my name is Yan Fei. The massacre tonight is my first revenge against the Netherworld Palace. From now on this revenge will not stop. Ha ha ha. Yan Fei made a feint and left. Yumingzi could only stare. This bastard, why didn't he die in there? Yumingzi had a headache. He's obviously trying to kill himself. The next night, Yan Fei sneaked into the Gue Yuan sect's sub-palace again. He started a massacre and killed 2/3 of the forces, especially the half-step giant and giant-level experts. Mo Yuan of the Gue Yuan sect was furious. After that, the Curse Palace had also suffered some attacks, but their losses were far less than the Gue Yuan clan and the Nether Palace. Yan Fei's name had become the nightmare of the 3 clans. In less than 5 days, more than half of the people stationed here had disappeared. This was a great loss to the Netherworld Palace and the Gue Yuan sect, especially the Gue Yuan sect. Every time they lost a part of their forces, it would indirectly affect the strength of the Gue Yuan sect. The 3 first-step experts gathered together once again to discuss how to deal with Yan Fei, the former Holy Master of Infinite Wasteland. He must kill the other party in Heaven Wasteland domain. Letting go of such a terrifying enemy was not a good thing. No one was willing to keep an eye on him at all times. It would be a lie if the 3 of them said they did not regret it. If it was possible, they really wanted to kill Yan Fei last time so that such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as they were about to kill Yan Fei, he disappeared without a trace, as if he did not exist. After searching for more than 10 days, they still could not find any trace of him. This time, the three big shots were having a headache. If Yan Fei attacked openly, they would have a chance to kill him. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most difficult to deal with. Not to mention that the other party was a first-step expert. The encirclement against Yan Fei ended in vain. There was no trace of him at all. Half a month later, the encirclement failed. Under such circumstances, they could only personally oversee the situation. The situation in Heaven Wasteland domain was more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. Yan Fei has arranged for him to stay in Heaven Wasteland domain. He has directly restrained a part of the forces of the Guiyuan sect and the Netherworld Palace. If they do not retreat, the forces stationed here will be destroyed. This situation was very advantageous to Lin Fei. After returning, Lin Fei did not stay idle. A month of digging materials was not an easy task. Once he returned, he immediately refined the giant puppet. The half-step giant mercenaries were extremely busy. Lin Fei's forces were expanding very quickly. The number of nightmare mercenaries had reached more than 500,000. If news of this spread, it would definitely be a frightening force. It would not be difficult for them to exterminate the low-ranked small sacred worlds. At the very least, they would be able to greatly damage their vitality. The nightmare mercenaries went up. There were not many giant puppets for the time being. There were less than 200 of them, and most of them were at the early stage giant realm. More than 200 giant puppets sent a part of their consciousness to control and command the nightmare mercenaries. Recently, there had been people coming to ask about the nightmare mercenaries every day. It was necessary to have a magnate puppet leading the team. Fortunately, Yan Fei was always around and could secretly bring back the corpses of half-step magnate and magnate masters, which could temporarily satisfy the demand. The entire sacred domain was paying attention to the Heaven Wasteland domain. Not long after, the big shots of the Small Saints domain secretly went to the Adventurer Guild of the Invincible Palace to discuss the nightmare mercenaries. Lin Fei did not reject any of them, but there was a limit to the number of mercenaries, so the price was naturally not cheap. The big shots were unhappy, but they did not want to offend this rising star. Just 100,000 nightmare mercenaries was enough to greatly injure them. The employment business of the nightmare mercenaries was booming. You hired 10,000, I hired 3,000. They were either to deal with enemy forces or to compete for resources. The fierce reputation of the nightmare mercenaries spread throughout the sacred domain. Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger at Ditian. This guy was shameless to the extreme. Whether they were enemies or not, he would not reject anyone provided that they had energy points. The competition for resources in the Small Saints domain had also reached a fever pitch. Everyone was unhappy and wanted to use resources to exchange for resources. But in order to destroy enemy forces, paying resources was nothing. This kind of trade was too worthwhile. There were almost no Small Saints domains in the 33 sacred domains that were free. Either the force was destroyed, or another force was annexed. Ditian's name was no longer dispensable. The sealed world had also become a rising star outside the sacred domain, and it was an existence that could not be ignored. They finally retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain. A year later, Lin Fei listened to Yan Fei's report and finally smiled. The Guiyuan sect, the Netherworld Palace, and the Curse Palace of the Heaven Wasteland domain all retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain. In this year they did not have an easy time. Yan Fei appeared and disappeared unpredictably, targeting them everywhere. Who knew how many experts he had killed? Every time he attacked, they bled. Was it easy to nurture a half-step giant? After the three forces retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain, Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of the Heaven Wasteland domain, announced to the public that he had decided to return the Heaven Wasteland domain to the Zhong family because of what happened to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. When the three forces heard the news, the Netherworld Palace and the other two forces almost vomited blood. When had a first-step expert ever said such a thing? But they had no reason to refute. Back then, the Zhong family controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain. Now that Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord, was returning it, it was reasonable. the Zong family had really benefited. Chapter 2287. The commotion caused by Heaven Wasteland Domain was huge. Although Heaven Wasteland Domain was the weakest in the sacred domain, it was still a small sacred domain that once had an unparalleled first-step expert. Everyone could only mourn for the Gue Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace for a minute. Who asked them to be unlucky? When they were chasing after the previous Holy Lord, they did not manage to kill him. As a result, the Zong family ended up benefiting from the fight. This matter made countless people blind. The Zong family was King transported away. After the previous Saint Lord, Yan Fei, returned the Little Saint world to the Zong clan, he completely vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the Gue origin sect and the Netherworld Palace were filled with trepidation. There was an enemy hiding in the darkness, and this enemy was even a supreme expert at the Supreme Realm. It was no different from a Dharma sword hanging above their heads. I can't accept this. Yu Mingzi sat in the palace, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Not long after, the Zong family would hold a grand ceremony. This was something that every Holy Lord had to do. As the neighbor, the Netherworld Palace had to know about it. The Zong family had specially sent an invitation. After returning from Heaven Wasteland Domain, Yu Mingzi could not relax. The palace was heavily guarded against Yan Fei. He even secretly set up many traps, but Yan Fei did not fall for it. An enemy hiding in the dark gave Yu Mingzi a headache. Yu Mingzi was extremely unwilling to let the Zong family take the position of the Holy Lord. If not for Yan Fei causing trouble, Heaven Wasteland Domain would not have fallen into the eyes of others. It would have long become his. A Zong family without an unparalleled expert was nothing. How could they control Heaven Wasteland Domain? The Zong family of the past might have some fear, but the current Zong family could not withstand a single blow. Brother Yuming, how have you been? Just as Yu Mingzi was having a headache, a strange yet familiar voice sounded. A mysterious person came from outside the Netherworld Palace. A strange look flashed across Yu Mingzi's eyes. Then he laughed loudly. Your Highness, it will be the day of the ceremony in half a month's time. I'm afraid, Sung Shengtian said worriedly. Ever since the Gue Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace retreated, the Zong family naturally became the #1 force. After eliminating some stubborn forces, the entire Heaven Wasteland Domain fell into the control of the Zong family. But as the news of the Ascension ceremony spread out, all sorts of rumors began to circulate. Many of them were targeted at the Zong clan. Wasn't this just saying that the Zong clan didn't have a supreme expert guarding it? What qualifications did they have to control the Zong clan? Could it be because of a single sentence from the previous Saint Lord? These rumors were naturally released by people with ulterior motives to attack the Zong family. Under the huge public opinion, it was very disadvantageous to the Zong family's control over the situation of Heaven Wasteland Domain. During these days, Sung Shengtian was both happy and worried. Every time it was as if he was sitting on a carriage. In a short period of time, the Zong family once again had hopes of controlling Heaven Wasteland Domain. That was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Just a bunch of clowns. Lin Fei did not care. Since I pushed you to the position of Sacred Lord, Heaven Wasteland Domain is my territory. Whoever dares to interfere, I will chop off their claws. With these words, Sung Shengtian was completely relieved. In his eyes, since His Majesty was able to subdue the former Sacred Lord, his strength was unfathomable. Those clowns were really nothing. Now you just need to do what you've been told. As for the remaining days, I'll be fine. As for the remaining days, I will help you solve it. The temptation of a little saint domain is still enough to make many people envious. As soon as Sung Shengtian left, Lin Fei let out a light sigh. He had expected this situation from the beginning. It would be strange if they were not interested. Heaven Wasteland Domain. I am determined to take it. Lin Fei stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had paid such a huge price. He would not allow anyone to share the fruits of victory. Now is the time to find a few helpers. There was only half a month left until the Ascension ceremony. On that day, Lin Fei believed that all the major forces of the sacred domain would come. Among them, there would naturally be some forces that were prepared to take the opportunity to launch an attack. Once he could not display his tyrannical strength to deter them, Those people would definitely bare their fangs and attack Heaven Wasteland domain. Yin Fei, come over. Your Majesty, it should be in this area. Yin Fei stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. They were now in a black swamp area. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Let me find it. This was a little saint domain in the sacred domain, called the Deadwater domain. The Deadwater domain was ranked 18th. The entire domain was filled with a deathly aura, which made people feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the system unfolded, the entire swamp was within the system's scanning range. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The system had given him a result. At a location in the Deadwater swamp, the system had captured a special aura. It's here. There was a loud rumble. Near a withered tree in the Deadwater swamp, a tyrannical force blasted over. Fong Dingtian was sitting cross-legged in his cave residence, condensing traces of great Tao power, attempting to break through to the second step. There was a huge difference between the first and second step of an unparalleled expert. At the second step, all the power in one's body would be transformed into great Tao magic power. The second step of an unparalleled expert was actually a transformation of power, transforming all the energy into magic power, which was an even more powerful form of energy. This was the strength of a second step expert. Fong Dingtian was at the peak of the first step. He was just one step away, but it was a pity that this last step was not so easy to succeed. There was a loud rumble, and the entire cave residence was affected. Fong Dingtian opened his eyes. Lightning appeared and flickered up and down. He looked over with his huge divine sense and saw two people standing in the sky. His divine sense turned into a finger and struck the other party. You're courting death. Disturbing the cultivation of an unparalleled expert would result in a terrifying rage. Your opponent is me. Yin Fei threw a punch, smashing the other party's finger into pieces. Great Tao power rushed out, and an endless giant palm slammed into the other party's cave residence. There was a loud rumble, and the cave residence collapsed. Fong Dingtian rushed out. Who are you? Do you know that this is my territory? The other party was a first step expert. Fong Dingtian's expression was extremely serious, and his eyes were locked onto the other party. As for the guy who was not a giant, he did not care at all. Fong Dingtian lose ho unparalleled first step, Yin Fei said. When Fong Dingtian heard this, he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions. The other party was only the first step, so there was nothing to worry about. I am Fong Dingtian, Yin Fei said. It's good that it is you. My master has taken a liking to you. Fong Dingtian was a loose hoe, and it was not that there were no big forces that wanted to recruit him. However, he was not willing to join, and those big forces did not dare to do anything. After all, he was an unparalleled expert, and no one was willing to offend an unparalleled expert, even if it was just the first step. What a big tone. You want to recruit me? You are not qualified. Fong Dingtian laughed coldly. Scram! Yin Fei was furious. Reckless fool. Chapter 2288. The fight between the two unparalleled experts at the first step caused a huge commotion. The entire stagnant water swamp was quickly turned into ruins. The creatures that lived in the stagnant water swamp were killed by the power of the first step experts. Lin Fei stood quietly in the sky and activated the body of 10,000 curses to block the incoming energy impact. For this trip, Lin Fei was prepared to subdue some of the rogue cultivators among the unparalleled experts. Unwilling? Fight until you are willing. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. Yin Fei is still a little weaker. He is at the peak of the first step and is more proficient in the use of power. Lin Fei sized him up and saw the difference between them. Fong Dingtian was at the peak of the first step of the unparalleled realm. As time passed, his advantage became apparent. He attacked with great strength and suppressed his opponent. You can't do it. Fong Dingtian laughed proudly. Yin Fei was a little anxious. Since he knew that he was going to recruit the unparalleled experts, he knew that he had a worthy opponent. Hence, he was prepared to perform well. However, his opponent was not at the peak of the first step for nothing. He was not easy to deal with. Fight! In order to become the most useful fighter by Lin Fei's side, Yin Fei threw caution to the wind and took a palm strike from his opponent. Doppelgangers explode. Clones appeared one after another and self-destructed in an instant. Rumble, rumble. Each doppelganger exploded, and the power blasted onto Fong Dingtian. Wave after wave, Fong Dingtian was immediately severely injured. Curse technique paralyze. Curse technique weaken. Lin Fei was no longer indifferent. He was very satisfied with Yin Fei's performance. Yin Fei was indeed a loyal fighter. He was even willing to use such a suicidal method. Fong Dingtian immediately realized that he was in big trouble. Not good. The top-notch curse technique of the Curse Palace. Ever since the battle between the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect, the influence of the Curse Palace had been expanding. Even the unparalleled experts had heard of the power of the Curse Palace. At the same time, the Curse Palace was not someone to be trifled with. Giant puppet. Explode. Fong Dingtian was heavily injured, but he could still fight. Lin Fei was now a tycoon. He waved his hand and released the giant puppet. While Fong Dingtian was affected by the curse technique, they all exploded. Damn it, they don't want to live anymore, do they? His body couldn't move, and he was in a weakened state. What shocked him was that the giant wasn't afraid of death. The first thing he did was to self-destruct indiscriminately. Both of you are major powerhouses. Curse great blessing. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and a sweet dew fell on Yin Fei's body like a spring breeze. Yin Fei's Yuan Qi was originally injured, but under the nourishment of the sweet dew, his strength recovered to its peak state. Thank you for your reward, master. As soon as he recovered, Yin Fei activated the Great Path energy and pounced forward. Shadows of fists appeared and landed on Fong Dingtian's body. He was beaten until he vomited blood non-stop. Master! Fong Dingtian was scared out of his wits. His opponent had actually recovered from such an injury in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. That guy who wasn't a big shot was actually the master of an unparalleled expert? This was even more unacceptable to Fong Dingtian. Since when could a guy who wasn't a big shot command unparalleled experts? No, he's too strong. Now that he's fully recovered, I'm no match for him. Fong Dingtian realized that he had encountered a terrifying opponent. With his injuries, he would definitely lose. Leave immediately. As soon as the curse was suppressed, Fong Dingtian was about to leave, but he was immediately hit by the curse and lost control again. You still want to leave? Dream on. Yin Fei's attacks landed on Fong Dingtian's body without any regard for his life. Fong Dingtian was already heavily injured. After a dozen attacks, he smashed onto a rock and was on his last breath. You've lost. Yin Fei took out a puppet worm and inserted it into Fong Dingtian's body. It didn't take long for him to be controlled. After struggling for a while, Fong Dingtian completely lost his temper. Alright, from today onwards, Fong Dingtian is your subordinate. Let's change places immediately. The commotion here has attracted experts from the sacred world. Lin Fei had been using the system to monitor the commotion outside. The commotion here couldn't be hidden at all. Now that Fong Dingtian was under control, he naturally had to leave immediately. He didn't want to be exposed so quickly. After they left, a tyrannical divine sense covered the sky above this region. That's strange. This isn't Fong Dingtian's cave dwelling. Who actually found him? Also, his aura is actually gone. In another small sacred world. You guys are shameless. You won with numbers. In a valley deep in the forest, 3 figures were fighting intensely. The valley was razed to the ground, and the roars from before had completely quietened down. 2 figures were attacking one person. That person was having a hard time resisting. If he was slightly careless, he would be attacked immediately. His face was a little pale. Who asked you not to join us? The 2 people attacking him were Yin Fei and Fong Dingtian. After their injuries were healed, they didn't stop and went straight to the next secluded cultivation place. Today you have no choice but to join us. In just half a month, Lin Fei didn't stop for even a moment. Using the connections he had, he found a few secluded cultivation places. If he was lucky, he would be able to find secluded cultivation places. If he was unlucky, he wouldn't be able to find any secluded cultivation places. Speaking of which, his luck was pretty good. In half a month, the number of unparalleled experts by Lin Fei's side had reached as many as 6. Every one of them was at the first step of the unparalleled realm. But those who were targeted by Lin Fei, basically couldn't escape the fate of being controlled. After a series of tortures, everyone completely lost their temper. They couldn't even pretend to be obedient. It's about time to go back. For the sake of these 6 peerless experts, Lin Fei had used up 23 giant puppets. They had self-destructed as soon as they arrived, and they had succeeded almost every time. Who would have thought that the first move would be a suicidal one? Yin Fei's status skyrocketed. He could command 5 unparalleled experts. This was a privilege that he didn't have in the past. This was even more fortunate than being a Saint Lord. If anyone was disobedient, they would inevitably be tortured by Yin Fei. Today, Heaven Wasteland Domain was unusually lively. Heaven Wasteland City had been rebuilt. The disciples of the Zhong family had all moved into Heaven Wasteland City. In a short period of time, Heaven Wasteland City had become very lively. Today was the coronation ceremony of the Zhong family of Heaven Wasteland Domain. In the past 3 days, forces of various sacred domains, big and small, had come to participate. Today, Heaven Wasteland City was packed with people, bustling with noise and excitement. The square of Heaven Wasteland City had already been properly arranged, waiting for the enthronement ceremony to begin and become the new master of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Have you heard? Something big is going to happen in Heaven Wasteland City today. What big thing? The Zhong family doesn't have experts. Do you think they can control Heaven Wasteland Domain? I also heard that several major forces are preparing to act today. No way, then the Zhong family is going to be unlucky. Hee, that's right. Such a big fat piece of meat will be eaten by one person. Look, the Netherworld child of the Netherworld Palace is here. They're really here. Didn't they just leave? Isn't that the Guiyuan sect? Chapter 2289. Yu Mingzi is here. Someone shouted, and everyone felt a heaven-piercing aura coming from the south. In the south, the Netherworld River turned into a ferocious black dragon. Its huge body moved, and endless pressure filled the air, making everyone gasp for breath. On the back of the black dragon, Yu Mingzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking straight ahead. Behind him were the elders of the Netherworld Palace. Each of them had an overbearing aura. The black dragon brought Yu Mingzi and the others to the square. The scene was dead silent. The arrival of an unparalleled expert was not as simple as they had imagined. After arriving, the black dragon shook its body, and a black throne appeared. Yu Mingzi turned around and sat on the throne. No one could tell what he was feeling. Moments after Yu Mingzi arrived, Mo Yuan of the Origin Returning Sect stood on a flying mount. His aura was no weaker than Yu Mingzi's. He also appeared above the square, found a place and sat down quietly. Curses Huan of the Curse Palace is here. The Vice Sect Master of the House of God Ordainment is here too. The Vice Sect Master of the Demon Fiend Sect is here. One had to admit that the coronation of a Holy Lord was the biggest event in the sacred world in 1,000 years. These great figures, who were rarely seen, had appeared in Heaven Wasteland Domain one after another, blinding the eyes of many people. These great figures, even if they were only deputy-level existences, were still people with great power. Everyone quickly realized that the forces that could come to the Heaven Wasteland Domain were mostly from third-rate small saint domains. Forces from top-rate small saint domains did not appear in the Heaven Wasteland Domain. The small saint domains of the sacred world were divided into 4 levels. For example, the 1st to 5th levels were top-rate small saint domains. No other small saint domains could compare to them in terms of foundation or other aspects. The 6th to 10th levels were first-rate small saint domains. The 11th to 25th levels were second-rate small saint domains. The 11th to 25th levels were second-rate small saint domains. From the 25th level onward, they were all third-rate small saint domains. But this time they were all third-rate small saint domains. Even a third-rate small saint domain was a very terrifying existence. Especially for the Heaven Wasteland Domain, which was ranked last, it was a great honor. Luckily, only people from third-rate small saint domains have appeared. Sung Shengtian was very excited and nervous, even with a trace of worry. He was happy because the Heaven Wasteland Domain was once again under the control of the Zhong family. What worried him was that these third-rate small saint worlds that came to watch the battle weren't that kind-hearted. Luckily, Sung Shengtian recovered very quickly. His Zhong clan wasn't without a backer. As long as the Zong clan had His Majesty, they would be able to face any danger. Alright, get ready. It's almost time. Time ticked by. Basically, everyone who could come was here. During the Sacred Master Ascension ceremony, the neighboring Sacred Masters were very respectful, regardless of their motives. At this moment, everyone was smiling. Those who didn't know better would think that they were old friends. Under everyone's attention, Zong Shengshui's younger brother came up. As soon as he came up, he thanked everyone present for attending today's coronation ceremony. The enthronement ceremony was not a complicated affair. All that was needed was to offer sacrifices to the heavens and go through the process. Alright, now let's start the ceremony. At the step of offering sacrifices to the heavens, Sung Shengtian had to appear. On the square, a high platform for offering sacrifices to the heavens had already been built. It was not the first time that the Zong clan had experienced this, so they were very good at it. Offering sacrifices to the heavens. Yu Mingzi sneered. If not for that bastard Yan Fei, it would be the Netherworld Palace that moved to Heaven Wasteland domain. How could a lowly Zong clan act so presumptuously here? When the ceremony began, Sung Shengtian appeared. Today, Sung Shengtian was dressed in a fine brocade robe. He seemed to have become 10 years younger. He symbolically received the offerings from others and was ready to begin the most important ceremony. Offering sacrifices to the heavens was a total of 9 times. 9 represented the limit. First, offering sacrifices to the heavens. Second, offering sacrifices to the heavens. After 9 times, the ceremony would be completed. However, today, it was destined that no one was willing to let the Zong clan take the position of the Sacred Master and control a small saint domain. Even if it was ranked last, it was still a small saint domain. Ha 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 ha. Without warning, a voice resounded throughout the entire Heaven Wasteland domain. The altar was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The formless sound wave attacked and the altar collapsed with a rumble, turning into ruins. A mere Zong clan, what qualifications does it have to become the Sacred Master and control Heaven Wasteland domain? In the void, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He was very eye-catching in the sky. The middle-aged man in a red robe held a folding fan in his hand as he appeared in the sky above the square. Everyone knew that the show against the Zong clan was about to begin. The only thing they did not expect was that the ones who attacked were not the Netherworld Palace that had suffered a great loss, but a group of unknown people. But from their aura, they were obviously not ordinary people. How dare you disrupt the ceremony of the altar? If you do not give a clear answer, don't think of leaving here easily today. Sung Shengtian had long expected that today would not be peaceful. At this moment he would not weaken his aura. This represented the face of the Zong clan, and also represented the face of His Majesty. Sung Shengtian did not make a move. A Sacred Master should have the attitude of a Sacred Master. If he personally took action for every small matter, then what was a Sacred Master? This was what Lin Fei had repeatedly said. Today he, the Sacred Master, could not make a move. It's just an altar. If I destroy it, then so be it. What can you do to me? The middle-aged man in a red robe laughed. I might as well tell you that I have my eyes on Heaven Wasteland domain. Your Zong clan is not bad. As long as you surrender to me, I can spare your lives. Zong Shengshui sneered. You people have the nerve to say that you want Heaven Wasteland domain? In my opinion, you are overestimating your own strength. Overestimating my own strength? The middle-aged man in a red robe shook his head and laughed even more cheerfully. Then what about this? The middle-aged man in a red robe threw out a black token. 3 bright red ancient characters were imprinted in everyone's eyes. Thousand Secrets Palace. The 3 ancient characters were extraordinary and vicissitudes of life. Sung Shengtian and Zong Shengshui's expressions immediately changed. Why were they here? That was a first-class small saint domain, and there was at least 1 third-step expert there. The 9th-ranked Thousand Secrets domain? This time, the Zong clan is out of luck. Who dares to offend the Thousand Secrets Palace? Needless to say, everyone understood the significance of having a third-step expert in a first-class small saint domain. Now, do you think we are qualified? The middle-aged man in a red robe sneered. Or do you plan to fight against our Thousand Secrets Palace? It's not that I look down on you, But in my eyes, cats and dogs like you can't withstand a single blow. Destroying your Zone clan is as easy as flipping my hand. If it was the Zone clan in the past, they might have bowed their heads, but now that they had His Majesty behind them, the two brothers were much more confident. Humph, the Thousand Secrets Palace is really arrogant. Heaven Wasteland domain belongs to our Zone clan. Even if you are the Thousand Secrets Palace. Sung Shengtian said in a low voice. Today is a good day. If you want to use force, I don't mind letting your blood splatter across Heaven Wasteland domain. There was an uproar. Chapter 2290. The intervention of the people of the Thousand Secrets Palace, who wanted to seize Heaven Wasteland domain, was beyond the imagination of too many people. The Thousand Design Palace, which was ranked 9th, had a third-step expert. Once that expert made a move, any second-rate or third-rate small saint world would basically be nothing to him. Now that the Thousand Secrets Palace wanted the Heaven Wasteland domain, the way everyone saw it, the Zong family would not be able to withstand their attack. If they did not call out the Heaven Wasteland domain, perhaps the Zong family would really be completely erased from existence. The Netherworld child, Mo Yuan, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Even if they couldn't obtain the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Zong clan shouldn't be too happy. No one had ever dared to say the word no to the things that the Thousand Secrets Palace had set their eyes on. But this time around the Zong clan actually dared to reject them. There was no hope left for them. The foundation of a first-rate small saint realm was unimaginable. The middle-aged man in the red robe from the Thousand Secrets Palace was only at the first step of the realm, but the Thousand Secrets Palace behind him was his greatest source of confidence. Apart from a few small sacred realms that he could not afford to offend, the rest were nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha, what a good splashing blood on Heaven Wasteland domain. The red-robed middle-aged man almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. You are the first person who dares to say this to me. I really want to know, how will you make our blood splatter across Heaven Wasteland domain? Just the two of you? Ha ha ha. The red-robed middle-aged man had investigated the Zong clan's background thoroughly. The strongest expert in the Zong clan was merely Sung Shangtian, and there were a few other hegemonic powers. There were no supreme experts guarding the Zong clan. Overall, the Zong clan was extremely weak, and it would be a piece of cake to destroy them. The Heaven Wasteland domain was of great use to the Thousand Plans Palace. Others might not be interested, but their Thousand Plans Palace was very interested. A small ancestral family did not have the qualifications to contend with the Thousand Plans Palace. You're not qualified for me to make a move. Sung Shengtian shook his head and said unhurriedly. The red-robed middle-aged man was not in a hurry. The Heaven Wasteland domain was right in front of them, and their relations with the outside world had already been established. No one would come out to be enemies with the Thousand Engineering Palace, as they were not qualified to do so. How interesting. The middle-aged man in red laughed. Who else can your Zong clan invite? Everyone laughed. Everyone was very clear that the Zong clan didn't have any experts. If it weren't for the mysterious figure helping them, the Zong clan would have long since been annihilated by the Sky Desolate Palace. How could he be qualified to rule over Heaven Wasteland domain? In the eyes of everyone, the Zong clan was truly lucky. Among the tigers, the Zong clan had benefited greatly. Thousand Shadows. What about me? A voice that was neither light nor heavy immediately caused the faces of Nether Child, Mo Yuan and the others to change drastically. They stood up. They would never forget this voice. Flying Cliff, the former sacred lord of Infinite Wasteland. In the void, Yin Fei walked out unhurriedly. He appeared before everyone's eyes. The red-robed middle-aged man's name was Qianing, and he was a member of the Qin clan. The great Tao that he had condensed was an extremely powerful existence among great Taos. Qian Ying's status in the Thousand Secrets Palace was not low. You didn't leave. Qianing was very surprised. According to the information she had gathered, the former Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland would not stay in the Heaven Wasteland domain. No one would be willing to expose themselves to danger while being chased by 3 first-step experts, so leaving was the best choice. What a surprise! Normally, Yin Fei would definitely be afraid of the Thousand Secrets Palace. However, after seeing how powerful His Majesty was, he became more confident. A mere third-step expert was nothing to him. His Majesty had the tyrannical strength to excavate 1,000-star obsidian stone. No matter how weak he was still a fourth-step expert. Old Ghost Yen, you've got guts. Netherchild was full of resentment as he stared at Yen Fei. I thought you found the right place. Are you planning to be a tortoise for the rest of your life? Not only are you a tortoise now, but since you're here today, let's settle our old scores. Isn't it time to settle our scores? Mo Yuan's killing intent was revealed. The Gue Yuan sect had suffered a huge setback because of Yen Fei. Not only did they not get to eat anything, but they also got into trouble. He could not let this go. Mo Yuan and Netherchild had never thought that Yen Fei would appear today. He even seemed to be helping the Zone clan. This was different from what they had imagined. After Yen Fei appeared, they knew that their chance for revenge had come. Qianing followed. Yen Fei, I see that you're in a bad situation. I don't even need to do anything, you can't even protect yourself. To be honest, it's really surprising that you're helping the Zone clan. Yen Fei laughed. I'll naturally get tired of being the Saint Lord for too long. However, the Heaven Wasteland domain came from my hands. I don't want it to fall into the hands of others. So I've been out to meet some friends. It's a rare occasion today. Let's all get to know each other. Qianing suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that she had underestimated the Zone clan. Could it be that the Zone clan had invited reinforcements? They did not seem to have the ability to do so. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, 5 figures appeared in succession. As each figure appeared, a thick and powerful aura pierced through the clouds. Heavens, this is the aura of an unparalleled expert. First-step experts. There's a total of 5 of them. Unbelievable, where did the Zone clan find such helpers? As soon as the 5 figures appeared, everyone subconsciously drew in a deep breath. They were truly shocked by the 5 unparalleled experts who had appeared. Didn't they see Yu Mingzi and Mo Yuan's expressions change? You guys actually appeared together. Qianing recognized 1 or 2 of them. They were all rather famous unaffiliated cultivators. Even if they were unaffiliated cultivators, they were still first-step experts. Who could have done this? Could it be that the Zone clan knows some important people? Otherwise these unaffiliated cultivators were all famous for their personalities. Almost every small saint domain had tried to recruit them, but no one had succeeded. But now there was someone who could invite them. Who exactly had such a huge amount of resources? 5 unparalleled experts. In addition to Yen Fei himself, the Heaven Wasteland domain suddenly had a huge capital. At the very least, Qian Ying's expression changed as she looked at Sung Shan. Sung Shengtian more or less knew about this, but when he saw the appearance of 5 unparalleled experts, he was still extremely shocked. Even when the Zone clan was at its peak, they did not have a second first-step expert. But now, I wonder if it's okay now? Sung Shengtian's gaze landed on Qianing. His entire body was filled with confidence. This was a power that no one dared to underestimate, especially in the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate small saint domains. Ordinary people would have to think carefully before they could make the right decision. Qianing cursed those scouts more than 100 times. They actually didn't manage to find out such important information. Also, there were a few who had tricked her. At this time, Qianing couldn't tarnish the reputation of the Thousand Secrets Palace. If news of this were to spread, she would be laughed at to death. Those people in the Thousand Secrets Palace would use this reason to attack her. Chapter 2291. The Zone clan had invited a total of 6 supreme experts, including the previous Saint Lord. The overwhelming visual impact caused many to be dumbfounded. Since when did a declining Zone clan become so powerful? Yes, they were powerful. Those who had planned to fish in troubled waters suddenly came to their senses. Fish in troubled waters? Were they courting death? Nobody could accept the rise of the Zone clan. No matter what the connection was, at least the Zone clan had displayed their strength. They were able to invite unaffiliated supreme experts. The Thousand Shadows of the Thousand Secrets Palace had some fear in his heart. He was unwilling to give up on the Heaven Wasteland domain so easily. Once they left today, who knew what rumors would spread in the outside world? People would definitely think that the Thousand Secrets Palace was afraid of the Zone clan of the Heaven Wasteland domain. At that time, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Thinking of the situation, the Thousand Shadows' face hardened. He believed that the Zone clan did not have the guts to go against the Thousand Secrets Palace to the end. It was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Heaven Wasteland domain is right here. You can act as you please. I dare to guarantee that the final victor will not be you. Sung Shengtian said. His entire person was like a huge mountain, majestic and domineering. Qian Ying's gaze swept towards Yan Fei and the 5 unaffiliated peerless experts. Let me remind all of you one last time. Offending our Thousand Secrets Palace might not be a good thing for all of you. If I were you, I would turn around and leave immediately instead of putting myself in danger. If it was not necessary, the Thousand Shadows did not want to act. The impact would be too great, and the outcome would be hard to predict. The Thousand Shadows' first choice was to scare the other party away. If they were not supreme experts, everything would be fine. They could be killed with a single finger. What a pity, threats. Forget it. Yan Fei said indifferently. With this old man here today, you won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that the Thousand Secrets Palace is proficient in divining the major events of the world. I wonder how strong you guys are. Yan Fei was the first to act. He moved left and right, slashing out 2 long and narrow rays of blade light. The sharp and domineering aura forcefully tore apart the void, causing astral winds to howl. Kill the 5 unaffiliated supreme experts. With a loud roar, his voice reverberated throughout the Heaven Wasteland domain. The attack of the Great Path crushed forward and killed the giant expert of the Thousand Secrets Palace on the spot. In terms of matchless experts, the giant level experts were clearly a great level lower. The other party's great Dao power enveloped them, and those giant level experts' entire bodies evaporated, disappearing into thin air. They were ridiculously powerful. Elder Qian, let me help you. Yu Mingzi controlled the Netherworld River and charged in. He had managed to stall a peerless expert, relieving the pressure on Qianing. Yan Fei, you killed a disciple of the Guiyuan sect that day. Today, we will settle the old and new grudges together. Mo Yuan did not mention the Heaven Wasteland domain at all. Instead, he brought up the matter of the Guiyuan sect's disciple and attacked him justifiably. Then, several other matchless experts made their moves. It was clear that they all had their eyes on Heaven Wasteland domain. No one wanted to miss it. The unparalleled experts had made their move. There were also some giant experts who weren't honest people. Since early in the morning, he had set his sights on the Zone clan, preparing to bite off a big piece of fat meat from them. A mere Zone clan doesn't even have the right to control Heaven Wasteland domain. What right do you have to control everything? I, your father, will be the first to be dissatisfied. A late giant-level expert with shifty eyes said. One look and you could tell that he wasn't a good person. Everyone, don't you think so? I, your father, have also heard that the Zone clan has plundered a large amount of treasures, piling them up like a mountain. These treasures are ours, let's snatch them together. The Zone clan doesn't have any experts, snatch them. Attack together, kill them all. Destroy the entire Zone clan. Snatch all their treasures. There were many people who came to watch, but they didn't come with the intention of sightseeing. Following the provocation of some people, more than 10 late giant-level experts charged out, pouncing towards Sung Shengtian in the distance. Sung Shengtian, hand over the treasures. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill everyone in the Zone clan. The Zone clan's strength wasn't strong. This had long been spread out. Right now, the unparalleled experts were unable to interfere. These people all had different thoughts. If they could take this opportunity to obtain some treasures, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Therefore, the people who wanted to fish in troubled waters all came forward. For a moment, the scene was a complete mess. There really is a conspiracy. Sung Shengtian already knew that there would be people coming to make trouble, but he didn't expect that after Yan Fei and the others changed the battlefield, another group of people would immediately appear. Humph! Master's calculations are accurate. Since you dare to come to Heaven Wasteland domain to make trouble, I'll make use of your strength. The people of the Zone clan didn't panic at all. Just as the 7 or 8 late giant-level experts were about to reach, Sung Shengtian's figure suddenly disappeared. And at the same time, the disciples of the Zone clan also disappeared. You're finished. Sung Shengtian's cold words reverberated in everyone's ears. Humph, you still dare to threaten? A late giant-level expert said disdainfully. Before his voice faded, a black armored person suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these black-armored people appeared, they launched a terrifying self-explosion, and the terrifying waves rushed towards the nearest late giant-level expert. Ah, bastard! This is a giant-level self-explosion. Quickly leave! The giant-level expert cursed. Wave after wave of self-explosion, a total of 7 times, the terrifying destructive energy shrouded this area. They had just blocked the first wave, and before they could retreat, the second wave of self-explosion came, crushing them, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. After the third and fourth wave of self-explosion, the early giant-level expert exploded into a mist of blood, and the middle giant-level expert was the same, dying at the sixth wave of self-explosion. Those experts who were not yet giant-level experts were directly killed by the aftermath, and not a single one survived. After the end of the self-explosion, the sky was silent. Humph, you dare to come to Heaven Wasteland Domain to make trouble. Whether you are a giant-level expert or not, you must pay the price. Sung Shengtian reappeared, killing a late giant-level expert. This guy was on the verge of death, and his battle strength was less than 10%. As soon as a treasure appeared, he suppressed the other party. Trap. This is a trap. This is too crazy. Giant-level experts, how can they self-explode? Shameless, too shameless. I can't accept this. The giant-level expert's self-explosion caught them off guard, and they felt very aggrieved. How could a giant-level expert be willing to self-destruct? This kind of suicidal move may not appear even once in 100 years. But now, the giant-level experts who were lucky enough to survive had never seen such a big move in their lives, and were completely defeated before they even fought. This was too much. If they had known earlier, they would not have made a move because the price was too high. Don't kill us, we surrender. We are willing to surrender to Heaven Wasteland Domain. Chapter 2292. After the appearance of the 6 supreme experts, some of the smarter ones secretly left the public square, afraid that they would be implicated. When the battle erupted, the supreme experts unleashed their great Tao energy, easily killing some of the unlucky ones. After that, the hegemon-level experts took the lead and took the opportunity to deal with the Zone clan. But in the end, they encountered an unimaginable scene. The spectators from afar felt their scalps turning numb as their eyes narrowed. They were completely terrified. Too terrifying. How crazy, they actually used the self-detonation of the hegemon-level experts. This is simply asking for their lives. Merely 8 or 9 hegemon-level experts. Didn't they see that even the late-phase hegemon-level experts couldn't block them? I've long heard that the self-detonation of hegemon-level experts is extremely terrifying. Today I've seen it for myself. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Those hegemon-level experts are truly unlucky to have encountered the crazy Zone clan. Earlier I saw them self-detonating twice in a row, killing an initial phase hegemon-level expert. This is simply too shocking. The spectators from afar wiped the sweat off their foreheads. It was unknown if they were rejoicing that they didn't act, or if they were shocked by the tyrannical methods displayed by the Zone clan. Regardless of whether they were shocked or had other thoughts at this moment, no one dared to underestimate the Zone clan. The late-phase hegemon-level experts who took the lead were all killed by the Zone clan. When this news circulated out, everyone would go crazy. No one had ever commanded the hegemon-level experts to self-detonate. No matter what the reason was, everyone was afraid of the Zone clan. From today onwards, whenever the Zone clan was mentioned, everyone would never forget the self-detonation of the hegemon-level experts today. In truth, the methods of the Zone clan were soon circulated in the sacred world, forming a terrifying deterrent force. Regardless of the hegemon-level experts or others, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly when facing the Zone clan. Your Majesty is awesome. Sung Shengtian had seen the self-detonation of hegemon-level experts before, but he had never seen the scene of them self-detonating consecutively. It was incomparably shocking and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even he himself didn't think that he would be able to block such a terrifying self-detonation. As for those fellows who took the opportunity to cause trouble, they all died in a daze. At this moment, Sung Shengtian turned his gaze to the battlefield in the distance. Yanfei, our Thousand Secrets Palace will remember today's matter. In the air, Qianing led the only 2 experts by her side, shaking off Yanfei's attack. However, her complexion was extremely unsightly, and her heart was filled with reluctance. In the end, her side was still no match for the other side. In this battle, their Thousand Secrets palace had lost. The people who attacked were very fierce and crazy. They basically risked getting injured. There was nothing to be afraid of if one was not crazy. Once one was crazy, everyone would be afraid. Qianning silently cursed Yan Fei for being a shameless bastard as she shook him off and put some distance between them. Heaven Wasteland domain is not yours. As long as I am here, you will never have a chance. Yan Fei was not afraid in the slightest, his voice loud and clear. Qianning left unwillingly. Rather than gaining nothing, she might as well leave. There wouldn't be too much of a loss. The Thousand Secrets Palace had completely lost its face. Just you wait. When the day comes, no one will be able to stop the footsteps of the Thousand Secrets Palace. Qianning swore to herself. He disappeared into the distance. Trap! Yu Mingzi cursed inwardly. Old Yan, I have something to do today. I'll deal with you another day. After a feint, Yu Mingzi transformed into a long river of the netherworld and drilled into the void. He had no intention to continue fighting. One-on-one, they were no match for the other side. Moreover, now that those unaffiliated experts were free, it was not easy to deal with them. Even Qianning, a member of the Thousand Secrets Palace, had run away, let alone these people. One by one they left. All kinds of treasures were taken out, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Only the void was torn open, and the howling astral winds were left. A bunch of cowards. Yan Fei sneered. They can run away, but they can't run away forever. Just wait and see. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress. Everything was under control. The appearance of the Thousand Secrets Palace, a first-rate force, was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectations. Although the Fuyun domain was ranked 10th, and in theory was a first-rate force, the Fuyun domain did not have any third-step experts. As for why, they themselves could not explain it clearly. They had heard some rumors that the experts of the Fuyun domain had died in a certain place, and some people said that they had been killed by a mysterious force. The current Fuyun domain only had an undeserved reputation. If one really wanted to calculate, it was at most a second-rate force. The Thousand Secrets domain was the name of the 9th small saint domain. It was completely different from the Fuyun domain, and the difference was huge. Lin Fei was quite surprised that the other side could appear here. Lin Fei was very unhappy that such a small fight was targeted. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated these ambitious fellows. Lin Fei had more or less some understanding of the 33 small saint domains. Although it was only the first step, it was enough to deter the majority of small saint domains. Those small saint domains that he could not deal with also looked down on a small place like the Heaven Wasteland domain. They wanted resources but did not have resources. They wanted, under Lin Fei's calculations, he had blocked this wave of attacks. The harvest was also very pleasing. There were more than 10 late giant experts that he had captured. Their injuries were almost the same. All of them were heavily injured. Even if they went into seclusion to recuperate, it would take at least 50 years. Self-destruction is a good move. Lin Fei was very satisfied with using self-destruction to kill the enemy. After all, it was a giant puppet that had been modified, and its power was still very strong. In particular, there was a trace of origin energy hidden inside, which greatly increased its power. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seriously injure the late giant experts. These giant corpses can create another batch of self-destruction army. For the time being, only the self-destruction of giant puppets could affect the giant experts. The half-step giant experts were a long way off. Alright, from today onwards, the Heaven Wasteland domain belongs to me. Lin Fei smiled, the corners of his mouth also curling up slightly. When Yan Fei returned, Yu Mingzi and the others had disappeared. Everyone was shocked once again. The interrupted heaven worship was carried out again. This time everyone was convinced. Even if they had big ideas, they still listened obediently. After the heaven worship ended, Sung Shantan sat on the position of Holy Lord as he wished. From today onwards, he was the new Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. No matter where he went, everyone had to give face to this Holy Lord. After Sung Shengtian ascended to the position of Holy Lord, he did not mention anything about what happened today. Even if he did not mention it, Everyone knew how terrifying the Zong family was. It was no wonder that they could control Heaven Wasteland domain. Today, there were many unlucky people that helped the Zong family. Those who were lucky enough to not have participated could not wait to leave Heaven Wasteland domain. This place was too terrifying. Chapter 2293. Breaking news. The Zong family of Heaven Wasteland domain has risen again. Beware of the self-detonation of the mysterious Zong family of Heaven Wasteland domain. The alliance of the Netherworld Palace, Origin Gue sect, and the other powers were defeated by the experts invited by the Zong clan. What kind of ability does the Zong family have? To be able to gain the favor of a peerless expert, and even take the initiative to join the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland domain has leaped from a third-rate Little Saint domain to a second-rate Little Saint domain. During this period of time, the entire Saint world was filled with news regarding the Zong clan. The rise of the Zong clan was unstoppable. Even the neighboring Netherworld Palace obediently gave way to them. 6 supreme experts joined the Zong clan, becoming their consecrators. This was especially so for those major powers. They couldn't understand why the Zong clan, which was weaker than them, would be able to attract so many supreme experts. No one had ever suspected that those rogue peerless experts were being controlled. Killing a peerless expert was easy, but controlling one was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Why did these unaffiliated experts join the Zong clan? This actually became a question that everyone couldn't understand. Other than this, the self-detonation of the hegemonic powers was also a question that caused everyone to be puzzled. The self-detonation of a powerhouse was a move that would destroy everything in its path. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would be willing to use it. The Zong clan was simply so overbearing, able to cause a hegemonic-level expert to self-detonate, resulting in a terrifying amount of killing power. If a supreme expert self-detonated, many people didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. After the news circulated, the Zong clan became a target that couldn't be offended. At the very least, no one would be so foolish as to offend the Zong clan before they were clear of the situation. If the Zong clan arranged for a few hegemonic powers to self-destruct, wouldn't they have no choice but to return with their corpses? The Heaven Wasteland domain was smoothly controlled by the Zong family. Forces of all sizes sent people to visit them, especially the Little Saint domains that were ranked at the bottom. Every single one of them wanted to make friends with the Zong family. As their neighbor, the Netherworld Palace was having a hard time. They didn't have experts and subordinates. On the day of the registration ceremony, the people of their palace suffered heavy losses. When the giant powerhouses self-destructed, there were countless casualties, and only a few survived. A force that had been at odds with the Nether Palace. All of them secretly took action, causing the Nether Palace to suffer greatly. They couldn't come up with a good solution for a while. Those who had suffered losses suppressed their anger, and did not come looking for trouble. This time around they were the ones in the wrong. In addition to the domineering stance the Zong clan displayed, everyone retreated. After taking complete control of Heaven Wasteland domain, Lin Fei immediately set up small strongholds and placed large and small equipment to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, there were also traces of flowing origin energy. Originally, Lin Fei relied on the sealed world to strengthen his strength, but after the Heaven Wasteland domain, the sealed world took a backseat, and the Heaven Wasteland domain took the lead. It provided him with an endless supply of energy units. Lin Fei kept a low profile for once after gaining control of the Heaven Wasteland domain. He planned to properly digest the Heaven Wasteland domain, and no longer interfere with the matters of the Saints' world. He did not want to be exposed so soon. Lin Fei quickly kept a low profile. Even the sealed world was the same. Very few matters related to Lin Fei spread in the Saints' world. Only the influence of the Association of Adventurers grew day by day. Boom boom boom. Sealed world, boundary wall battlefield. Central region. Waves of destructive power crashed towards the barrier in the central region. This thing is really hard to deal with. It has already consumed 5 million War Emperor rankers. Far away from the central area, a man in black stood with his hands behind his back, his brows slightly furrowed. Your Majesty, this place was left behind from the Great War of the Wasteland continent. It will not be easy to break in. Fong Dingtian stood at the side and said in a low voice, Lin Fei sighed softly. It's been 10 years, but I'm still one step away. Ever since he took control of the Heaven Wasteland domain, it had only been a short period of time. 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had never given up on entering the central region of the boundary wall battlefield. The system was also looking for loopholes, but it was a pity that there were no results. Your Majesty will succeed sooner or later. Yan Fei, who was standing on the other side, also said, compared to the last time, Master has advanced by quite a bit. In these 10 years, Lin Fei was infinitely close to the central region. 3 years ago, he had successfully broken through to the giant realm, and was now an early-stage giant expert. Coming out from the sealed world, Lin Fei brought his subordinates and quietly arrived at the Heaven Wasteland domain. In these 10 years, the overall strength of the Heaven Wasteland domain had increased very quickly. Lin Fei had secretly dispatched War Emperor rankers to join in, avoiding the eyes of the public. The strength of the Heaven Wasteland domain was changing day by day. The outside world did not have much suspicion. After all, the Heaven Wasteland domain was ranked at the bottom. The Zhong family had always remained mysterious. During this period, it was not that there were no people who came to cause trouble. The people behind the scenes were none other than the major forces that had suffered losses last time. Every time their conspiracy was disrupted, many of their people were eaten. Since 2 years ago, no one dared to plot against the Zhong family. Until now, no one had figured out the methods of the Zhong family. Instead, the self-destruction of a giant expert had appeared several times, and every time it happened, it shocked everyone. The Zhong family was invincible, and had a reputation. No one knew who it was, but there was a joke. Giant, what's there to be arrogant about? Just a trip to Heaven Wasteland domain, shit and urine will fly everywhere. Your Majesty, you're finally here. As soon as Lin Fei appeared in the secret room of Heaven Wasteland domain, the ruddy-faced Sung Shengtian came to greet him. In these 10 years, Sung Shengtian's strength had not improved further. This step was not so easy, but the power of the great Tao behind him had grown a lot stronger. In these 10 years, Sung Shengtian had strengthened Heaven Wasteland domain a lot. No matter how powerful he was always polite in front of Lin Fei. Only he knew how terrifying His Majesty was. Didn't I tell you not to contact me if there's nothing? Lin Fei sat down. Lin Fei had never been interested in the management of Heaven Wasteland domain, and did not want to expose any traces. His control of the sealed world had already made them very unhappy. If he controlled another Heaven Wasteland domain, there would definitely be people who would come out to deal with him. Sung Shengtian gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, there's nothing I can do. This matter is too important, and I have to inform Your Majesty. That person is coming. Lin Fei was a little confused. What, that person is coming? Speak clearly. Lin Fei's tone sank slightly. The ranking of the small saint domains is about to begin. Sung Shengtian hurriedly said. It's a ranking that happens once every 5,000 years. Not long ago, the 5 top small saint domains released the news. Lin Fei really did not pay attention to this matter. He knew about the ranking competition, but did not know that it was this year. Oh, so it's about this matter. Lin Fei said. Anyway, it's a ranking competition. You can arrange for your subordinates to go there. There's no need to inform me. Lin Fei was not too interested in the ranking of the small saint domains that happened once every 5,000 years. If he had the time to worry about it, he might as well get a few more giant corpses or subdue a matchless first-step expert. Your Majesty, the ranking this time is different. Sung Shengtian hurriedly said. I heard that the 5 top forces will join forces to open an ancient relic located in the wild sacred mountain. Lin Fei's eyes finally lit up. Chapter 2294. In these 10 years, Lin Fei did not stay idle. Through Heaven Wasteland domain, he learned many secrets about the sacred domain. Every matchless expert knew some things that belonged to their circle. In the eyes of outsiders, these were secrets that they would never know in their lifetime. Lin Fei had heard of the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years, but he did not pay too much attention to it. The reason for the ranking was in fact because a mysterious force had initiated it. This mysterious force, in Lin Fei's opinion, should be the Judgment Organization. Whether it was Cloud Prefecture domain or Heaven Wasteland domain, they were all ranked in the top 5,000 years ago. In the beginning, the rankings of the small sacred worlds weren't too exaggerated. However, after that incident, the rankings of the small sacred worlds had become unworthy of their name. They were full of exaggerations. From Yin Fei's mouth, Lin Fei knew that the mysterious judgment organization had disappeared for thousands of years. This time, the ranking of the top 5 forces was indeed not a small matter. The sacred domain was the combination of the 33 small saint domains. The top 5 forces were at the top and enjoyed the best resources. Lin Fei had personally seen it. Compared to them, Heaven Wasteland domain was simply trash. There's such an existence in the secret domain of the Wild Sacred Mountain? Lin Fei knew very little about this matter. Secret? It was definitely a secret. Sung Shengtian said. Yes, Your Majesty. Our ancestors were fortunate enough to enter. It is said that these secret domains were the lair of the top forces of the wild continent before it was destroyed. Oh, so there's such a thing. Lin Fei nodded. Could it be that the secret domains of the Wild Sacred Mountain have not been open for a long time? You don't know about these secret domains? Lin Fei was more or less aware of the secret domains in the Wild Sacred Mountain. For example, the existence of the ascetics. If they could exist, it was reasonable for the major forces to establish their lair. Sung Shengtian laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, before the Wild Sacred Mountain was destroyed, it was the most sacred main vein of the wild continent. There was no one else who could establish a force on the sacred mountain. Without exception, they were all incomparably tyrannical existences. After it was destroyed, no one knew its exact location. Even the ancestors did not know of the existence of the secret realm. Every secret realm is very mysterious, and the entrance is also very difficult to find. Currently, only a few top forces and first-rate forces know some of the locations. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be too interested. However, when it came to such a big matter, it was impossible for him not to be interested. When the wild continent was still intact, there were many clans and experts. There were countless powerhouses, and it was not too difficult to break through to the unrivaled realm. Back then it was like now. The number of first-step experts was also very limited, not to mention those that would exist in the future. Let's talk about the ranking of the small sacred realms. It did not take long for the ranking of the small saints world to spread across the saints world. It turned out that the 5 top forces did not suppress the news this time. Therefore, the news of the ranking had spread like wildfire. It was the first time for many people to learn about it. Apart from that, there was nothing to hide about the secret realm. The 5 top forces did not only announce some things about the secret realm, they even allowed the forces of the saints world to enter. This shocked a large number of people. When did the 5 top forces become so kind and willing to give up such a large part of the benefits? There were different opinions in the outside world. Some were good and some were bad. No matter what, everyone was very interested in the secret realm. It was the most sacred place before the continent was destroyed. The forces that could establish on the sacred mountain were all famous people. The prestige of the 5 top forces had reached a terrifying level. The ranking of the small saints world was jointly promoted by the 5 top forces. No one dared to not give face to the other. Moreover, no force was willing to miss the secret realm that was involved after the ranking. Perhaps one opportunity could change the future of a force. Wealth came from danger. They had to take the risk. This had become the idea of almost all the forces, big and small. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The day of the ranking was getting closer and closer. This time, the ranking competition would be held in the Yanhuang world, one of the top 5 forces. The Yanhuang world was ranked second, and the strength of the entire Yanhuang world was unfathomable. As the controlling force of the Yanhuang world, the Ba family was extremely powerful, and everyone knew of them. On the way to the Yanhuang world, all the first and second-rate forces took the initiative to go and witness the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years. The current ranking of the small saints world was in name only. In everyone's view, after this ranking, the strength of the small saints world would become real. There would no longer be any exaggeration. This was a good thing for any small saints world. Those who were at the back would fight for the position in front. Those who were originally at the front would protect their current position no matter what. Everyone was full of energy, ready to rise to the sky in one step and rearrange the ranking. The saints world would also usher in a great change of power. Everyone knew that in the 33 small saints worlds, the most intense competition should be from 6th to 10th. The top forces would fight for it. Outsiders did not need to think about the existence of the top 5. Sung Shengtian set off with his people. Lin Fei did not set off with them. Instead, he led a group of people to the Yanhuang world. The ranking involved the 33 small saints worlds. In addition, it also involved the replacement of the old and the new. After figuring out the ranking, Lin Fei had an idea. After all, this was a rare opportunity. For example, he could make a holy lord of a small saints world. There were not many rules in the ranking of the small saints worlds. At the same time, forces were allowed to fight for the right to control the small saints world. This existed in every ranking. To obtain the opportunity to control the small saints world was not an ordinary level of difficulty. After the news spread, all the major forces were moved. The opportunity to make a comeback had come. After confirming it, Lin Fei also became interested in the small saints world. Who asked him to be in dire need of origin energy. A heaven wasteland domain could obtain a lot of origin energy units, but it could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Fei did not want to give it up. No matter what, he had to fight for it. There was still a chance. These people should all be going to the Yanhuang world. Lin Fei brought a few of his subordinates along the teleportation formation of the small saints world, teleporting one by one. The 33 small saints worlds formed a saints world. From the last small saints world to the second-ranked Yanhuang world, the journey was endless. Lin Fei was now rich and did not care about spending money. He directly used the teleportation formation to go to the small saints world. Along the way, those who had some money basically chose the teleportation formation. There was no need to waste time on the journey. In less than 3 days, Lin Fei brought his subordinates to the Yanhuang world, the second-ranked small saints world. Whoosh! As soon as they came out of the teleportation formation, the rich energy made people's eyes light up. Lin Fei immediately felt the origin energy floating between heaven and earth. Master, this is a good place. The energy of heaven and earth contains about 20% of the origin energy units. The little devil analyzed immediately. Chapter 2295. Broadcast. Follow Chidian reading and get first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Yanhuang World, the second-ranked small sage realm. Lin Fei heard the little devil's analysis and could not help but be surprised. He asked eagerly, "Are you sure?" In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had not been to the 5 peak small sacred worlds. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Before he had enough power, Lin Fei would never take risks. Lin Fei really did not know the differences between the top 5 small sage realms. Yes, there is 20% of the energy of heaven and earth, the little devil said. And according to the analysis, there should be a mysterious item in Yanhuang World that can collect the energy of heaven and earth. Such locations are all concentrated in the center of Yanhuang World. There are about 4 or 5 such locations. When Lin Fei heard that there was 20% more energy of heaven and earth, his first thought was to take it back. But when he heard the little devil's words, his expression changed. They also know how to extract energy of heaven and earth. This was not a good thing, and Lin Fei did not want to see this. Their extraction method should not be as good as Master's equipment. The little devil said, "It is not impossible for Master to steal energy of heaven and earth in Yanhuang World. If you do it secretly, as long as you do not attract the attention of those people, the success rate is very high." Lin Fei was very bold. Even if he was standing in the territory of the top 5 forces, as long as there was a chance to obtain energy of heaven and earth, he would not miss it. There weren't many opportunities like this. Moreover, for the ranking competition of the small saints world this time, countless forces had gathered here. Whether they were here to watch the show or to participate, the commotion would be bigger than any other time. Lin Fei felt that it should not be a problem to use some tricks to fool the people of the Yanhuang world. The conversation between Lin Fei and the little devil was just a matter of a moment. Those who did not know would think that they were surprised at the difference in the energy of heaven and earth in Yanhuang world. There was no doubt because most people who came here for the first time had this expression. The biggest city in Yanhuang world was called Yanhuang City. In this huge city, it stood for a long time. It was passed down from generation to generation. Outside Yanhuang City there was a huge statue. It was a warhammer in hand, clad in armor, and standing on a golden chariot. A tall and sturdy man with a fierce gaze that pierced through the clouds. This was the first sage master of the Yanhuang world. His name was Yanhuang, and he was an unparalleled expert of the wasteland continent. It was rumored that he had reached the 5th step. Everyone who came to Yanhuang City was shocked by this Yanhuang divine ancestor at first sight. It was a formless pressure. It was rumored that this statue contained the power of generations of holy masters, until it became what it was today. This statue of the Yanhuang realm was exceptionally famous throughout the entire sacred realm. Lin Fei brought his people to the outskirts of Yanhuang City, and was also shocked by this statue. That sharp gaze was like a sharp knife that could take a person's life with a single slash. This was Lin Fei's biggest feeling. Yanhuang holy ancestor. Lin Fei muttered to himself. This was the 3rd day since he came to the Yanhuang world. The little devil suddenly said, "Master, the people of the Yanhuang world are really generous. They actually injected a trace of origin energy into the statue, so that the Yanhuang holy ancestor statue has a terrifying deterrent power. The heaven and earth energy contain 20% more origin energy." Lin Fei was very excited. Now that he heard another piece of good news, he wondered if he had come to a blessed place. No way. That's possible? From the beginning, Lin Fei felt that this statue was extraordinary. It vaguely had a great power, and it was the strongest statue he had seen so far. Origin energy is originally a high-level energy between heaven and earth. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place where the origin energy is concentrated. This Yanhuang holy ancestor statue can not only absorb origin energy, but it can also release terrifying combat power when it is in danger. According to analysis, it can release at least 5 attacks of the 4th step. This time Lin Fei was completely moved. This is too shocking. Lin Fei absolutely believed in the little devil's words. At least 5 attacks of the 4th step. Lin Fei could not help but be shocked. In these 10 years, various spies had collected a lot of information, but there was very little information about the 4th step. Currently, the most powerful cultivators were 3rd step experts. There was almost no news of 4th step experts. There were none on the surface, but no one dared to guarantee that they did not have any 4th step experts. Every time an unparalleled expert took a step forward, their strength would increase by at least several times. The gap between a 3rd step expert and a 4th step expert was another insurmountable gap. According to the news, the Yanhuang world was very powerful. For example, the first force, the Yanhuang sect, had a 3rd step expert, as many as 10 2nd step experts, and about 30 1st step experts. The entire Yanhuang world was the territory of the Yanhuang sect. The Yanhuang world was different from the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland domain had other forces, but the Yanhuang sect did not. The Yanhuang sect was the only force, and the other forces were vassals. They had no ability to resist at all. They had perfect control. Even if the Yanhuang world was seriously injured, it would not be able to shake the foundation of the other party. Right now, before they had even reached Yanhuang City, Lin Fei had already learned of a shocking secret. If one didn't know the ins and outs of the statue, perhaps one wouldn't even suspect that a mere statue could have such terrifying combat power. The strength of the Yanhuang world was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. At least 5 explosive attacks. Even if it was a 4th step expert of the same level, they would probably have to avoid the limelight and not dare to face the other party. After all, one mistake could mean death. The people of the Yanhuang sect are good. Fortunately, I was not so ambitious. If I was really rash, I would definitely be hit in the head. Lin Fei took a deep breath. I just don't know what the other places are like. Could it be related to this as well? If it's true, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine. If the 2nd place in the Yanhuang world was so strong, then what about the 1st place? At the very least, they had mysterious existences that had the combat power of a 4th step expert. There was one thing that Lin Fei could barely confirm. At the very least, the 1st and 2nd small sage realms should not have 5th step experts. For the current sacred world, once a 5th step expert appeared, the sacred world would definitely be in turmoil. The entire sacred world would be quickly unified, and a new era would begin. It would not be like now, where everyone lived in harmony. This was good news for Lin Fei. I was originally planning to secretly absorb the origin energy, but now that I see this statue, it seems that I have to change my mind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the Yan Huang Saint Ancestor statue. If I want to absorb the origin energy in the statue, I can sleep peacefully for a long time. Chapter 2296. Broadcast follow Chidian reading. And receive first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Lin Fei originally wanted to steal a portion of the origin energy secretly. When he saw the Yan Huang Saint Ancestor statue, a strong idea emerged in his mind. No matter what, he had to eat this origin energy. In order not to be suspected, Lin Fei did not stay for long. Come up with a good method for me right now. I want this origin energy. Right now, nothing could compare to the origin energy in this statue. This was related to the improvement of his strength. To be able to explode with the attack of a fourth-step expert, the accumulation was definitely an unimaginable number. Lin Fei felt that if he could get his hands on it, it would be equivalent to having a terrifying trump card, and a trump card to kill whoever came. Even if Lin Fei was very anxious now and had to leave this place first. In Yanhuang City, people came and went like a tide. People from various forces gathered in Yanhuang City. Even if they were enemies, they could only stare at them in Yanhuang City. No one dared to act wildly in Yanhuang City. This was also the rule of Yanhuang City. Otherwise, they would not mind mobilizing the law enforcement team to kill both parties on the spot. The law enforcement team of Yanhuang City was also famous for being terrifying. Lin Fei paid and sighed inwardly at how black-hearted Yanhuang City was. Just the entrance fee alone could earn a huge amount of money, not to mention other things. Usually it is rare to see first-step experts, but now there are so many. It seems like the sacred world is far from as simple as it seems. Browsing around Yanhuang City, Lin Fei met many first-step experts along the way. There were countless giants and experts. The matter of the small saints' world and secret realms had attracted many experts who were cultivating in seclusion. Let's go register. After losing interest and appreciation, Lin Fei changed his route and prepared to register and participate in the competition of the small saints' world. Sung Shangtian from Heaven Wasteland Domain came one step ahead and inquired about the news. Without Lin Fei going over, he could also receive news about Yanhuang City, including matters regarding registration. Yanhuang VIP Tower. This place was used to entertain the major forces from the various small saints' world. Sung Shangtian checked into the Yanhuang VIP Tower, but the location was not very good. After all, the Heaven Wasteland Domain was ranked last. If not for the Zhong family erupting in power 10 years ago and displaying their valiant strength, the Heaven Wasteland Domain would most likely be a weak and easily bullied target in the eyes of everyone. When Lin Fei arrived, outside the VIP building, it was overcrowded. Young masters in luxurious clothes and young ladies from rich families were everywhere. All of them had arrogance written on their faces, as if they didn't want strangers to get close to them. Spring Wind Gate, building number 9. At the door there was someone to serve them. At this moment, a force just happened to enter the VIP building, and its face was filled with pride. Humph! Isn't it just the 9th building? What's so special about it? Who doesn't know that the 9th building is the lowest level? That's right. If you have the guts, go to building 1 or building 2. Look, they've entered the 7th building. Lin Fei had heard from Sung Shengtian that the Yanhuang VIP Tower had strict requirements, and not just anyone could enter. The VIP building was divided into building 1 to building 9, with building 1 being the highest and building 9 being the lowest. The number of the VIP building that one stayed in also represented the influence of one in the sacred world. Everyone could see the standard from the VIP building. Interesting. Being able to stay in the VIP building was equivalent to being qualified to participate in the competition of the small sacred world. I'm a nouveau riche from the sealed world. It's time for me to perform. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose, revealing a smile. It's been 10 years. I'm afraid that many people have forgotten the existence of the sealed world. Since Lin Fei's nightmare mercenary showed terrifying strength 10 years ago, Lin Fei had become a nouveau riche in everyone's eyes. The sealed world was not as large as the small sacred world, but it was not much different. From another perspective, the sealed world was equivalent to a small sacred world, and Lin Fei was the local tyrant inside. Lin Fei's appearance was not very eye-catching, but it still shocked the people nearby. He's Ditian, the nouveau riche of the sealed world. I don't think he's that great. Early giant level. He also wants to stay in the 9th building? He doesn't even think about whether he's qualified or not. Seeing Lin Fei appear with his people, many people showed disdain. Although Ditian was quite famous 10 years ago, he had not appeared for 10 years. Many people thought that Ditian was a flash in the pan, especially when they saw that he was only at the early giant level. Everyone could not help but sneer. No one believed that Ditian could stay in the VIP building. I'm Ditian, representing the sealed world. I wonder if I'm qualified to stay in the VIP building. As soon as Lin Fei came up, he said to the person in charge unhurriedly. He believed that the Yan Huang world would definitely make arrangements for him. In 10 years the outside world might have forgotten about him, but the Yan Huang sect of the 5 top forces would definitely not. The person in charge's expression was a little cold. The Yan Huang sect had seen all the big forces. It was impossible for a mere local tyrant of the sealed world to show respect. Please wait a moment. Despite the disdain in his heart, the person in charge said politely. After a moment, the person in charge raised his head. Ditian, the controller of the sealed world, can stay in the 9th building. His voice wasn't very loud, but the people in the surroundings could still hear it clearly. A series of hush sounds rang out. Evidently, they didn't expect that Ditian, who had sealed his sister's name, would actually be qualified to stay in the 9th building. Even if it was the 9th building, the distance between them and the rest of them instantly widened. Many late-stage hegemonic characters didn't even have the qualifications to stay there. This was a matter of class. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Yan Huang City was such a big force that they would definitely not ignore such a small matter. He took the pass from the other party and said to the person in charge, "Please help me register. Our invincible palace of the sealed world will be competing for the small sage world." The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it instantly exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Crazy, crazy. He actually wants to compete for the small sage world. Is he going to rely on those half-step giants and mercenaries? Competing for the small sage world was not a small matter, and it was not something that could be achieved by just having a lot of half-step giants. This involved a comprehensive strength, and many forces were powerless. To be able to register successfully, the most important condition was that many people could not participate. Sir Ditian, as long as you have 2 first-step experts, your invincible palace will be qualified to register. The person in charge really did not believe that the sealed world could have 2 first-step experts. In order to prevent everyone from registering, a simple restriction was put in place. 2 first-step experts formed a not small threshold, blocking the majority of the forces. Lin Fei smiled. No problem. 2 black-robed men walked out from behind him and instantly released the aura of a first-step expert. This shocked the crowd, and they could not figure out where Ditian had found first-step experts. Invincible Palace, 2 first-step experts can participate in the Small Sage World competition. The person in charge was also slightly stunned. He was quite surprised. "Alright, you can retract your aura." Just as the person in charge finished speaking, a low voice came from the crowd. "Ditian, you will definitely lose." Chapter 2297. Tomorrow was 515, the anniversary celebration of Qidian. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock. Not only will you lose, but you will definitely die. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a frivolous young man led a group of people to the entrance. He looked at Lin Fei with a mocking gaze. Lin Fei had thought that he would meet a sworn enemy, but he had no impression of the person in front of him. He could not find any memory of him. The system scanned him. The beginner level of a giant was only average. "I know who he is. Young Master Mo Hu of the Guiyuan sect from the Fuyun world." "So he is Mo Hu?" Rumor has it that he is qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Guiyuan sect. Who would have thought it would be him? Many people around immediately recognized him. Mo Hu liked to hear this kind of voice. But Dition's reaction made him very unhappy. As one of the successors of the Gue Yuan sect, he naturally knew that the reason why the Gue Yuan sect's strength had been weakened 10 years ago was all because of Dition, which was why the scene from before had occurred. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who needed to deliberately show off. Hearing the words around him, he suddenly realized that they were from the Gue Yuan sect. No wonder they were so angry with him. Over the years, the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect had been fighting non-stop. The Gue Yuan sect had a slight advantage, but suppressing the Curse Palace was still a long way off. The Gue Yuan sect did not have a good attitude towards Dition from the sealed world. As one of the successors, Mo Hu realized that his chance had come. If he could perform well in this matter, he might be able to rope in more elders of the Gue Yuan sect to support him. You're quite bold. Just because of what you said, I'll definitely send you to hell the next time we meet. Lin Fei turned around and tossed out these words in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. The surrounding people were excited. The ranking competition had not started, and Dition from the sealed world had already made a threat. This was definitely a big deal. Mo Hu was someone who could control his emotions well. I will remember your words. In Yanhuang City, Mo Hu did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as the other party entered the VIP building. The invincible palace of the sealed world will participate in the battle of the small sacred world. Dition wants to kill the successor of the Gue Yuan sect, Mo Hu. The new noble of the sealed world, Dition, is going against the Gue Yuan sect as soon as he arrived. Let's wait and see who will win. The news about the sealed world and the Gue Yuan sect spread like wildfire. Naturally, there were some people who were pushing this. Before long, the news had spread throughout Yanhuang City. Everyone knew about Dition the upstart. Over the years, the Nightmare Mercenaries had displayed terrifying strength and had become a force to be reckoned with in the sacred realm. Everyone had a love-hate relationship with the Nightmare Mercenaries. As soon as the news spread, it immediately became a topic of discussion. More people realized that another wolf had come, especially since they knew that there were two unparalleled first-step experts in the sealed world. The invincible palace of the sealed world was considered a ruthless character. Everyone had to take them seriously. Their Nightmare Mercenaries were famous. While everyone was talking about it, Lin Fei lived in a quiet courtyard in the 9th building. In the evening, Chu Huan of the Curse Palace came, and he brought the young master, Chu Lei. I'm really sorry that you were dragged into this, Chu Huan said as soon as he came in. After the news spread, he came immediately. 10 years. It was enough to make the relationship between him and Dition even closer. Chu Huan knew that the reason why the Curse Palace could remain invincible in 10 years was because of their extraordinary strength. The biggest help was from Lin Fei. It's just a small matter. I don't care. Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo Hu's provocation. Chu Huan was indeed worried that Lin Fei would be angry because of this, which would affect the cooperation between the two. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look angry, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After 10 years, at least he knew some of Lin Fei's character. By the way, this is the news I just received. It's about the small sacred world reserve. It's about to start. Chu Huan took out a document and handed it to Lin Fei. The small sacred world reserve was actually targeted at the forces that wanted to challenge the small sacred world. The Saints' world was very large. It was not impossible for two supreme first-step experts to watch over the Saints' world. Now that there were many organizations taking part, they had to filter through them first, which became a matter of great importance. The competition is so fierce. There are actually more than 80 major forces participating. Lin Fei casually flipped through the document. There were more than 80 major forces listed, including the Invincible Palace, which sealed the world. According to the rules, a total of 33 candidate forces were selected, and each candidate force had a chance to challenge the small sacred world. The rules were not very strict. However, the selection method was somewhat beyond Lin Fei's expectations. A large group battle? Chu Huan nodded. And this is the result of the 5 forces discussion. They will use a spatial treasure to select 33 forces. In this independent space, everyone can fight each other or form an alliance. Many forces can also besiege one force until there are only 33 forces left. This method was actually not very good. Lin Fei could see the drawbacks at a glance. Does this mean that this method is very disadvantageous to me? Chu Huan smiled bitterly. In the past 10 years, your sealed world has shown extraordinary potential. You have also become a rising star. Not long after the news came out, my people found out that many powerful forces who are qualified to participate in the competition are preparing to join hands to kill all the people in your sealed world. That's right. That's right. After reading the rules, Lin Fei knew that he would definitely face this kind of trouble. A large group battle did not distinguish between you and me. It was about who would have the last laugh. Humph humph, their idea is good, but I am not that easy to bully. A large group battle, A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even Chu Huan, who was sitting in front of him, felt a great pressure. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than before. I don't know what level his real strength is. Why does he always give people a feeling that I can't see through him? It's like seeing a ghost. After the selection rules came out, more than 80 forces qualified to participate began to take action. It was definitely not an easy task to persevere to the last moment under the siege of more than 80 major forces. The alliance, cooperation, and other matters had to be put on the agenda immediately. In this kind of environment, it was impossible to persevere to the end alone. Every day there would be news coming out. If it wasn't someone forming an alliance with someone, then it was someone forming an alliance with someone else. The news was mixed between truth and falsehood, causing many people to be at a loss. Imperceptibly, more than 80 forces were shrouded in a shadow. In order to compete for the qualification to enter the small sacred world, it was not impossible to stab someone in the back. If they took this step, they could change the future of a force. Among everyone, only Lin Fei remained silent. When the sun rose again, the selection battle was about to begin. Chapter 2298. Latest broadcast tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary celebration, and the day with the most benefits. Besides the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock, the new sun rose, and the most intense group battle was about to begin. Yanhuang City was ushering in its most exciting moment. The final ownership of the 33 candidates was debated incessantly. There were even people who set up bets, listing out the 89 major powers and giving them a certain ratio of odds. Lin Fei received the notice the day before and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he brought his men to the Yanhuang Square. The Yanhuang Square was huge, and it had been sealed early in the morning. Besides the major powers that were participating, no one else was allowed to enter. In Yanhuang City, no one would be stupid enough to challenge the rules. Not to mention this, just the black-armored enforcers were frightening. The enforcers of Yanhuang City were famous for being terrifying. They were made up of all the major powers. Although there were not many of them with the appropriate equipment, they were definitely a terrifying existence. For example, right now, sharp gazes swept across and no one dared to look directly at them. The square was divided into 89 regions according to the region. Lin Fei took out his entry pass and came to the square. Instantly, unfriendly gazes shot over, with a hint of provocation. Someone brought Lin Fei to the designated spot. The surrounding spots were filled with people, and their gazes were very cold, as though they were looking at a dead man. And at this time in the tallest building in Yanhuang City, the big shots of the 5 major powers of the sacred world were gathered together, which was a rare sight. The atmosphere was a little tense, and that was from their invisible tyrannical aura. 5,000 years have passed, and we are about to usher in a new era. We are old. Yan Zixing of Yanhuang City said mildly. Yan Zixing was the holy master of Yanhuang world. He was now at the peak of the 3rd step, and it was not impossible for him to reach the 4th step. He was a very candid person. Yes, we are old. A white, fat, middle-aged man sighed. This person was the holy master of the broken wave realm, Bai Lang. He was ranked 4th. Old Bai, look at what you're saying. You're white and chubby. You haven't changed at all in the past few thousand years. A middle-aged man at the side laughed. Compared to you, the rest of us are far inferior. The 5 people present all laughed. Bai Lang laughed. There's nothing I can do about it. Instead, why don't you come to my broken wave realm and stay there for a period of time? That way I won't have to look at you every time. My broken wave realm is definitely a good place for you to stay healthy. Then forget it, your place is not good at all. I still prefer my own myriad sun world, a dark-skinned middle-aged man said. Don't you two get bored every time you do this? Ha ha ha. A white-haired middle-aged man laughed. Unlike the others, his white hair was particularly eye-catching. As for his appearance, it was ordinary. After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to today's big battle. Alright, the 100-team battle is about to begin. I wonder how many formidable forces will emerge this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Yan Zixing flicked his finger, and a treasure tore through the sky. The treasure passed through the void of space and appeared in the air above the square. The treasure appeared in the air above the square. A misty light shrouded it. Yanhuang City's spatial treasure, the life and death space. I heard that the life and death space was created by the Holy Master of the Yanhuang world. It's used to solve problems that can't be solved normally. It's also called the life and death arena. The life and death space appeared. This meant that it was about to begin. Congratulations to the forces from the different small saint realms. You are now qualified to participate in the big battle and fight for your glory. A voice sounded in the air above the square. When Lin Fei heard this voice, he could not conceal the tyrannical aura under the heavy voice. Master, this is the voice of a third-step expert. The little devil analyzed the result immediately. Then it should be Yan Zixing. Lin Fei had heard of the Holy Master of Yanhuang City. As expected, he's not simple. Alright, everyone should know the rules. Out of the 89 forces, 56 forces will be eliminated. Now you have an hour to prepare. The number of people in the big battle was also discussed by the 5 forces. The number of battle emperors was allowed to be 100,000, the number of half-step giant experts was about 50,000, and the number of giant experts was allowed to be 100 regardless of cultivation level. Unparalleled first-step experts were not allowed to appear. This was also to prevent a one-sided situation. Everyone's strength was about the same and they were at the same level. Winning and losing would appear to be fair. Lin Fei had long prepared his people. With such a name, Lin Fei believed that he could easily enter the 33 forces. Even if they surrounded and attacked him, they would not be able to gain any advantage. From the beginning, Lin Fei had thought of a way to deal with it. Haha, look at the sealed world side. Their giant experts are so lousy. There are only 5 late giant experts, 15 middle giant experts, and 80 early giant experts. They are clearly at a disadvantage. The sealed world is going to lose. Look at the few forces beside them. They are almost all middle and late giant experts. Just this level of strength alone is enough to suppress the sealed world. Compared to the other great forces, Lin Fei was a little weaker in terms of giant experts. The others were mainly at the late giant stage, assisted by the middle giant stage, and there was basically no one at the early giant stage. Dition, you country bumpkin, when we enter the life and death space, I will be the first to greet you. Emo, who was not far away. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he was extremely proud. 80 early giant experts, what a joke! There's no hope. When the battle starts, these people will not be able to withstand the attacks. They will be killed very quickly. The rise of the sealed world was something that many forces in the sacred world did not want to see. Unfortunately, the other party had always been hiding, and they could not cause trouble. Now the opportunity had come. There were many people who thought like this. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he must take care of Dition. If he could kill the other party, the sealed world would be a big fat piece of meat. Everyone prepare yourselves. There will be a power to guide you in later. Remember not to resist, the voice echoed again. Lin Fei was still very calm, but the corner of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The life and death space released a ray of light, and the light enveloped the 89 forces in the square. In the next second, all 89 forces disappeared and appeared in the life and death space. A huge sky screen appeared on the square, and the scene of the life and death space appeared on the sky screen. The life and death space was divided into 89 areas, and each area had a force. After a moment of panic, everyone recovered. They were all on guard. The group battle begins. Chapter 2299. The life and death space wasn't very big. With 89 major forces entering, the life and death space was still very spacious. With the announcement of the start of the battle, the intense moment began. The distance between each of the major forces was about a few dozen miles. For any of the experts present, this distance was not a big deal. They could cover it in the blink of an eye. Little devil, check the attributes of the life and death space immediately. I want to know everything. Lin Fei stood on a round platform. Below the platform were his subordinates. His heart was also calm. The expert who could move everyone in and activate the life and death space was really terrifying. Although he was surprised, Lin Fei was very clear about what he had to do next. He had to persist until the last moment and obtain the qualification to participate in the small sacred world competition. Master, the result of the analysis is out. The life and death space is a space refined using a special method. At the same time, it contains the magic power of a certain expert. It will be difficult for Master to summon subordinates from the system. You must first break through the seal of magic power. Little Devil quickly got the answer. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. In this kind of public competition, any possibility of cheating would be blocked. He also didn't plan to summon subordinates from the system. The corpse that controls the life and death space shouldn't be affected, right? This was the thing that Lin Fei was most concerned about. Whether he could persist to the end depended on this. No problem, the life and death space doesn't restrict this. That's good. Lin Fei was relieved. Immediately monitor the situation within a radius of 500 miles. I want to turn this area into an impregnable kingdom. Any forces that come in will suffer a big loss. Master, the forces on your left are attacking. Moreover, the forces on your right are also coming. It seems that they plan to take you down first. They should have discussed this outside. Within a radius of 500 miles, dozens of tyrannical auras were the first to rush over. It was the same on the other side. More than 100 late-stage experts have joined hands. They really underestimate me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei sneered. 100,000 battle emperors, listen to my command. Kill them all. The most powerful weapon that Lin Fei had now was the heavy armor half-step giant. With the precious materials from the wild sacred mountain, he could refine even more terrifying weapons. Ditian is in front. Kill. The late-stage powerhouses of the two forces took the lead and prepared to catch the other party off guard. After they entered their designated positions, the life and death dimension transmitted the names of the organizations to their left and right. After knowing that there was a sealed world next to them, they immediately decided to attack Ditian's sealed world first. There were close to 200 magnates, and 60 of them were late-stage magnates. After all, not all forces had that many late-stage magnates. Even so, the combined attack of two forces was extremely terrifying. A junior. He really doesn't know how to command. One of the great magnate mid-stage powerhouses at the very front couldn't help but sneer when he saw that the opponent had sent out a combat emperor powerhouse. Too childish. The sealed world doesn't live up to its name. If we kill Ditian, we might even be able to obtain a large amount of treasures from him. In the square, the huge canopy in the sky showed the situation of the life and death dimension. Everyone look. Ditian is in big trouble. Two forces are attacking. What, using a war emperor to block a great rancor, are you crazy? We can't stop them at all. Many people's gazes landed on one of the positions. That was the location of the sealed world. Two forces besieged Ditian, but at this time Ditian actually used 100,000 war emperors to face the enemy. It was completely out of everyone's imagination. Anyone who knew how to command would not do such a thing. Could 100,000 war emperors stop a great rancor? The answer was that they couldn't stop them at all. An egg hitting a rock. 100,000 war emperors were divided into 50,000. They faced the great rancors head-on, and those great rancors sneered. Their palms were like blades, killing more than 10 war emperors. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Some of the early-stage great rancors coldly snorted. At this moment, the war emperors all chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Boom boom boom. Blocking a war emperor's self-destruction was not a problem, but tens of thousands of war emperors self-destructed. Everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The war emperors who rushed forward self-destructed one after another. Wave after wave of energy impact formed a terrifying tearing area. This spectacular scene, even the spectators at the plaza, sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they had personally experienced it, their scalps tingling. This is the move of the Heaven Wasteland Domain Song family. Tian is so scary. How did he make the War Emperors willingly self-destruct? If I were to meet him, I would probably be killed on the spot. Within the space of life and death, the great rankers who rushed up, in fact, all wanted to be the first to kill Tian, so that they could obtain the rumored treasure from him. The sudden self-destruction, the terrifying power struck their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn, and their expressions to instantly turn ugly. Shameless bastard. One by one, the great rankers took out their treasures to block. Cough cough cough. The early-stage great rankers couldn't withstand this kind of self-destruction. They started to spit out blood, and their faces became abnormally pale. Basically, everyone looked the same. More than 100 great rankers were hit in the head, and the energy impact that spread out caused a disaster to the War Emperors who rushed up. One by one they fell from the sky and completely lost their breath. Lin Fei sneered. When the War Emperors self-destructed, Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses, blocking the impact. Looking at the great rankers who had fallen into a panic, this was only the first step. Heavy soldiers, move out. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He commanded the half-step great rankers, which were the current heavy soldiers. This was the name he specially gave them, to distinguish them from the great puppet. Kill. There were a total of 50,000 heavy soldiers. Their combat power was several times stronger than the heavy spear soldiers. They were on a completely different level. This was also the first time they participated in this kind of battle. The 50,000 heavy soldiers had the same aura. A layer of transparent light barrier appeared on their bodies, blocking the energy impact of the War Emperor's self-destruction, and rushed to the front of the great rankers. Kill. More than a dozen heavy soldiers raised the butcher's knife in their hands and slashed down. The early-stage great rankers didn't care at all. The defense of a great ranker wasn't something an ordinary half-step ranker could break. However, at this time they had to face the impact of the self-destruction. Crash. More than a dozen heavy soldiers slashed down, and this early-stage great ranker was dismembered, dying in the underworld. This is possible. Chapter 2300. This was only the beginning. With the self-destruction of the War Emperors and the powerful battle strength of the heavy armored soldiers, the massacre began. The people outside could only see that the heavy armored soldiers were unstoppable as they continuously killed the great experts. One after another, the great experts fell down, and their blood dyed the ground red. After a few charges, more than a third of the great experts had died, and the rest were also exhausted from dealing with them. Those half-step great experts who cooperated with them had suffered heavy casualties. When most of the 100,000 War Emperors had self-destructed, the number of people left from the two great forces could be counted on one hand, and almost all of them were injured. The great experts beside Lin Fei were all wearing black masks, and their faces could not be seen. After the order was given, all of them rushed forward and killed their way into the panicking crowd. When these great experts wearing masks rushed in, they were like fierce tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They were not afraid of the opponent's attacks, and their attacks were wide open, revealing their terrifying side. Die. A late-stage great expert could only watch helplessly as he was surrounded and killed by a few people. His corpse fell from the sky, and when he was about to fall into endless darkness, he still could not understand why they were so fierce. In fact, Lin Fei and the other great experts were all exceptionally fierce. They were built with a lot of money, and were definitely the most fierce great experts in the history of the sacred world. Damn it, my armor can't defend against the opponent's attack. Mine is broken too. It's over. Wearing masks and holding sharp divine weapons in their hands, they broke through the defense of the armor that they were proud of the moment they attacked. Their flesh and blood became unable to withstand a single blow, and one great expert after another fell. On the round platform, Lin Fei laughed coldly. This is the result of being besieged. The entire attack lasted for less than an hour, and the alliance of the two forces was completely defeated by Lin Fei. Other than a few who escaped, the rest all died in this area. Immediately collect the corpses of the great experts. Lin Fei was prepared to transform. A simple transformation was not a troublesome matter. It was nothing more than the consumption of some energy units. I never thought that Dtion of the sealed world would have such tyrannical strength, to be able to break through the defense of a late-stage great expert so easily, Yin Zixing exclaimed. As one of the 5 peak organizations of the Saints' world, they knew about the entire Saints' world, including the rise of the sealed world. This kid had caused quite a lot of trouble in the Saints' world. He was like a rising star in the Saints' world. Seems like this Dtion is much more mysterious than I had imagined. I'm afraid that the self-destructing giant from the Zong clan was the work of Dtion. Bai Lang chuckled. To be able to force his subordinate to use the most brutal self-detonation move, he's not simple. This method is indispensable. Wan Taijun, who had always been at loggerheads, was the dark-skinned fellow from before. Although they managed to catch the other party off guard with their sudden outburst, they aren't the only 2 forces on the battlefield of life and death. This brat Dtion is too reckless. Luo Xing of the Black Water Realm was shrouded in a huge cloak, and his emotions could not be seen. On the life and death battlefield, there were very few things that could interest them. Lin Fei immediately ordered the War Emperor to self-destruct. This undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. In the eyes of the 5 top forces, this kind of method that could make a combat emperor expert self-destruct was very tempting. Another self-detonation. Yu Mingzi sat in the exclusive courtyard of the VIP building. When he saw the self-detonation from the sealed world, he immediately thought of what had happened 10 years ago. It was precisely because of the self-detonation of the experts from the Zong clan that they had suffered great losses and had no choice but to abandon the Heaven Wasteland domain. Could it be that Dtion of the sealed world is related to the Zong clan of the Heaven Wasteland domain? Yu Mingzi's face darkened. Yu Mingzi had never figured out what had happened in the past, but he instantly understood just now. The Zong clan must be related to Dtion of the sealed world. If that's true, the Netherworld Palace and the sealed world will fight to the death. Several important figures looked at this scene thoughtfully. The Gue Yuan sect, the Curse Palace, and the others all had different ideas. This was definitely something unique in the Saints' world. It was a pity that no one had been able to figure it out. As for controlling them to self-detonate, how powerful was that person? The self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors was definitely a shocking scene. This was the first time that everyone had witnessed how terrifying the upstart of the sealed world was. This was only 100,000 combat emperors. If 10,000 half-step giants self-detonated, giant powerhouses would be dead the moment they came up, not to mention exchanging blows. Father, our understanding of Dtion is still too low. He must have something to do with what happened in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Cursed Thunder's mouth was wide open. As a partner of the Invincible Palace in the sealed world, Cursed Huan had suffered a loss from the self-detonation. He immediately realized the connection. Fortunately, we have always maintained a good relationship with Dtion. Cursed Huan let out a long sigh. It seems that our Curse Palace needs to strengthen our relationship with Dtion. In the beginning, Cursed Huan had the idea of attacking Dtion. However, as time passed, he gradually changed his mind. He was secretly glad that he did not attack Dtion from behind. Strengthen our relationship? Cursed Thunder was puzzled and did not understand. Cursed Huan smiled but did not say anything. He then frowned slightly. They self-detonated as soon as they arrived. What is Dtion trying to do? There are dozens of forces here. Cursed Huan was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the important figures present had the same idea. After the self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors, Lin Fei was left with more than 40,000 heavy armored soldiers and more than 100 giant powerhouses. Hehe. I'm guessing that those people have their eyes on me now. Ever since his self-detonation, Lin Fei had not been afraid. He had nothing to worry about if people suspected what happened 10 years ago. 10 years was enough time for him to improve his strength to an extremely terrifying level. After killing the 2 forces, Lin Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the round platform and moved the corpses of the giant powerhouses and half-step giant powerhouses over. As long as the body was intact, Lin Fei would not let go of it. This was the foundation of his life. No one knew what the corpses around the round platform were for. The battle for the life and death space was still in progress. Waves of energy erupted in the entire life and death space, forming many death zones. After 2 hours, only 71 of the 89 forces were left. 4 hours later, only 50 were left. At this time, the competition was getting more and more intense. Everyone wanted to stay in the last 33 candidates. Lin Fei's area had also become the main target of attack. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei was reckless and would lose his qualification, a shocking scene appeared once again. A powerful force had their eyes on Lin Fei. Chapter 2301. The stronger forces came up and targeted the weak Tian. They were prepared to take him down in one bite so that they could get one of the last 33 places. No one thought that Tian could withstand the attack. In comparison, he had no chance of winning. Frankly speaking, he had too little strength. In this kind of life and death battle, whoever had more experts would be able to last until the end. Especially in this kind of situation where the rules were set, it was normal that no one thought that Tian would win. However, just when everyone thought that Tian couldn't do it, Lin Fei's side exploded. Explode! When the giant experts of this force came up, they encountered an unbelievable scene. The broken giant experts self-destructed as soon as they came up. The self-destruction of a combat emperor and a giant expert were on a completely different level. The destructive power was more than 10 times stronger, and these giant experts were heavily injured on the spot. Boom boom boom. One after another, self-detonations engulfed the entire battlefield. All the magnates who rushed in suffered the destructive impact, falling from the sky one by one. The half-step magnates who were behind them suffered a complete disaster. One of them self-detonated, turning into ashes. The casualties were disastrous. Those corpses can actually self-destruct. How is this possible? Are we seeing things? What kind of technique is this? Can they still continue? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't digest the scene in front of them. Was this still the weak Tian in their eyes? In this attack, Tian reversed the situation. He killed one of the opponents and all the giant experts were killed. The scene was filled with blood, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. No one had ever tried to use this method in a battle. It might be possible for ordinary people to self-destruct, but it was extremely difficult to make a giant expert self-destruct. No one who cultivated to this level would be willing to die like this. Even if they wanted to live, self-destructing was an extreme method that they would never choose. However, today Tian brought everyone a different scene. The movement caused by the self-destruction of 20 to 30 giant experts. Even though the power was reduced, it was still a scene that could destroy the world. Seeing the half-step giant experts who hadn't even made a move being killed by the terrifying energy, no matter who it was, they would feel fear and terror. The 5 top forces were completely moved. Everyone had different expressions. They only stared at Tian, who was on the round platform. From this moment onwards, Tian was no longer an upstart, but an existence worthy of their attention. Attack again. Relying on the modified corpses, Lin Fei quickly destroyed the 5 nearby forces with lightning speed. The other party didn't even have time to react before they were enveloped by the self-destruction of the giant powerhouses. After destroying 5 factions, Lin Fei stopped and did not take the initiative to attack. There was a commotion in the life and death battlefield. Especially when a giant powerhouse self-destructs, it would be hard not to know about it. Even a giant powerhouse wouldn't have the confidence to block such a power. Isn't that where the sealed world is located? This is self-destruction. Too scary. The commotion caused by this had stimulated the other forces. Especially from those who were lucky enough to survive, they roughly understood the situation. After that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How could such a terrifying scene happen? Controlling a corpse to self-destruct? Terrifyingly powerful? The powers that originally had thoughts about Tian started to feel conflicted. With such an extreme method of self-destruction, even they didn't dare to take the risk. If one of them died, his vitality would be damaged. Test him as a lab rat? No one would have such an idea. The nightmare mercenaries of the sealed world were famous. If they sent a half-step giant powerhouse to attack, it would basically be useless. It would be a waste of effort. Instead, it would affect their strength. Everyone was very straightforward and decided to observe the situation first. In fact, these forces didn't dare to attack anymore. The self-destruction of a giant powerhouse would cover a large area. It was definitely an attack that no one wanted to see the most. Lin Fei's position became quiet. No forces attacked. Lin Fei was happy that he didn't have to worry. They were smart enough to take advantage of this time to continue modifying the corpses. The more corpses they had, the more deterrent they would be. After 3 days of intense competition, finally they decided on 33 places. By the time the 33 forces emerged, all of them had suffered heavy losses, especially in the final battle. Everyone had used all sorts of methods with the determination that it was either you die or I live. The final competition was very intense. The only place that was easy was Lin Fei's position. During this period there were forces that came up to attack, but unfortunately, they were heavily injured by the self-destruction. From then on, no one dared to attack. No one was willing to see such an all-out attack. After coming out of the life and death space, Lin Fei put away the heavy armored soldiers and corpses. He didn't look the slightest bit disheveled. It was hard to imagine that this Ditian had lasted for 3 days and finally obtained the qualification. When everyone looked at Ditian again, there was fear and wariness in their eyes. This method of controlling a giant powerhouse to self-destruct was like a sharp sword, threatening everyone. Some forces also came up to greet him. This was a good opportunity to get to know him. No one was a fool. Just with this method alone, from now on Ditian would no longer be restricted to the sealed world, but to the entire sacred world. To those small sacred world, this was a headache. Compared to other forces, this rising genius emperor was undoubtedly the most terrifying. No one could defend against the self-destruction of a powerhouse. There was no need for too many powerhouses to self-destruct. Just the self-destruction of a dozen powerhouses would be enough to settle a battle. Your Majesty Ditian, a few days ago, due to the mistake of our subordinates, we arranged the wrong courtyard. This is the new courtyard we've arranged for you. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the VIP building, the person in charge immediately came up to him warmly, apologizing and saying something else. He insisted on changing his position. He didn't refuse, and was arranged to move from the 9th building to the courtyard in the 3rd building. There was a certain difference between the 3rd building and the 9th building. This courtyard was located on a dense vein of earth, and the purity was increased by several times. Cultivating in such a place would yield twice the results with half the effort. Most importantly, the origin energy contained in these places was also several times more than in other places. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to set up equipment to secretly steal the origin energy. He controlled the size of the origin energy to be within a certain range, and no one would notice. That night Chu Huan came. Congratulations, Brother D. Your name has shaken the entire sacred world. Chu Huan clasped her hands and congratulated him as soon as she came up. You've put on a great show for everyone. Even I was shocked. Sai, I can't help it. If I don't spend some capital, I really can't keep them. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 2302. After the team battle, Ditian from the sealed world became famous. After moving from the 9th building to the 3rd building, all the big shots from the major and minor forces came to congratulate him. Everyone knew what they were thinking. Ditian was definitely a dark horse among the 33 candidates. No one doubted that if Ditian continued to make a move, how many of the 33 remaining forces would be able to survive. This was a very high evaluation. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't find a reason. A great killing move like self-detonation was simply taking one's life. Lin Fei kept a smile on his face towards the various forces that came to congratulate him. When it came to self-detonation, he started to laugh and leave without success. However, everyone had to keep a smile on their faces and couldn't say anything. No one was willing to offend a person like Ditian. Lin Fei was in the limelight in the holy world. A banquet at night? Lin Fei received the invitation. It turned out that the banquet was specially organized by the 5 major forces. All the 33 candidates had the right to participate in this banquet. Early in the morning, Lin Fei received the invitation. A banquet before the ranking competition. Interesting. Lin Fei knew that this wouldn't be a simple banquet. In the afternoon, Sung Shengtian came quietly and saw Lin Fei. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have displayed your might and shaken the entire holy world. Sung Shengtian congratulated him the moment he came in. Now anyone who mentions your majesty is afraid. During these 10 years, Sung Shengtian gradually gained an imposing aura. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, he would still feel a trace of fear. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei gestured for Sung Shengtian to sit down. Did you hear something? Otherwise you shouldn't have come. Your Majesty has displayed his might. As the Holy Lord, I definitely have to pay a visit. If I don't come, people will really suspect me, Sung Shengtian said with a smile. He was very clear about this point. Lin Fei smiled. That makes sense. Your Majesty, I heard that tonight's banquet won't be simple. Sung Shengtian had made many friends in the past 10 years. His network had expanded and he knew some secrets. Your Majesty, be careful. They don't dare to make a move directly. They're just playing a few tricks. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't really care. You came to tell me. How considerate of you. This is what I should do. Evening arrived. The city lord residence of Yanhuang City was brightly lit. The banquet tonight was held in the city lord residence, which made many envious. This was one of the centers of power in the flame yellow world, and most of the matters were handled by the city lord residence. Lin Fei brought the two first-step powerhouses to the city lord's mansion. After the life and death battle, Lin Fei had become a name that no one in the Yanhuang world did not know. When he appeared, the surrounding people let out soft gasps. No one would be able to forget the powerful visual impact of an expert exploding. At the very least, they would not be able to forget it in a short period of time. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. No one was willing to make an enemy out of someone like Di Tian who possessed such terrifying means. Lin Fei handed over the invitation. After a special person checked it, someone immediately came up and greeted him with a warm smile. Brother Di Tian, this way please. The banquet hall is this way. When he arrived at the city lord residence's hall, various voices could be heard. Di Tian from the sealed world has arrived. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the hall, someone immediately shouted. In the hall, there were people in groups of 3 to 5. The voices came to a halt. Soon after, all kinds of gazes were cast over. There were all kinds of looks. I was wondering who it was. So it's our young hero Di Tian. It's a pity that he can only rely on such underhanded means to show off. In the crowd, Mo shouted. In the quiet hall, it was especially ear-piercing. Everyone could clearly hear that the other party's voice was very sour. As one of the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect, Mo had always been unhappy with Di Tian. However, he didn't have a chance to make a move. During the group battle, Di Tian became famous and displayed terrifying means. This greatly provoked Mo. When he saw that the dazzling Di Tian had arrived, Mo was very unconvinced. It was good to mock him. After all, Di Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the city lord residence's hall. Mo Yuan didn't blame Mo for speaking nonsense. He wanted to know what Di Tian would do. He hadn't forgotten what happened 10 years ago. Now Mo Yuan suspected that Di Tian was causing trouble behind the scenes. Lin Fei had a good temper, but it didn't mean that he would be provoked multiple times. Number 1, catch him and slap him. The first step powerhouse on the left was named Number 1 by Lin Fei. In fact, he was lazy and couldn't be bothered to remember names, so he simply gave him a name like Number 1. Yes. Number 1 took a step forward and appeared beside Mo in the next second. Mo Yuan's eyes were like lightning as he struck with a palm. How dare you? Mo was slightly stunned. When he saw a hand appear in front of him and that hand was getting closer and closer to him, his throat tightened and he lost his ability to control himself. Slap. 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 Beside Lin Fei, Number 1 carried Mo with one hand and slapped Mo's face with the other. The slaps continued until Mo's face was a bloody mess. Everything happened too quickly. Mo Yuan was half a beat slower. He watched as the Mo clan's people were caught and slapped in front of everyone. His face instantly darkened. Di Tian let go of Mo. Netherworld child grabbed with one hand again, and a strong wind blew. Lin Fei didn't have to do anything as Number 2 blocked in front of him and easily neutralized the attack. I'm an overlord after all. How dare a small figure like you provoke me? I want to ask the Guiyuan sect how to discipline their disciples. Lin Fei snorted. Continue to beat him. If they don't care, we will. When everyone reacted, the arrogant Mo who had been beaten to a pulp, if he didn't say it, no one would recognize him. Everyone was secretly shocked. Dition's temper wasn't small. This was the city lord residence of the Yen Huang world. Dition, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin tonight's banquet? Netherworld Child shouted angrily. This was a big problem. Netherworld Child had already realized that Dition was behind his defeat at the Zone clan. He was very unwilling to accept it. When he saw that Lin Fei dared to make a move, he knew that his chance had come. He couldn't beat Lin Fei in a fight, but it couldn't be easier to smear Lin Fei's reputation. If he angered the ruler of the Yen Huang world, that would be the best thing. Chapter 2303. Lin Fei's words were clear and logical, and he really couldn't find a reason for it. If it had been before, they might not have taken Lin Fei's words seriously. However, after the battle in the life and death space, the meaning of Lin Fei's name had changed. To be honest, Lin Fei's status had skyrocketed, and he was now qualified to be on equal footing with them. What? Weak? What was this? If the other party organized a suicide squad, wouldn't they be able to destroy whatever they wanted? They only needed to command from afar, and everyone would be dumbfounded. Young, haven't you heard of the saying, be famous as soon as possible? Therefore, Lin Fei had the right to say this. Everyone present was a big shot, and they had yet to speak out against Lin Fei. For a junior to come out and make a scene, he was undoubtedly looking down on everyone. Mo Yuan's face sank, and he wished he could give Mo Hu a slap. Can't this brat find the right time to speak? No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. You're right. Little Tiger doesn't know what's good for him. He really needs to be taught a lesson. This old man is here to thank fellow Taoist Dition for your kindness in teaching him. Mo Yuan reacted quickly and directly admitted it. He even put on a grateful expression. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In truth, I didn't want to do anything. Unfortunately, some people don't understand the rules. Fellow Taoist Mo is truly understanding. My efforts were not in vain. Mo Yuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. This bastard, to think that you would dare to say such words. You're really shameless. A small farce was resolved in a few words. Everyone present also saw this young Dition. His temper was not small, and he embarrassed the Guiyuan sect on the spot. The disciples of the Mo clan were even thrown out, but they could not do anything. Brother Mo, it's just a small matter. It's not worth getting angry over. Yu Mingzi came to Mo Yuan's side. That guy won't be able to be cocky for long. Even if we don't go deal with him, there will be others who will go and cause trouble for him. Mo Yuan was indeed angry. Now that he had calmed down, a smile returned to his face. It's a crime to have a jade ring. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, Yu Mingzi added. No one is willing to let someone like Dition continue to grow. Both of them understood this point. No matter who it was, no one would be at ease with such a method in their hands. Today they would be able to control the life and death of a giant. Who knew if he would be able to control the life and death of an unparalleled expert in the future? If it really reached that step, it would be terrifying. In fact, they still had a question in their hearts. Where did Dition find two unparalleled first-step powerhouses? This was much more difficult than inviting a giant powerhouse. No one doubted that these two first-step experts were controlled by Lin Fei's violent means. In fact, these two first-step experts were really controlled. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be so calm. Lin Fei held a cup of immortal brew and slowly savored it. People kept coming up to him to strike up a conversation. Even if it was just a small talk, they would never get tired of it. Fortunately, Sung Shengtian and Chu Huan came over. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to leave. Sigh, it's not good to be famous. No matter where I go, I can't find an empty spot. Lin Fei took a sip of the immortal brew. It actually tasted pretty good. Chu Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who asked Brother D to be in the limelight now? Who else can I curry favor with? To be honest, it felt good to slap Mo Yuan's face just now. It felt so good. No one liked to see Mo Yuan suffer more than Chu Huan. Ever since they rose up in the Cloud Prefecture world, they had a short period of peace. The Curse Palace and the Guiyuan sect didn't stop for even a moment. Over the past 10 years there had been many small-scale battles and both sides had lost many people. Seeing the other party suffer, Chu Huan was quite happy. If I could, I would slap him personally. That would feel even better. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, there isn't a chance for now. Chu Huan gave a thumbs up. Next time there's such a good thing you must call me. That way I can enjoy myself. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo Yuan, who was at the peak of the first step realm. If he really had the chance, he would definitely torture Mo Yuan to death. Your Majesty, someone is coming towards you. Sung Shengtian's gaze suddenly fell on a beautiful figure walking towards him. He then revealed a strange smile. It should be Your Majesty's luck with women. Chu Huan noticed this scene and laughed. What a beauty! Brother Di is so lucky. Only now did Lin Fei notice that there was a beautiful figure walking towards him not far away. She was dressed in a fiery red robe, like a ball of raging flames. It was impossible not to notice her. The fiery red figure directly arrived in front of Lin Fei. A fragrant wind blew over and entered his nostrils. Can I get to know you? Lin Fei sized her up and had to admit that the beauty in front of him was very beautiful. Coupled with her fiery red robe, she was indeed very attractive. Nice to meet you. I'm Ditian. Lin Fei laughed. Yanzi. The other party's words were very direct. When the other party's name came out, Chu Huan and Sung Shengtian were the first to change. The surname Yan was not simple in the Yan Huang world. Moreover, to be able to appear in such an occasion, she was definitely from the main branch of the Yan family. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The beauty in front of him actually had the surname Yan. She might even be from the Yan family. Her background was not simple. Before he could say anything, she turned and left, leaving a fiery red shadow behind. Your Majesty, I've heard of this Yan Zi. Sung Shengtian whispered. It is said that this Yan Zi is the daughter of the holy master of the Yan Huang world, and the one he dotes on the most. At such a young age, she is already in the middle stage of the giant realm. In the future, if there are no accidents, she will easily enter the unparalleled realm. I also heard that this Yan Zi is very resourceful and has a lot of power in the Yan family. At the same time, she has the support of many elders. In the future, she might even be qualified to fight for the position of the Holy Master of Yan Huang. Chu Huan nodded. Yes, a very resourceful person. She looks like she is in a hurry, but in reality she is not. It is said that those who are targeted by her rarely escape unscathed. Brother Di, you have to be careful. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. To think that he would encounter such a thing. Against him? He was really not worried about this. As long as the ranking competition was over and the matter at the secret realm was settled, who would stay in the Yan Huang world? They would simply have nothing better to do. Yan Zi's appearance in the Great Hall caused quite a commotion, especially when they saw that the daughter of a rich family, Yan Zi, actually took the initiative to greet her. This undoubtedly blinded the eyes of many. Who did not know that Yan Zi was one of the few who would compete for the position of the Yan Huang Holy Master in the future? She had a strong support behind her. Even though she was a woman, no one dared to offend her. Chapter 2304. That Ditian is so lucky to have caught Miss Yan Zi's eye. Who doesn't know that Miss Yan Zi has the ability to stabilize the position of Holy Master? She's a powerful ally. If Ditian follows Miss Yan Zi, he'll be able to go wherever he wants in the holy world. I heard that Miss Yan Zi hasn't recruited anyone personally for a long time. That Ditian kid might rise to the top in one step. Everyone looked at Ditian with envy and jealousy. The Yan Huang world was ranked second with unfathomable strength. The Yan Huang Holy Master was a third-step expert and one of the candidates to be a stable Holy Lord. No one dared to ignore Miss Yan Zi. Yuming Zi, Mo Yuan, and the rest saw Miss Yan Zi looking for Ditian. None of them cared about their uncle. To them, Ditian was just someone who had a trick up his sleeve. He wasn't strong himself. If Miss Yan Zi took a liking to him, they wouldn't dare to do anything. No one could stop an angry Miss Yan Zi. I don't know what kind of luck this guy has. Yuming Zi was in a bad mood. As long as Ditian was around, he wouldn't be in a good mood. Especially when he saw Sung Shengtian chatting and laughing at the side. He was even more convinced that Ditian had done something behind the scenes. Kiki, that might not be the case. Mo Yuan looked in a direction. Miss Yanzi is strong, but she's not the only outstanding person in the Yan Huang world. For example, that person. Not far away, many people were crowding around a young man. Yu Mingzi's eyes lit up. Haha, how could I forget that? Ditian is in trouble now. I heard that he's a narrow-minded person and bears grudges easily. Since Yanzi's appearance, the people in the hall had changed. Although it wasn't obvious, it was still changing. Young master. Miss Yen is here. Miss Yen went to find Ditian. In the crowd, the young master also noticed Yanzi's appearance. When she neared Ditian, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of dissatisfaction quickly disappeared, and an elegant smile returned to his face. Damn bitch, are you eyeing my prey again? The young master cursed. I won't let you get what you want. Young Master Yan Hua was the young master of the Yan family. Now, he was a giant mid-stage expert with a group of people supporting him. He was also one of the candidates. They were born in the Yan family, which was ranked second in the top faction. The internal competition was very intense, especially for the candidates. They would not miss any opportunity. During this banquet, eldest young noble Yan Hua already had his eyes on Ditian. According to the analysis of his advisor, Ditian possessed a technique that allowed him to control hegemon-level experts. Being able to make them self-destruct was an opportunity for young Master Yan Hua to strengthen himself. He even believed that as long as he obtained this technique, the position of the Yan Huang Holy Master would be his. No one else would be able to snatch it from him. From the moment Ditian appeared in the Great Hall, eldest young Master Yan Hua treated Ditian as his prey, not allowing anyone to snatch him away. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a few powerful missions to get in touch with Yanzi and try to control her, Yanzi's appearance would have displeased young Master Yan Hua. Let's go and meet this young hero, young Master Yan Hua said. He brought his men and walked towards Lin Fei. Miss Young Master has gone over. Yanzi was also surrounded by many people. When eldest young Master Yan Hua went towards Ditian, someone immediately came to report. So be it, it's fine. Yanzi said with a faint smile. Anyway, he won't succeed. She was very clear about her elder brother's temper. If it wasn't for the support of those behind him and his identity as the eldest son of the first wife, he wouldn't even have a chance to compete for the position of the Holy Master. Eldest young Master Yan Hua swaggered over to Ditian, attracting the attention of many. Chu Huan lowered her voice and told Lin Fei about eldest young Master Yan Hua's background. You are that Ditian? Not bad. Eldest young Master Yan Hua's life had always been smooth sailing. Coupled with his identity as a member of an elite force, he had never taken others seriously. Lin Fei was used to being wild and disliked such a condescending tone. One look and he knew that this was a flower that had been raised in a greenhouse. No one would like such a tone from the start. I am the eldest young master of the Yan family. I heard that you are not bad. Hence your opportunity is here. Come and report to my residence tomorrow. As long as you work well for me, you will be rewarded handsomely. Eldest young Master Yan Hua went straight to the point. Lin Fei had met many people before. However, it was the first time he met someone like eldest young Master Yan Hua. He tried to recruit him right from the start. What a joke. Chu Huan and Sung Shengtian had heard of this eldest young Master Yan Hua. They thought that it was just a rumor. However, it seemed that the rumor was true. This eldest young Master Yan Hua was extremely confident. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't say such words. Even if you were the eldest young master of the Yan family, you don't know how to behave. Chu Huan shook her head in her heart. No wonder this eldest young Master Yan Hua couldn't be compared to Miss Yanzi. The difference is huge. Are you done? Then you can leave. Don't disturb our conversation. Lin Fei said indifferently. Eldest young Master Yan Hua was stunned and his face darkened. Based on his thoughts, he was sincere enough to recruit Ditian personally. Not many of his subordinates had the honor to do so. Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Eldest young Master Yan Hua's lackeys were filled with killing intent. Lin Fei looked at eldest young Master Yan Hua. If I were you, I would turn around and leave with my men. Pretend that nothing has happened. Tonight is a banquet hosted by your Yan Huang world. If you make everyone unhappy, no one will feel good. Eldest young master Yan Hua was narrow-minded. Di Tian's rejection was undoubtedly a provocation. If it was any other time, he would have killed Di Tian immediately. However, it was different tonight. Good, very good. I will remember you. Eldest young master Yan Hua didn't think much of Di Tian. He just wanted to get the self-destruction technique. That was why he came personally. I hope you can enjoy your last days. Lin Fei shook his head. This Yan Hua can't be compared to Yan Zi. He can't even control his emotions. How can he talk about controlling the Yan Huang world? He is destined to fail. As for Di Tian's threat, Lin Fei didn't care. In this period of time, Di Tian wouldn't be able to do anything. Brother Di, you have offended Yan Hua badly. You even threatened him. Chu Huan frowned. Chapter 2305. Before the banquet had even started, this new nobleman Di Tian had already offended young master Yan Hua. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The Yan clan's young master was ranked second in the Yan Huang realm. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. Lin Fei really did not care about this. Present, he was afraid of third-step experts. Even if second-step experts attacked, Lin Fei had ways to deal with them. He still had trump cards that he had not used yet. I must find a time to extract all the energy from the Yan Huang ancestor statue. Lin Fei pondered to himself. Who knew what the young master would do? It was better to be prepared than to draw in advance. The Saint Lords of the 5 top forces appeared together, and tonight's banquet officially began. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing 5 top-notch sacred lords. Each of them was at the peak of the 3rd step and could enter the 4th step at any time. When they arrived, everyone smiled and greeted them, as if they wanted to leave a good impression. The ordinary Saint Lords smiled and greeted them. The 5 peak Saint Lords nodded as a form of greeting, as expected of a peak Holy Lord. His aura is indeed tyrannical. He can kill a first-step powerhouse with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei secretly sized him up. Now he was even more eager to obtain the energy within the statue. After the 5 elite divine lords entered as the host, the Yan Huang Holy Lord went up to the stage and gave a simple congratulatory speech. As for the candidates who had advanced from the life and death battle, he emphasized on Lin Fei's sealed world. Di Tian once again became the focus of attention. After the encouraging words were spoken, the banquet began. First, there were singing and dancing fairies who performed beautiful dances. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and drank immortal wine. They were talking about everything. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire banquet was quite good. It seemed that everyone had forgotten that after the banquet, they would all be competitors. The Yan Huang Holy Master is heading towards Di Tian. No way. Di Tian's luck is really good. The Yan Huang Holy Master had personally come to meet a young man. This was indeed something incredible, and the elites at the banquet were very displeased. Greetings, Yan Huang Holy Master. Lin Fei greeted him with a smile. His tone was not respectful at all. He didn't need to flatter her. He just did what he usually did. Yan Zixing did indeed have a special impression of Di Tian, and he was very clear about what had happened to his daughter and eldest son. There was nothing in the Yan Huang world that he did not know. Lad, you're pretty good. No wonder you can manage this barren sealed world so well, Yan Zixing said. Everyone present was shocked. He really had high hopes for Di Tian. It's just a small fight, not worth mentioning. I can't compare to senior, Lin Fei said. Yan Zixing had seen many young elites, but none of them could make his eyes light up. The reason why he came over this time was purely to take a look at this junior. The conversation between the two of them wasn't long, but it was filled with encouragement. Lin Fei's words were neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was just right, but it wasn't flattering, nor does it seem cold. On this point, Lin Fei grasped it very well. At the end of the banquet, Lin Fei got to know a few holy masters. His current status was not low, and at the same time, he was a dark horse among the candidates. No matter who it was, they would come up to get to know him. After the banquet ended, Lin Fei came out, but did not remember to return to the VIP building. His current thoughts were basically on the statue of the Yan Huang ancestor. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had arrived at the city walls. Standing on the city walls, he could see the statue that stood between heaven and earth. When can we break through the internal defense? Lin Fei asked the little devil. Inside the statue, there were array formations and restrictions set up. There were a total of 1 billion array formations densely packed together. They were augmented by the holy masters of the Yan Huang world generation after generation in order to prevent the energy from leaking out. This was the reason why Lin Fei did not make a move. This kind of thing could not be put on the table. He had to be careful. One day at most, it should be enough. One day Lin Fei could still accept it. Breaking the array was not an easy task. If it was him, even if he spent 10 years, he might not be able to break it. After all, this was something that consumed a lot of mental energy. Ordinary people would not dare to do it, as the consumption of mental energy would also have a certain impact on their strength. Fellow Taoist Ditian, we meet again. Just as Lin Fei was about to turn around and go back, a familiar voice came into his ears. Then, a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. It was the valiant Yan Zi. What a coincidence! Lin Fei could not figure out what the other party was thinking, and did not plan to have any deeper thoughts with the other party. I'm going back. I won't hinder Miss Yan Zi from enjoying this beautiful night. Yan Zi was quite interested in Ditian, who was renowned throughout the saints' world. If she could recruit Ditian, it would be equivalent to obtaining a trump card. However, Ditian seemed to have reacted rather slowly. He actually said something like that at a time like this. Was he trying to turn down her good intentions? Fellow Taoist Ditian, you have to be careful of that big brother of mine. You rejected his good intentions in public and embarrassed him. He's not the kind of person who is open-minded. Lin Fei did not stop walking. Many thanks. Soon only Yan Zi was left on the city wall. Master, it seems that this Ditian is not as easy to recruit as we thought. Yan Zi said softly, and a black-robed person appeared beside her. His entire body was covered, and his face could not be seen clearly. His aura was also very calm, like that of an ordinary person. Disciple, you only realized now. The black-robed person said calmly. How can he be so simple if he can manage a sealed world so well? It just so happens that in the sealed world no one can do anything to him, and no matter how many people go, they die. The battle in the life and death space shook the entire sacred world, so it is even more difficult to recruit Ditian. However, it is not impossible to recruit Ditian, for example. Yan Zi revealed a trace of a smile. That big brother of mine. Disciple is smart. The black-robed person said. Your big brother will definitely play some tricks. If you happen to solve his problem when Ditian can't handle it, you might have a certain degree of confidence, and at the very least you can pull your relationship closer. As for what to do next, you should know better than me. Eldest young master. That brat Ditian is already on the way back. In a tall building, the eldest young master Yan Hua was hugging a female cultivator. One of his hands reached inside and swayed quite a bit. And in front of him stood his confidant respectfully. That brat dared to not give me face in public, he asked for it. Eldest young master Yan Hua's face was gloomy. Later, get someone to do it, remember? Don't kill him, you must let that brat know that it was his enemy who did it. I do not want to be suspected. The confidant said. Eldest young master, you can rest assured that Ditian has offended many people, especially when he was in the limelight in the life and death space. Who knows how many people want to kill him in secret? They won't suspect eldest young master. Moreover, we used a secret line this time. No one will link it to us from that person. Yan Hua was very appreciative of his confidant's ability. All right, go and arrange it. The confidant turned and left. Lin Fei walked back to the guest house, thinking about the next few days. The Small Saints World Ranking competition would only begin in a few days. Master, there is someone hiding in front of you and it seems like he is here for Master. Moreover, that person's concealment technique is very impressive, and ordinary people will not be able to discover him, and he is a giant in the middle stage. The little devil reminded. Ever since he came to Yanhuang City, the system's functions had been activated, and Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. If he was not careful, he would be in trouble at any time. Although he had wasted a lot of Heaven's fate points, it was still worth it. Damn, he can't wait anymore? Lin Fei's expression did not change. Even if he moved, the person hiding in the dark would definitely be able to see through him. Trying to hide anything in front of a giant mid-stage powerhouse was something that could only be done without even thinking about. Someone had come to deal with him so quickly. This was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectations. This was Yanhuang City. Disregarding everything else, just the presence of the enforcers was enough to strike fear into the hearts of others. And now there was someone preparing to ambush him in the dark. The enemy did not take the law enforcers of Yanhuang City seriously. Master, should we make a move? As long as we get within a certain range, killing the other party will be a piece of cake. The little devil was a little different from the one he had seen before. His size had not changed much, but he had a certain attacking ability, and he could move away from Lin Fei and within a certain range. Lin Fei did not think about who it was. He had offended quite a few people in the Saints' world. It could be the people of the Netherworld Palace, or it could be the people of the Origin sect or the Mahis family. Even he could not be certain who it was. In any case, he was not afraid of too many. Don't make a move, Lin Fei said. This is Yanhuang City. There is no need to make a move. Go follow that kid and see who is behind this. Lin Fei had a bad temper, but he also knew that this was not the time to make a move. Perhaps the other party could not wait for him to make a move, and he could use this as an excuse. Regardless of the possibility, Lin Fei did not intend to make a move. He believed that many people were watching him in the dark. No problem. Lin Fei knew the other party's position, and would not walk into the ambush range. Besides, this was Yanhuang City, and the other party wanted to ambush him. He had to enter a certain range and he just had to stay away from this distance. Lu Shan was an assassin, a member of a famous assassin organization in the sacred world. As long as the price was right, he could kill anyone. Even a holy master could be dealt with. Right now, he was just dealing with an early giant. Lu Shan felt that it was a simple matter. The other party did not need to kill Di Tian, and just heavily injure him. This was a simple deal. What's going on? Isn't he returning to the VIP tower? Lu Shan retracted his aura. Suddenly, he saw the other party leave at the fork, and he revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he discovered my tracks? Impossible. Even a late giant expert might not be able to see through my concealment technique, let alone a mere early giant. Lu Shan was very confident in his concealment technique. It was precisely because of this technique from a secret realm in the wild sacred mountain that he could stand out among the assassins. Although his cultivation level was not high, the number of late giant experts who had died in his hands was in the double digits. In the world of assassins, he had a nickname, Invisible Killer. This time Lu Shan was dumbfounded. The prey in his eyes had actually changed directions. This was more or less out of his expectations. If it was somewhere else, he might have made a move immediately. But this was a different place, and he did not dare to act recklessly. Count him lucky. Lu Shan did not suspect anything and left quietly. Little did he know that the little devil beside him laughed coldly and followed. Lu Shan did not notice. The next morning, the little devil would go to the VIP tower. Master, that guy is from the world of assassins. He is called Invisible Killer. He is an expert in concealment. Even late giant experts can't see through him. The little devil reported as soon as he returned. Lin Fei did not go out today, and he did not intend to go out. Invisible Killer? That's a good name. His concealment technique is indeed powerful. It's not something that an ordinary person can possess. Even my divine sense can't detect him hiding in the dark. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Do you know who's the mastermind? I don't know for now. The little devil shook his head. However, I have already recorded his aura. From now on, whenever he appears within a certain range of master, I will be the first to know. Lin Fei did not think that he would know so soon. As an assassin, he would definitely not contact the mastermind behind the scenes before completing the task. However, an assassin who was good at concealment lurking in the surroundings made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Oh right, go to that assassin's place again. Lin Fei thought of an idea. He believed that after the assassin knew about it, his expression would definitely be very good. Master is really bad. The little devil laughed proudly. Lu Shan was very unhappy. Last night, He ambushed the other party and was ready to complete his employer's task. However, in the end he returned without any results. He could only decide to do it next time. That night, Lu Shan sat cross-legged and woke up at noon. When Lu Shan woke up, the first thing he saw was a piece of white paper on the ground in front of him. His expression changed abruptly. As a temporary base, he was very clear about the layout inside. There was never a piece of white paper. Someone came in last night? Although Lu Shan wanted to ignore this, he couldn't suppress it. As an assassin, he couldn't accept the fact that an expert had come in without him knowing. Perhaps with just a thought from the other party he would lose his life. Lu Shan tried hard to calm himself down. He picked up the white paper on the ground. There was a sentence left on the paper. Ditian is my man. If you appear near him again, I will definitely kill you. Chill. A chill rushed to his head. Damn it. There is a mysterious expert protecting him. Lu Shan had heard of Ditian's name before, but he did not take it seriously. No matter how powerful his methods were, he was weak and could not be killed easily. However, he did not expect that Ditian had a mysterious expert protecting him. To be able to escape my detection, he must be at least a second-step expert. I didn't expect Ditian to hide so deeply. A second-step expert was enough to make Lu Shan feel a certain amount of pressure. The warning on the white paper contained a terrifying killing intent. He almost died in the hands of this mysterious person. Chapter 2306. After a few peaceful days, it was the day of the ranking competition. This was a big event that all the forces in the sacred world were looking forward to. How the situation would change in the future would be revealed in the ranking competition. The qualifying round was very simple. It wasn't very complicated. Early in the morning, everyone saw the announcement. It turned out that the ranking competition was divided into the challenge competition and the world defense competition. The former was a challenge. Any force that was a candidate had the right to challenge any small saint world. At the same time, this included challenging the small saint world above the small saint world. As for the latter, it was even simpler. They had to defend their own small saint world. Everyone agreed with this rule. As long as they succeeded in the challenge and proved that they were stronger than the other side, they could enter the small saint world. There was only one chance to do so. As for which small saint world to challenge, they needed to study it carefully. This was not a small matter. If they made the wrong choice, they might regret it for the rest of their lives. The challenge arena was set in the life and death space. Only in the life and death space would there be no need to worry about power leaking out and affecting the situation outside. When Lin Fei arrived, it was crowded outside. They were all gathered in the square. The life and death space was already open. Through the huge screen they could see the situation inside. As a candidate, Lin Fei had the right to enter the life and death space in advance. After entering the life and death space, Lin Fei found his position. It was the candidate area, which was separated into sections. The other side was the 33 small saint worlds. The top 5 forces sat at the top looking down. The first challenge was from the top 5 forces. The Yama's Death World was ranked first in terms of overall strength. At the same time, they had mastered one of the top 10 martial arts, 10 kill 10 annihilation. This was an extremely terrifying martial art. Rumor had it that if it was cultivated to the limit, it would have heaven-defying power. The first challenge. No one went up. No one made a sound. Even the other 4 top forces were all smiling. These old foxes. They've already turned their small saint worlds into impenetrable mountains and rivers. How could they be so easy to control? Lin Fei sneered. The small saint worlds were actually ranked for the small saint worlds outside of the top 5 forces. From the first to the 4th, no one came up to challenge. No one came up to challenge them, and their positions remained the same. Then they reached the 5th-ranked Myriad Sun's realm. This time someone finally came up to challenge him. It was the 6th-ranked 7 Fiend domain. Among the top 5 forces, the temptation was still very big. 7 Fiend domain, which was 1 rank lower than the top 5 forces, was not usually talked about. The Challenger League was different from the life and death team battle. Only 10 people were allowed to enter the arena. Including the Holy Lord himself, there were a total of 11 people. This was the time to test the strength of the terminal. The battle between the 5th-ranked and 6th-ranked factions was very shocking. The 2 factions were fighting, and they had arranged for second-step experts to participate. This was definitely a terrifying faction. In the end, the Myriad Sun domain won, and the 7 Fiend domains Divine Lord lost. The 2 first-step experts were severely injured, but they also displayed their strong abilities. A loss was a loss. The 6th-ranked 7 Fiend domain still had to face another challenge. This was the rule of the ranking competition. As long as they could hold on to the remaining challenges, their spots would not change. There are so many first-step experts. The small sacred worlds of the sacred worlds are not simple. They usually don't show their strength, but at the crucial moment, they will definitely surprise everyone. Lin Fei thought to himself. The ranking competition was very exciting. For Lin Fei, if he could capture these experts, it would be even better. That would be even better. Lin Fei told himself not to worry. There would be a chance. It was just a matter of time. The competition between the small sacred worlds at the bottom was very intense. This was because any small sacred world would face the crisis of facing 3 challenges. The 33 candidate forces did not make a move. For the small sacred worlds at the bottom, it was very stressful. Starting from the 8th-ranked small sacred world, the competition became intense. The small sacred worlds at the bottom began to take the initiative to challenge, hoping to drive the other side down. Once the other side lost, the 2 sides would switch positions. The 33 candidate forces also began to make a move. They all stared at the small sacred worlds ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th. The battles were very intense and there were a certain number of casualties. Even so, everyone rushed forward and did not have any intention of giving up. Finally, it's the Fuyun domain ranked 10th. Lin Fei had been paying attention. He also recorded the strength of the various forces, including the experts who appeared. He recorded all of them perfectly for the system. If these big shots in the sacred world knew about this, they would definitely regret holding the ranking competition. This gave Lin Fei a chance to collect information. Moreover, in the future, with the aura of these unparalleled experts, he could easily find the other side's nest. This also meant that the other side had no secrets. When the ranking competition for the Fuyun domain began, the competition was very intense. They had to go through 6 rounds of battles, which was not easy. Mo Yuan from the Gue Yuan sect personally participated. Overall, their strength was not very good. There were a total of 3 unparalleled experts, and the remaining 8 were late-stage giant experts. There was a huge difference from the current ranking. At least, the 9th-ranked small sacred world had a second-step expert. They are going to lose. Lin Fei did not think that the Gue Yuan sect could withstand the attack. After the first round of battles, they were driven out by the 12th-ranked small sacred world. Just when everyone thought that the Gue Yuan sect could hold on, they were driven out by the 15th-ranked small sacred world. It was quite an upset. In the end, the Fuyun domain was controlled by another force. How exciting! I didn't expect the 15th-ranked small sacred world to have a second-step expert. They were directly swept away. Lin Fei thought to himself, poor Guiyuan sect. They have fallen to the 12th rank. This position is not stable. They will definitely be driven out. I guess they will be ranked beyond the 20th rank. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Guiyuan sect. Now that they were driven out, he could not wait for this to happen. Curses are smart. They plan to choose a small sacred world that is ranked in the 20s to practice. The ranking of the small sacred world would not end in 1 or 2 days. It would last for a few days. From the start to the end, Lin Fei never went up. This caused many to feel disappointed. Could it be that Di Tian didn't want to control a small sacred world? That was not possible. On the second day, Lin Fei did not fight either. On the third day, the Curse Palace fought and challenged a small sacred world that was ranked 25th. Chapter 2307. The ranking of the small sacred worlds was still in full swing. One by one, the small sacred worlds displayed terrifying strength. In addition, some secluded cultivation forces were busy competing for the small sacred worlds that were ranked lower. In the blink of an eye, the third day arrived. After the small sacred worlds ranked 28th, the competition became intense and crazy. For example, the small sacred worlds that were previously eliminated all wanted to regain control of a small sacred world. Under such circumstances, the small sacred worlds that were ranked lower were under great pressure. Basically, none of them could resist the challenge and were kicked out of the small sacred worlds. Lin Fei did not make a move. When the Nether Realm, which was ranked 32nd, arrived, he finally smiled. The Nether Realm was what Lin Fei wanted to control. From the beginning, Lin Fei had his eyes on the Nether Realm and was ready to remove the other party from the Nether Realm. As long as he controlled the 32nd level, it would be equivalent to controlling 2 small sacred worlds. Then, he would build a transmission array and have a base camp. Furthermore, he would be able to do it secretly. Where else could he find such a good thing? After the Nether Palace of the Nether Realm appeared, their expressions were very ugly. There were many competing forces. If they could not withstand 3 rounds of continuous battles, they would not be able to control the other forces easily. In the first round, the Nether Palace was disqualified and could only participate in challenges. Even if they challenged, they would not be able to maintain their position and would be forced to leave the stage. Their expressions were extremely ugly. After going through 7 or 8 forces in a row, Lin Fei finally decided to make a move. The forces competing for the Nether Realm basically could not maintain their position. They had to constantly face the forces that came up. If they wanted to maintain a stable position, they would not be able to do so without some foundation. Moreover, when it came to the last 2 small sacred worlds, no matter who it was, they had to go all out. Di Tian is going up. It turns out that he wants to compete for the Nether Realm. No wonder he did not make a move earlier. The competition in the Nether Realm is more intense than imagined. Seeing that Di Tian had brought people to the stage, everyone present had a look of realization. Some people were very unhappy with Di Tian, such as young Master Yanhua. He had arranged people to teach Di Tian a lesson, but the people he contacted had disappeared without a trace. He had been angry for a long time. On the stage, the strongest people around Lin Fei were 2 first-step experts. His opponents were 3 first-step experts and 8 late-stage giants. All of them had the power of the Great Path. Although they were not perfect, they were still very powerful. Everyone knew that Di Tian was a dark horse. When he saw that Lin Fan had only brought 2 first-step experts onto the stage, he was more or less disappointed. Could it be that he wanted to defeat Lin Fan with just 2 first-step experts? Earth collapse. This was a first-step expert who could control the power of the earth. The entire arena quickly turned into a piece of land, and the feet of Lin Fei and the others caved in. Flame Kingdom. The other first-step expert took advantage of the situation and went up. The high temperature was like a scorching sun that covered the arena. Space evaporated in an instant. Explode. Boom boom boom. Apart from the 2 first-step experts, the remaining 8 giant experts self-detonated at the first moment. Terrifying air waves swept out, tearing the ground apart. The endless high temperature also rushed out and crushed the opponents one by one. The late-stage giant experts were torn to pieces by this force. The spectating forces were all stunned. This power is so strong. It completely surpasses the self-detonation of a giant late-stage powerhouse. Damn it! How did Di Tian do it? The power of his self-destruction. Many people stood up and stared at the situation on the stage. The power of the giant expert's self-destruction was completely extraordinary. It killed the 8 giant experts on the spot, and the opponents did not even have a chance to attack before they died directly. This kid still likes this move. Yan Zixing was not surprised at all. Maybe the Netherworld realm will fall into Di Tian's hands. It's indeed a terrifying attack. Luo Xing from the Black Water realm laughed. It's really hard for ordinary people to defend against it. They're going to lose. Bai Lang smiled. While they were talking, the first-step expert beside Lin Fei made his move. He cast a powerful curse technique, and threw out all kinds of additional attributes that landed on the 3 of them. The curse technique was enhanced by the origin energy. The effect was several times stronger than the ordinary level. They were dizzy and had to admit defeat. The winner will seal the Invincible World Palace. As soon as they lost, someone immediately came up to announce. The challenge will begin after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. For the sake of fairness, all those who succeeded in the challenge would have a break time of 1 incense stick. After winning the first ranking match, Lin Fei would have to face 3 challenges. Once he won, it would be equivalent to controlling the Netherworld realm. The first match begins. From the moment Lin Fei decided to make his move, the outcome was already decided. Just like in the previous match, as soon as the opponents came up, Lin Fei used his self-destruction technique and killed them without any ability to resist. He severely injured the opponents and forced them to admit defeat. Shameless! Shameless! Many people secretly cursed. Who could withstand such a method? The results of the first, second, and third matches were all the same. Lin Fei did not care about everyone's expressions and directly used his self-destruction technique, leaving corpses behind, and won easily. I announced that the Netherworld realm will be controlled by the Invincible World from now on. After consecutively defeating 3 major powers, Lin Fei obtained the recognition of the Sacred World. As for the Netherworld child who was his archenemy, his expression was extremely ugly. Their Netherworld palace was going to retreat from the stage of history, no matter how unwilling they were. Under the witness of the 5 major powers of the Sacred World, no one dared to refute. When Lin Fei came down from the stage, many powers immediately came up to congratulate him. From a sealed world to the controller of a small saint world, his status was obviously different. Even the Netherworld realm ranked 32nd was a small saint world. Lin Fei nodded and returned to his seat. The competition for the last small saint world began. The remaining powers were even more frenzied. Everyone knew about the rise of the Zone clan, but this time around, the Zone clan sent out 5 first-step experts and 6 late-phase hegemonic level experts, displaying terrifying strength. Shameless, it's this move again. What relationship does the Zone clan have with DTN exactly? Why are their hegemonic level experts self-destructing as well? This is cheating. The Zone clan also used this move. Many people were speechless. Couldn't they just fight properly? Would the people who went up be able to accept this? Regardless of whether they could accept it or not, the Zone clan's methods and strength had defeated the attacks of their opponents 3 times, easily stabilizing the Heaven Wasteland domain and becoming the last small saint world. I announced that the small saint world has reached perfection. Chapter 2308. In truth, the secret realms within the wild sacred mountain had always been something that everyone was looking forward to. Those places were related to some of the peak powers of the wild world back then. No one wanted to know how the space within the wild sacred mountain had been discovered, or how to enter, or how to obtain treasures. That was what everyone was looking forward to. The ranking competition was just a more exciting game. As Yan Zixing announced the end of the ranking competition, he also began to announce the secret realms within the wild sacred mountain. Although he had only vaguely explained it, it undoubtedly excited many. In the next few days, the first and second tier powers that could come were all seething with excitement. The 5 top powers announced some things about the space within the wild sacred mountain, and did not stop outsiders from entering. This gave everyone a chance to rise. This secret realm was called the Void Flame Space. The Void Flame Space immediately became the focus of attention. If not for the fact that the Void Flame Space was within the wild sacred mountain, many people would have started to search for it. Bang! While the Void Flame Space was being watched, a few powers gathered together in secret. Yanhuang City in a private courtyard. On this night, many important people appeared. All of them had a certain level of fame in the sacred world. In the room of the courtyard, someone had set up a spirit design. Everyone who came in was slightly taken aback when they saw the person at the head seat, and then sat down quietly. However, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived. Everyone knows who I am, and there is no need to continue introducing me. However, we all have a common enemy, and that is DTN. On the head seat, a middle-aged man with a dark face sat. He did not hide his anger towards DTN at all. The faces of the people in the room changed slightly as they gathered their murderous intents. The temperature of the entire place instantly chilled. DTN was the person they were most unwilling to mention. DTN is not so easy to deal with. It will not be easy to kill him. I wonder if you have any way to kill DTN? The Yu Mingzi's face was dark, and his eyes flashed coldly as he rushed down from the seat of the Holy Master of the Netherworld Palace. He had boundless killing intent towards DTN. Yes, we do have a grudge with DTN, but everyone knows that DTN is not easy to deal with. Although his cultivation level is not high, he has many trump cards. Do you want us to charge up and die? We're not fools. There's no need to become enemies with DTN. Ever since they had encountered DTion's self-detonation during the fight for the small saint world, the first thing everyone thought of when DTion was mentioned was his brutal self-detonation. No one could withstand such an attack. When they found out that someone wanted to deal with DTion and had even invited them, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Everyone laughed. That was why they had come personally. They wanted to know what methods the other party had to deal with DTion. From being the local tyrant of an unranked sealed world to controlling a small sacred world in the blink of an eye, this kind of leap was not a small matter. It was enough to be written into a historical novel. Everyone subconsciously developed a kind of fear towards DTion. None of them had the guts to attack him alone. What if this young noble wants to deal with DTion? The tightly shut door was violently pushed open. The two large doors exploded into pieces. Everyone stood up in an instant, their auras exploding as they stared at the person at the door. At this moment, a young master stood at the door. He was dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes, and there was a hint of killing intent on his face. He took a step forward and arrived at the seat of honor. "All right. I'll talk to them about this." The middle-aged man from before stood up right away. He lowered his head. "Young master, please sit." The young master sat down and looked at everyone present. He pressed his hands down. "All of you can sit down. Do you not welcome me?" "Welcome. You are very welcome." Everyone sat down once more. Their faces were solemn. They didn't expect that this person would appear. The meaning of this matter was now different. "I feel that all of you are talents. Are you interested in joining? If not, then I won't force you. All of you can just leave." The young master smiled as he spoke. "Young master, we still have things to do, so we won't disturb you." One of them stood up, turned around, and walked out. He already had someone to rely on. This person walked out of the door. A green streak of light struck him and slashed across his body. His eyes opened wide as he covered his neck and fell backwards. "You dare to reject young master's good intentions. You deserve to die." A black-clothed man appeared at the door. He held a dagger in his hand and licked the blood on it. He looked back with a sinister expression. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An unparalleled expert at the first step had actually been defeated with a single blade strike. This person was too terrifying. "Shadow, who told you to come out and scare the kids? Get lost." The young master snorted. The black-clothed man at the door disappeared, leaving behind a corpse at the door. "Young master, we are willing to join." "I'll join too. I'm willing." The young master sneered in his heart. If these people didn't have some strength, he wouldn't have come to recruit them. However, they were good candidates to deal with DTion. Young mistress, young master Yanhua brought his subordinate, Shadow, and took in some forces that failed to be selected. He even killed a first-step expert on the spot. In a courtyard with artificial mountains and flowing water. In a pavilion, a girl in purple moved her jade-like fingers and stroked the zither in front of her. Her murderous voice echoed in the courtyard. Sometimes it was passionate, sometimes it was gentle. A middle-aged man beside her reported in a low voice until the song ended. "Continue to keep an eye on my big brother." The girl in purple placed her hands on the zither and stopped playing. "Do we need to inform DTion?" the middle-aged man asked. "No need," the girl in purple said. "DTion is a mysterious person. We just need to arrange people to keep an eye on him." "How are those people doing? Are they under control?" "They're still behaving well. But young mistress's third brother seems to have been contacted recently. Continue to keep an eye on him. You can leave now." The courtyard regained its silence. Illusory flame space, humph. The girl in purple stood up and disappeared from the courtyard. Lin Fei didn't go out. He secretly released special creatures to gather the information he wanted. It was a pity that he didn't gain much. Yanhuang City's control of information was more strict. "Yin Fei, immediately target the Nether Palace. The Nether Realm is mine now. If they want to touch mine, kill them all." Through the system, Lin Fei listened to Yin Fei's report from the Nether Realm. As the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland Domain, Yin Fei was now a good helper by Lin Fei's side. "Your Majesty, I will act immediately. I won't let them have their way," Yin Fei promised. After ending the call, Lin Fei snorted coldly. After the Nether Child lost control of the Nether realm, he started to have evil ideas. Not only did he control the forces to dig up resources that belonged to the Nether realm, he even prepared to take away a portion of the population of the Nether realm. When the time came, he would leave Lin Fei with an incomplete Nether realm. This was also because the Nether realm was at the back. Lin Fei didn't have any forces deployed in the Nether realm. He was like a duckweed without a foundation. It was normal for the other party to use tricks. Chapter 2309. As the day of entering the void flame space approached, there was one person who was in a bad mood. That was Lin Fei. Although the entire city was discussing the matter of the void flame space, for Lin Fei, this was not the most important thing at the moment, but how to steal the terrifying energy from the Yan Huang ancestor statue. After waiting for a few days, Lin Fei finally gained something. The system had successfully broken through the countless array formations and restrictions on the statue. If it was another person, they might not even be able to do it in 100 years. At the very least, they would have to add a number to the back to reach about 1,000 years. This was still fast. Lin Fei controlled a powerful system, so breaking through the array formations was indeed not a problem. While waiting anxiously, he finally heard the voice of the little devil. "Ha, great, it came at the right time." Lin Fei revealed a smile. No matter what was said outside, what he cared about the most was the terrifying energy within the statue. That was the power of a perfect fourth-step expert. Master's luck is good. Once the terrifying energy within the statue is completely plundered, Master will have the power to protect himself in the wild sacred mountain. No matter how bad it is, Master will be able to leave calmly and not put himself in danger. The little devil laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's enter the statue immediately. Lin Fei rubbed his fists and couldn't wait any longer. Master, before we go in, you still need to do one more thing. For example, make some noise in the Yan Huang world. It would be best if you can attract everyone's attention, so that they don't notice us. The little devil suggested. This will only be beneficial to Master. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. The little devil's words did make sense. The statue of the Yan Huang ancestor had gone through a long period of time, and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. Now it had become a trump card. Outsiders might not be able to see any changes, but it was inevitable that they would be suspected. If he was suspected, it would definitely be a big problem. To be able to steal such a huge amount of terrifying energy, Lin Fei really did not believe that the people of Yan Huang City would be able to sit still. At that time, they would definitely do everything they could to find clues. Lin Fei was very confident that he would not be discovered. However, there was no guarantee that he would not be found. It was rumored that the second step of the unparalleled realm was a watershed, which meant that one had perfect control over the power of the Great Tao. At the same time, the energy in the body would change into a kind of energy called magic power. This was only one of the reasons. The second reason was that experts at the second step realm controlled the power of the Great Path. In addition to the ordinary 5 major elements, there were many unimaginable Great Path attribute powers. Lin Fei had once heard from Yin Fei that there was once an unparalleled expert who had successfully mastered a special elemental power when he stepped into the second step. Under the control of his dermic powers, his combat prowess was abnormally strong. His opponent's Great Tao was known as decomposition, and there were very few people who could block this kind of Great Tao attack. Because of this, his opponent had gained a great reputation. It was precisely because he had some understanding that Lin Fei didn't think he could guarantee that he wouldn't be found out. Do we need a lot of noise? It's best if we can attract the attention of the strong. That way the effect will be better. Master also needs to leave a substitute here to avoid suspicion. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I didn't plan to use it so soon. Seems like I have to bring it forward now. For the sake of that terrifying energy, Lin Fei had to complete it at all costs. Come out, my doppelganger. In the next second, after making sure that no one was watching, an identical figure appeared beside Lin Fei. Every time he saw this identical modified human, Lin Fei would be shocked. This wasn't a doppelganger, but one that had been modified through flesh and blood. It had the same aura as the real body. As long as it didn't attack, even if it was an elite expert attacking, one couldn't tell if it was real or fake. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei quietly snuck out. His entire person transformed into a shadow in the darkness, not revealing a single trace. After leaving Yanhuang City, it was already dark and windy outside. Lin Fei moved very quickly. With his spatial bloodline, his speed was extremely fast. He passed through more than half of the Yanhuang world, and at the same time his aura changed to that of old ancestor hypnosis. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei decided to find someone to take the blame. Old ancestor hypnosis of the Yanhuang world was very suitable to take the blame. No one would have thought that a drop of essence blood could cause such a huge disaster. Come out, Dark Assassin. After the system was released, Lin Fei hadn't been idle in the past 10 years. He had been secretly accumulating strength, especially after coming into contact with modification. Gradually, he had modified some experts, and the Dark Assassins were modified in these 10 years. Originally, he had used them as a surprise attack, but now he couldn't care so much. Moreover, the Dark Assassins wouldn't be suspected at all. Lin Fei had originally intended to use them as a surprise attack. In order to transform this batch of Darkness Assassins, he had spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of origin energy. Now, each of these Darkness Assassins could erupt with the combat strength of a late-stage giant. At the same time, they had mastered darkness stealth, especially at night. With the attribute bonus when used with stealth and assassination, the success rate was 99%. Even a first-step expert would be hit if they were not on guard. The first batch of Dark Assassins wasn't large in number. Lin Fei had arranged for 100 Dark Assassins, and it was enough to cause quite a commotion. It shouldn't be a problem to use them to attract everyone's attention. Let's start with Yanhuang City for the assassination. Where was the best place to cause a commotion? Lin Fei knew without thinking Yanhuang City. After the ranking competition, there were still many major powers living in Yanhuang City. As long as he assassinated them, he would definitely be able to cause a commotion. At that time in the darkness, it would be a piece of cake to sneak into the statue. Lin Fei once again disappeared into the night. The 100 Dark Assassins used the moonlight to advance rapidly. In every second they crossed a very long distance. Gradually, Yanhuang City appeared in his vision. Lin Fei just hid in the dark, shielding all his aura as though he didn't exist. Through his vision, he saw the Dark Assassins sneak into Yanhuang City. 100 Dark Assassins wasn't a large number. Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of this force. This was also the first time he had taken it out to experiment. Arrange for 2 Dark Assassins to assassinate Lu Shan first. Lin Fei thought of that assassin. Wasn't he still in Yanhuang City? Using assassins to ambush him would definitely be a very interesting thing. As for those who wanted to ambush him, Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 2310. Night, Yanhuang City. Young Master Yanhua had brought his subordinates to the largest brothel in Yanhuang City. As the young master of the Yan family, he was fawned upon no matter where he went. Recently, he had successfully taken in a group of people. Young Master Yanhua was in a good mood. It would be even better if he did not mention Di Tian. Young Master Yan, cheers. Cheers. In one of the pavilions of the gold squandering den, a group of men were hugging a woman and drinking a cup of wine. The woman beside them was very cooperative, and from time to time she would make everyone laugh. Young Master Yanhua was tipsy and very excited. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, 2 darkness assassins sneaked in and quietly approached the target. When he raised his wine cup, the darkness assassin instantly attacked. 2 beams of cold light pierced towards his chest and the other pierced towards his forehead. The speed of the attack was so fast that it exceeded everyone's imagination. The 2 beams of light were formed from daggers. At this speed, it was not difficult to hit the target if one was unprepared. The jade pendant on young Master Yanhua's neck glowed brightly. Just as it was about to hit the target, it blocked the 2 attacks. The entire pavilion exploded, and the darkness assassin was sent flying. Assassin! Young Master Yanhua has been assassinated. Quick, catch the assassin. Once it failed, the darkness assassin retreated into the darkness. As the cold light flashed, the surrounding people were unlucky. They were stabbed at vital spots and fell one by one. In order for the darkness assassin to display its most terrifying assassination ability, Lin Fei had coated the dagger with poison. It was an incurable poison that could kill with one strike. Unless one's strength reached a terrifying level, One would not be able to suppress the poison. But these people were not. In no time the scene was littered with corpses. Young Master Yan Hua was frightened. A crack appeared on the pendant on his chest. Bastard, this young master's treasure. You wasted a chance for nothing. Most of the people on the scene had been killed. The darkness assassin turned back and tried to assassinate young Master Yan Hua. Even though he was a middle-stage giant, it took a lot of effort to kill the darkness assassin. Investigate. I want to know who sent them. Seeing his subordinates rushing over, Yan Hua scolded them harshly. Before the news of the assassination of young Master Yan Hua had spread, Yanhuang City erupted into chaos. A group of assassins who were proficient in stealth had infiltrated Yanhuang City and attempted to assassinate the leaders of the major powers. Since the assassination had failed, they immediately changed targets and many people fell victim to it. In less than an hour, the entire Yanhuang City was in chaos. No matter which faction they belonged to, they were more or less assassinated. This kind of assassination was completely undetectable. Until the other party charged out, they would not even have the time to react before they were killed in a single blow. Yanhuang City also went into lockdown at the first instance. The law enforcement team of Yanhuang City was dispatched quickly, but they were immediately attacked by assassins and lost 2/3 of their manpower. This time, the people of Yanhuang City were on tenterhooks. These assassins were even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even the late-stage magnates could not kill them in a short time. He allowed the other party to dive into the darkness. Yin Zixing immediately found out about this and mobilized the law enforcement team to kill the assassins. Soon bad news came back. The assassin seemed to be living in the dark. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, he perfectly concealed his aura. Before the enemy could find him, he was already killed. His movements were clean and swift, and his attacks were sure to hit his target. At this moment, Yin Zixing was enraged. Contact the assassin world immediately. I want to know who is behind all this. Yin Zixing knew that the impact of tonight's incident would be extremely bad. The main city of an elite faction had been attacked by a group of mysterious assassins. If they did not give an explanation, the reputation of the Yanhuang world would definitely be tarnished. From then on, it would become a joke. If they do not give an explanation, I do not mind personally going to the assassin world to have a good talk with them. Yin Zixing first thought of the assassin world. Other than them, no one else was proficient in such concealment techniques. Brother Yen, you have misunderstood our assassin world. Yin Zixing sent a thought in front of him. The thought turned into a black-clothed man. His entire body was wrapped up, and his features could not be seen clearly. This person was the master of the assassin world, Black. Everyone knows what the assassin world is like. Can you guarantee that these assassins have nothing to do with the assassin world? Yin Zixing snorted coldly. Don't think that the headquarters of the assassin world is hidden. As long as I want to find the assassin world, I will definitely find you in less than 3 days. Don't underestimate the ability of a third-step expert. Black was aggrieved. He did not dare to underestimate the anger of a third-step expert. Moreover, the impact this time was very bad. When the big and small factions were gathered, they were attacked by a group of assassins. This was not a good thing for the assassin world. Those who did not know would think that the assassin world wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Brother Yen, our assassin world is notorious, but it does not mean that we will act recklessly. This ambush could not have been done by someone from our assassin world. Black tried his best to explain. This matter, our assassin world will definitely get to the bottom of it and give Brother Yen a satisfactory answer. The black-clothed man exploded, and the thought dissipated. Yin Zixing frowned. Black is arrogant, but it does not mean that he will act recklessly. The assassin world defending 33 small saint realms in one go is definitely not a wise thing to do. This matter should have nothing to do with them. You're courting death. Yin Zixing shouted towards the darkness, and 2 Jingguang beams shot out from his eyes. The Jingguang turned towards the darkness, and with a plop 2 corpses fell from the darkness. What a powerful assassin. He actually managed to sneak in. No wonder those people fell for his trick. Before they finished sighing, the assassins on the ground disappeared again. One appeared in front and the other appeared behind. They stabbed down with daggers, and as soon as they got close, The two instantly exploded into a bloody mess. This time, Yan Zixing's expression changed. They were clearly killed by me, but they can still attack. No matter who it was, they would not be able to understand this matter no matter how much they thought about it. Not long after, the other 4 top forces all arrived, and their complexions were not very good. It seems that you guys are the same as me. You have also been assassinated by them. Yan Zixing threw the corpses and looked at the 4 people. When did such a group of assassins appear in the sacred world? Not only are they proficient in concealment, but they also have a strong life force. Their daggers are dipped in poison, and their methods are vicious. Bai Bo's face was dark. They are very bold. They clearly know that assassinating us won't work, but they still dare to come and assassinate us. I am even more interested in the mastermind behind this. Luo Xing of the Black Water World also had a dark expression. This kind of assassination method was completely a provocation. If we don't find them, these people will be even more arrogant. Very impressive methods. The entire Yanhuang world is in chaos. Brother Yan, we have to deal with this quickly. Wan Taijun reminded. Chapter 23:11. The 5 top forces naturally had their own reasons for holding the small Saint Realm ranking tournament. For the time being, they had achieved the result they wanted. But now, a group of assassins had appeared out of nowhere, and all of them had extraordinary abilities. Even giant powerhouses had fallen into trouble. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. No matter who the mastermind was, from this moment on, they would blacklist the other party. As long as they found clues, they would definitely destroy the other party. No one could remain unscathed after offending the 5 top forces. Yan Zixing immediately arranged for the first step experts to encircle the assassins in the shadows. Once the first step experts attacked, they really found the assassins with their powerful spiritual senses. However, there was a slight deviation in the encirclement. The assassins hid in the darkness and came and went freely. This was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they were in Yanhuang City, and a large-scale attack was impossible. They could only watch helplessly as the assassins fled. Every first step expert had always felt helpless when dealing with some small bugs hiding in the darkness. However, tonight they experienced the feeling of helplessness. After Yan Zixing heard the news, he was shocked again. It was the same for the other 4 top forces. They had no choice but to send out second step experts. When the second step experts attacked, the effect was immediately seen. One by one, the dark assassins were found and killed in a few rounds, leaving only their corpses behind. Unbeknownst to them at this time, there were also people observing the second step experts. Second step experts are indeed strong. They have broken through a whole new level of strength and have perfect control of the Great Tao power. It seems that this second step expert should be able to control the Great Tao of gravity within a certain range, and that one should be able to teleport a short distance. 100 dark assassins had assassinated many famous figures, but they were quickly surrounded and killed by the second step experts. From the beginning, Lin Fei did not think that they could withstand the attack of the second step experts. It was reasonable for them to be killed. Lin Fei realized the tyrannical strength of the second step experts through observation. Not enough, this is still not enough. This caused a riot in Yanhuang City. Could not be sustained for too long. For Lin Fei, the effect would only be average. It seemed like he could only send out another batch of dark assassins. This time Lin Fei had sent out 500 darkness assassins. He had also put in a lot of capital. Compared to the terrifying amount of energy he would gain, all of this was worth it. The 100 darkness assassins were quickly found. Not a single one of them was left alive. Once they were captured, Lin Fei would control them to commit suicide, erasing all information. Even if an unparalleled expert acted, they wouldn't be able to find any useful clues. The commotion caused by the 100 darkness assassins did not stop. 500 darkness assassins sneaked in. Yanhuang City's old devil Yan, listen up. We are the Avengers. We, the Avengers, will never forget what you have done to us. The purpose of the Avengers is revenge. After the 500 darkness assassins had infiltrated Yanhuang City, Lin Fei had controlled a darkness assassin to say these words. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Yanhuang City. Ah no! Not again. Too scary. We can't hold on any longer. Another giant powerhouse has been killed. And it was a one-hit kill. Run! With the addition of 500 dark assassins, the Yin Huang world was thrown into chaos. Yan Zixing heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was thinking about this matter, the voice that came from the night was especially clear. He stood up. Avengers? The holy masters of the other 4 top forces also stood up and looked at the sky outside. Their expressions were very strange. They had actually never heard of this force before. They seemed very unfamiliar. Through their tyrannical strength, they could clearly see the situation within Yin Huang City. Those troublesome assassins were constantly appearing and disappearing. Every time someone would fall. Yin Huang City was also in complete chaos, especially when the giant powerhouses were helpless against them. With the previous experience, the darkness assassins were even more agile. At the same time, they spread out within Yin Huang City, giving the 2 second-step experts in the night sky a slight headache. Lin Fei hid near the statue, perfectly concealing his aura, waiting for the right opportunity. The Avengers. I believe they will definitely be shocked. In the end, they can't figure out their origins, and this will eliminate a lot of suspicion. The Avengers was a name that Lin Fei had casually come up with. It was just enough to fool them. Master Yan Zixing and the other 4 are about to attack. Your chance is here. Make use of this chance to sneak into the statue. The little devil immediately reminded. There's only one chance. I will grasp it well. After sacrificing 600 darkness assassins, I have to get something back. Lin Fei was actually waiting for the 5 elite holy masters to make their move. In the instant that the 5 elite holy masters made their move, 5 powerful spiritual senses shrouded the sky above Yin Huang City. Although the 500 darkness assassins were proficient in stealth, they were completely exposed at this moment. Under the pressure of this spiritual sense, everyone was unable to move. This was the terrifying pressure of a third-step expert. Once a third-step expert makes his move, he is indeed awesome. He can suppress all the energy waves in Yin Huang City. As expected of a third-step expert. A pity that they are under my control. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result. If a third-step expert did not have any ability, how could he be a third-step expert? Long live the Avengers! It was not just the people of Yin Huang City who were suppressed. The 500 darkness assassins were also suppressed. One of them shouted, "Long live the Avengers," and chose to self-destruct. Bang bang bang. The 500 darkness assassins choosing to self-destruct was not a simple move. It could easily destroy Yin Huang City and raze it to the ground. Yan Zixing naturally would not let such a thing happen. Otherwise, Yin Huang City would still have face. Suck! Yan Zixing opened his mouth and sucked at Yin Huang City. Instantly, the energy from the self-destruction was guided by a powerful aura, and was continuously absorbed into his body. Yan Zixing's body did not react at all. The terrifying impact of the energy that could destroy Yin Huang City was all absorbed into his body. When the 500 darkness assassins self-destructed, Lin Fei turned into nothingness. He came before the statue and tore a hole in the hundreds of millions of spirit designs. He successfully snuck in. Within the statue there was a space of its own. Powerful spirit designs and restrictions were set up together. There was no distinction between you and me. The slightest touch would result in death by the spirit designs and restrictions. Take a deep breath. One step at a time. In Lin Fei's mind, he already had the system's route of entry. Every single restriction was recorded. Lin Fei nimbly moved around, avoiding the array formations and restrictions without triggering any reaction from the array formations and restrictions. Chapter 23:12. The moment Yan Zixing's thought popped up, it was immediately suppressed by reason. The Elder Ancestor's statue has accumulated generations of spirit designs and restrictions. It has always been a killing move of the Yin Huang world. Unless it's those people, who else would be able to barge in? Moreover, if I wanted to barge in, I would definitely cause a commotion. I must be being paranoid. It was because of his absolute trust in the statue of the Elder Ancestor that Yan Zixing had missed a chance to discover it. When he found out later, he suspected that the appearance of the Avengers might have been a diversion. Of course, this was a story for another time. At that moment, the 5 top powerhouses frowned. This kind of attack was very similar to a certain person's. Using their powerful divine senses, they discovered that Dition was standing at the door, protected by two first-step powerhouses. There were several corpses in front of him, and they immediately ruled out Dition as a suspect. After the explosion of Yanhuang City was resolved, the 5 top experts gathered together, deep in thought. In the next second, they all returned to Yan Zixing's residence. This is strange. Bai Lang frowned. When did such a strong force appear in our sacred world? Their assassination skills are no weaker than those of the assassin world. For a moment, I even suspected that Black was behind this. I have never heard of the Avengers, not even a hint of them. I can guarantee that this was a sudden attack by them, to catch us off guard. Luo Xing's face was dark. It was already dark, and now it was even darker. One could only see the murderous intent on his face. We have to investigate with all our might. No matter what, we cannot allow such a mysterious force to hide in the dark. This will be very disadvantageous to us. Wan Tiejuan's murderous intent surged. Have you all ever thought that the Avengers might be like those from back then? Holy Master Blood Prison's face was dark, as though he was recalling something. There was a trace of unnaturalness in the depths of his eyes. Damn, these spirit designs are indeed terrifying. Without the little devil to help analyze them, whoever comes will die. Lin Fei carefully made his way through. No matter who it was, when faced with hundreds of millions of spirit designs and restrictions, they would definitely feel numb. If they were not careful, they would be annihilated. They would not even be able to save themselves. Lin Fei looked nervous, but he was actually very relaxed. According to the system's position, he could enter through the gap. Moreover, he had spatial abilities, so he could easily move through. Inside the statue, it was much bigger than Lin Fei had imagined. For the time being, Lin Fei did not sense the existence of the terrifying energy. Based on his intuition, the energy should be fixed in a certain area. What he needed to do now was to dive to the bottom. Traversing through the dangerous spirit designs, Lin Fei's movements were swift. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the control of the Yanhuang world spirit designs. On the way down, the danger of the array formations and restrictions began to increase. Lin Fei's mind was on high alert, and he did not dare to be careless. Just based on the aura coming from the array formation, it would only take a moment to take his life. 2 hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the depths of the statue space. It's really here. After passing through the last array formation, the array formation behind Lin Fei disappeared. Not far in front of him, large and small terrifying energy turned into birds and beasts, each of them abnormally powerful. Voila! In the space, a sharp claw struck, as though it wanted to tear everything apart. It was aimed at Lin Fei's head. The strength of this attack directly reached the level of a first-step expert. With a thought, Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses. The sharp claw landed on his head, and the incantations that filled the sky shattered. The terrifying strength shattered the incantations 3 times. After forcefully withstanding the attack of the sharp claw, Lin Fei realized that he could not fight it head-on. Just as the thought emerged, a cold wind blew behind him, and a giant finger poked at his back. This attack came without a sound. Lin Fei's blood boiled. The incantations continued to shatter, and he blocked the attack by a hair's breadth. Master, the origin energy in this place has developed a trace of intelligence, and it can attack instinctively. If you fight with this origin energy, it will be very disadvantageous for Master. Lin Fei said angrily, hurry up and activate forceful plunder, and collect all these D*MN origin energy. Fighting against the origin energy, and even consuming it, Lin Fei would never agree. This kind of price is not worth it. No problem. Let's start immediately. As his voice fell, a huge whirlpool formed around Lin Fei's body. Once the whirlpool opened, any attack that fell into the whirlpool would immediately be broken down and turned into numbers. When Lin Fei saw the system's origin energy units shoot up like a rocket, he finally revealed a trace of a smile. When I absorb all the origin energy, I will have a super trump card. Let's see who is the unlucky one. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. Hua hua hua. The origin energy at the bottom of the statue resisted at first, but in the face of the huge plunder ability, the origin energy was unable to resist and was continuously absorbed. This process lasted for a full hour. Don't look at how long an hour is. The origin energy obtained by forceful plunder has become a terrifying number. When Lin Fei saw this, he could not help but laugh out loud. I'm rich, I'm really rich. An unending stream of origin energy was being plundered. Lin Fei's own strength did not increase by much, but when he unleashed a big move in one go, it was definitely terrifying enough to make people tremble. If it was before, Lin Fei would only be able to unleash the attack of a first-step ranker, and the duration would not be long. After all, in these 10 years the consumption of origin energy was extremely high, and if all of them were to explode together, he would at most be able to unleash an attack of a second-step ranker. Right now Lin Fei could be said to have taken an important step forward, and instantly grasped a powerful explosive move. A trump card in hand. I've finally finished absorbing it. Lin Fei did not ruthlessly absorb it all, leaving behind a thin layer. From the outside, the Yan Huang ancestor statue maintained its endless pressure. However, only Lin Fei himself understood that this statue was clearly just an empty shell. The real golden jade on the outside was rotten inside, and even if Yin Zixing stood in front of it, he would not be able to see the changes within. After a long period of time, the formation restrictions had strangely fused into one. There was me and you, and there was you and me. It was no longer a simple formation restriction. Lin Fei had also spent a long time with the powerful system before he had the confidence to enter. Without personally experiencing it, he would definitely not be able to imagine how terrifying it was. Leaving behind a thin layer of origin energy, Lin Fei was also worried that others would be able to see through it. Master, go down and take a look. There seems to be some good stuff at the bottom. The little devil reminded. There's still something else? Without the attack of the origin energy, Lin Fei completely relaxed and calmly moved down. In a moment he arrived at the bottom of the statue space and could touch the ground. His feet were on the ground. Altar. It turned out that at the bottom there was an altar. Chapter 23:13. Underground. After losing the envelopment of the origin energy, a black stone altar appeared. There were 18 huge pillars standing around it, giving off an ancient aura. At the beginning, Lin Fei mistakenly thought that it was an altar. When he looked carefully, a formless terror rose from the bottom of his heart. F***CK. This isn't an altar. Around the altar, there were a total of 18 huge metal chains that flickered with starlight. Each of them was tied to the center of the altar, and there was something that looked like a human but not a human. This must be a big secret. There's actually a person tied up inside the statue of the Yan Huang ancestor. It seems like those 18 chains are not ordinary items. To be able to not be affected by the origin energy, what a great thing. Lin Fei did not lean forward, but instead retreated backwards. In this kind of place Lin Fei could not be careless. Little devil, are you trying to trick me? Maybe the guy who is restricted on the altar is a super expert. Lin Fei scolded the little devil. To be able to appear in such a place, Lin Fei suspected that the other party's strength was at least at the third step, or even higher. Such a tyrannical person, killing him was too easy. If he had known that this would happen, Lin Fei would not have been able to kill him. Relax, the guy on the altar has been dead for a long time. He doesn't have any life force. The little devil came to the altar. Master, you don't have to worry. On the other hand, this corpse is a good thing. According to my analysis, at its peak, it would have reached the peak of the 5th step. Lin Fei took a deep breath. This is a 5th step expert? My God, to be able to suppress the other party here. He is definitely not a simple 5th step expert. Perhaps he is a peak existence among the 5th step experts. No wonder I was curious from the start, why is there a statue in Yanhuang City? There's no need for this at all. This doubt had indeed popped up in Lin Fei's mind before. However, he had never thought that there would be such a big secret. Master's analysis is very reasonable. It is very likely that this involves some secrets of the wasteland continent. With the current strength of the sacred world, it is impossible to suppress a suspected 5th step expert. It is also possible that this was done by that mysterious force back then. To master, whether or not it is a secret from back then, this specific corpse is really a rare good thing. Lin Fei had indeed never thought about it. There was such a good thing at the bottom. Even if it was not a 5th step expert's corpse, even if it was a 4th step expert's corpse, it would still be worth it. After modifying it, it would at least be a third-step expert's corpse. Then what are we waiting for? Put it away immediately. Lin Fei could not wait any longer. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had tried to enter the central area of the boundary wall battlefield, but he had failed time and time again. Now he found a powerful skeleton. Naturally, he was very tempted and couldn't wait to get out of here. This was also because Lin Fei had been lucky. If the other party had been alive, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have had a chance. For example, the imprisonment chains were as sturdy as mountains, and at the same time, they had been infused with different materials, which gave them a certain restrictive ability. Return. Now that the other party was dead, Lin Fei was relieved. The system retrieved the sturdy chains on the spot. It did not want to expose any information and arouse suspicion. Without the shackles, Lin Fei put the corpse back into the system space. He was now sure that the other party was dead. Master, come and take a look. There are words here. They should have been left behind by the owner of this corpse. I think you must come and take a look. Without the support of the origin energy, the altar became useless. There was no danger. Lin Fei came to the altar and left bloody words on it. Before he got close, he felt an endless chill as if he had fallen into an endless rain of blood. At this critical moment, the little devil used the origin energy. A long saber blasted away the endless rain of blood, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. It was too dangerous. How could these words be so terrifying? I was so close to being killed by these bloody words. Lin Fei's back was sweating. Now, he had no doubt that when the other party was alive, he was at least a fourth-step expert. Master, I'm sorry. The little devil also knew that it had done something wrong and immediately apologized. You know that this kind of power has no effect on our energy bodies. You didn't know that the bloody words are directed at the body. Master, wait a moment. I will help you suppress this chill and then you can watch. Lin Fei was indeed quite frightened. Just a few words were terrifying to such an extent. Did he really think that he could kill anyone he wanted to? Master, it's done. Lin Fei looked at the bloody words again. Previously, the terrifying power had been suppressed, and a few words were written intermittently on it. Among them there were a few kill words that contained boundless killing intent, as if the entire world was filled with killing intent. With a slight look, Lin Fei was completely shocked, and barely managed to see through some tricks. From the intermittent words, he could vaguely guess that this rancor seemed to be related to the first-generation Yan Huang ancestor, and the other party mentioned the Yan Huang ancestor intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that the Yan Huang ancestor suppressed the other party here? Lin Fei guessed based on the clues. This relationship is too deep and it's been too long. However, these words seem to be worth using. Lin Fei was not interested in continuing to guess. In any case, he was already dead. But these words in blood did not change much over time, so their value was still very high. Do you have the confidence to create these bloody words? With such a good opportunity in front of him, Lin Fei would not miss it. Even if I lose some of my power. I can do that. The little devil nodded. There should be a certain gap in power. According to the analysis, the power of the blood words can still be maintained around the power of a second-step expert. The difference is that big. Lin Fei had personally felt it just now. No matter what, the power was at least at the third step or even at the peak level. Taking it down will consume a certain amount of energy. It's pretty good for Master. The little devil said. Lin Fei thought so too. If he could use it as a trump card at a critical moment, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill the other party if he threw out the blood words? That scene would definitely be spectacular. The powerful ability of the system was once again displayed. Using its ingenious ability, it really peeled off the blood words one by one. During this period it failed a few times and a few of the blood words lost their power. In the end, Lin Fei still obtained 35 blood words, which was equivalent to being able to unleash 35 attacks from a second-step expert. 35 times. Lin Fei was excited. I was originally worried about the trip to the Wild Sacred Mountain's secret realm. With the power of these blood words, I can at least fight against them. Chapter 23:14. Nothing. Still no news of the Avengers? Appeared out of nowhere. Yanhuang City, City Lord Residence. Yan Zixing frowned. According to his spies, he had mobilized all the power of the Yan family, but still could not find any information on the Avengers. It was as though they had appeared out of nowhere. This was not good news. Yanhuang City had been attacked by the mysterious Avengers. Although they had been dealt with in the end, it was because they had chosen to self-destruct. After eliminating Tian as a suspect, the Yen family had mobilized all their power, but to no avail. It was as though they did not exist. Father, this must have been planned for a long time. We can slowly arrange for people to investigate from here. Yanhua had also been assassinated, and was fuming at the mention of this. The sacred realm is so big. I don't believe we can't find them. Yan Zixing had tried to use the self-destructing corpses to find the nest of the other party. In the end, he discovered that there was no information on these corpses, as though they had been erased. Whether the Avengers were real or fake, Yan Zixing had to take it seriously. If there was a first, there might be a second. He had to be cautious. Little Z, you're usually smart. What do you think these people are after? Or are they just trying to mess with the 5 top powers? Yan Zixing looked at his daughter Yan Zi. Yanhua's eyes flashed with displeasure. In the entire Yan clan, the only person he disliked was this sister of his. No matter if it was in terms of cultivation talent or intellect, she was better than him. She also had the support of a large number of strong cultivators in the Yan clan. Now she was on par with him. Little sister, why don't you say something? Perhaps you can find something. Yanhua said with a smile. Yanzi did not mind. She frowned slightly. Father, I feel that they are creating a diversion. Yanhua interrupted. Humph, creating a diversion. Little sister, are you muddle-headed? There doesn't seem to be anything in Yanhuang City that is worth their attention, right? Is there a need to create a diversion? I think there is no need at all. Yanzi was used to her big brother's mockery. It was as though she would feel uncomfortable if she did not fight back. Father, why don't you think about it carefully? Why would those people make trouble at this time? What's the difference between a day earlier and a day later? In that case, it could only be said that what the other party was worried about was the Voidfire Mystery Realm. Since that was the case, it could only be said that the other party was not strong enough. Perhaps, otherwise, just based on these assassins, they can move stealthily. As long as they target those below the level of an unparalleled expert, how many people in Yanhuang City can stop them? Yan Zixing had been pondering all this while. There had to be something wrong with this assassination attempt against Yanhuang City. For example, there was no need to assassinate third-step experts like them. It was completely unnecessary. Yanhua laughed coldly. Little sister, what you said is correct, but why do I feel that something is wrong? Do they need a reason to make things difficult for us? Our Yen family is one of the top 5 forces. Perhaps it's just some of our enemies from back then who still hold a grudge and want to attack our Yen clan at this time. They're just a bunch of shameless and useless people. Lord Father, you don't need to care about them at all. I'm willing to investigate the whereabouts of these people. Capture them one by one and use their blood to atone for their sins. Yanzi indeed felt that there was another motive behind this incident. It seemed to be attracting everyone's attention. If Yanzi really wanted to find the crux of the matter, she really had no idea. Her instincts told her that this was a diversion, but she did not know if the other party had achieved their goal. In the end, Yan Zixing handed the matter over to Yanhua, leaving Yanzi in the room. This made Yanhua very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had taken responsibility for this matter. As long as he did it well, he would definitely leave a good impression in his father's eyes. Little Z, your big brother's temper is like this. Don't take offense. Yan Zixing laughed. From the bottom of his heart, he still liked his daughter a little more. His eldest son's ability to handle matters was more or less questionable. I won't. Yanzi laughed. However, father has to pay attention to the matter of the Avengers. From their actions to their self-destruction, it's easy to see that they are not an ordinary force. Perhaps they are a strong force that has been hiding for a long time. They are indeed not ordinary. Yan Zixing sighed. The future of the sacred world will not be peaceful. This trip to the eerie flame mystic realm is also your chance. You must grasp it. Yanzi looked at her father's serious expression. It was an expression that was rarely seen. She could not help but ask, Father, the future of the sacred world, will it really? Yan Zixing stretched out his hand and set up a restriction. isolating all sound. Even a third-step expert would not be able to hear anything. Do you know what will happen in 100 years? 100 years? Yanzi hesitated for a moment. Then a thought flashed across her mind. Father, are you talking about that prophecy? You are very smart. Now, there are probably only a few people who still remember this language. Yan Zixing seemed to be reminiscing about something. In 100,000 years we will rule over this world and reform the land. Father, could it be true? Yan Zi's eyes flashed with shock. Lin Fei did not know that someone had almost guessed the truth based on some clues. The modified human is quite useful. As long as I don't make a move, no one will be able to see anything wrong. After returning to the VIP building, Lin Fei put away the modified human and was completely relieved. In the courtyard of the VIP building, Lin Fei had set up some equipment. He could clearly see that after the assassination attempt, this place had indeed been searched by divine senses. There were still 5 extremely tyrannical and terrifying auras. Apart from those 5, there was no one else. This trip is a great harvest. Each of the 35 blood words is priceless. There is also this tyrannical corpse. It is time to transform and refine it. This was the most powerful corpse that Lin Fei had obtained. When the strength of the corpse reached a certain level, it could also be transformed into a terrifying existence. Taking advantage of the limited time, Lin Fei began the transformation process. Fortunately, Little Fiend could undergo the transformation automatically through the system and did not need to be brought outside. This saved him a lot of trouble. He was really worried that the aura would leak and attract the 5 third-step experts. Little Fiend, your appearance must be ferocious, the kind that will scare people at first glance. The remnant aura on your body must be wiped clean. I don't want to be recognized by others. If that happens, it will definitely be a big problem. Lin Fei requested Little Fiend to carry out the transformation. In order to transform this corpse, it was worth it. This level of corpse would be useful to anyone, but the greatest use was in Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 23:15. The Avengers were well known in the Sacred Realm. No one knew the true background of the Avengers. In fact, this was the first time they had heard of it. Yanhuang City had been locked down for a few days. After confirming that there was no danger, the lockdown was lifted, and Yanhuang City regained its freedom of entry and exit. Privately, a group of people were studying the assassin from that night. No matter how big the matter, it was quickly replaced by the Eerie Flame Secret Realm. Everyone knew about the Savage Sacred Mountain. It was the most glorious place in history. Those who established a sect there all had deep backgrounds. If not for the Great War, the Savage Sacred Mountain would still be the most sacred place in the world. A secret realm on the wild sacred mountain, no matter how long it had been, was always filled with endless temptation. Even if it was an old treasure, its power was still not to be underestimated. The day of the Eerie Flame Secret Realm drew nearer, and everyone's thoughts were on it. This time the 5 top powers had publicly announced the location of the secret realm, allowing anyone to enter. This was a sensational event no matter where it was. Some people suspected that the 5 top powers were plotting something, but they were quickly drowned out. The 5 top powers coveted you. Go or not, no one was forcing you. With everyone saying this, those who had doubts were no longer suspicious. No one was forcing them to go. Whether they went or not was up to them. It was time for the Eerie Flame Secret Realm to be open to the public. Countless powers, big and small, had gathered in Yanhuang City. Without exception, they were all aiming for the Eerie Flame Secret Realm. Everyone wanted to find some treasures in the secret realm. Even if it was a low-grade treasure, it would still be worth a lot outside. The appearance of the 5 top holy masters on the square set off a wave of cheers. The Eerie Flame Secret Realm is rumored to have been established on the Wild Sacred Mountain by a powerful force called the Eerie Flame Sect. It has been passed down for millions of years. Yan Zixing briefly explained the history of the Eerie Flame Secret Realm. For this trip to the Eerie Flame Secret Realm, our 5 top powers will open up a transmission channel on the square. Everyone can use the transmission space to reach the outer region of the Eerie Flame Secret Realm. Yan Zixing's words excited everyone again. Who didn't know how dangerous the Savage Sacred Mountain was? Very few people dared to enter the Savage Sacred Mountain. Out of 10 people who entered, at least 9 would lose their lives. It was said that back then, When the savage sacred mountain shattered, it was demonized by a mysterious power. That region produced a terrifying demonized black wind that was extremely powerful and could even form a demonized storm. Everyone was excited that the 5 peak powers had opened up a teleportation channel. It would save them a lot of trouble. As long as they searched for treasures in the outer regions, they might be able to obtain a good harvest. 5 spatial portals appeared. The foundation of the 5 top forces was once again verified. This kind of teleportation array was not that easy to build. Only the top 5 forces could do such a thing. Voidfire Mystic Realm, here we come. Charge. Fortune comes from danger. Let's go all out. One by one, the forces rushed into the portal. Every time there was a flash of light, someone was teleported over. I wonder how many of them will make it out in the end. The fat on by Lang's face jiggled as he watched them rush into the portal. That's their choice. We gave them a chance. Luoxing laughed coldly. So what if they sacrifice a few lives? They're all useless trash anyway. It's better to help us. I don't know if this method will work or not. We don't have much time left, Wan Taijun said slowly. I hope that we can succeed in one go. Why not? We've prepared for so long for this. The chance of success is very high. Sacred Lord Blood Prison wasn't worried about this. That's true. It's fine as long as the Avengers don't appear again. Outsiders couldn't hear what the 5 of them were saying. In the sacred world, there weren't many forces that had the ability to listen in on their conversation. They had set up layers of arrays and restrictions around them. What they didn't know was that there was a person in a not-so-far corner of the plaza who could hear them clearly. Damn, I told you that the Voidfire Mystic Realm wouldn't be so kind as to open it to the public. As expected, there's something fishy going on. It seems like we're going to sacrifice a bunch of people. Lin Fei's system wasn't within their range of restrictions. They would never have thought that someone would eavesdrop on their conversation right under their noses. Actually, Lin Fei didn't want to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, they were too close to him, so he had no choice but to eavesdrop. He just didn't expect to hear something unexpected. Master, you have 35 blood words now, which means that you can unleash 35 attacks of a second-step expert, Little Fiend analyzed. The modified human is almost complete. Master can really make a trip to the Voidfire Mystic Realm. I've locked on to them. As long as they enter the Voidfire Mystic Realm, Master can follow them secretly. At that time you'll know what they're up to. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. In fact, he wanted to know what was in the Voidfire Mystic Realm that was worth the attention of the 5 third-step experts. As one of the sacred lords of the small sacred world, Lin Fei didn't need to squeeze into a space portal with others. He had his own space portal. At the space portal, Lin Fei saw Yu Mingzi and his group. After being chased out of their positions, the 2 of them were extremely jealous of each other, especially Yu Mingzi. Ditian, the Voidfire Mystic Realm is very dangerous. You have to be mentally prepared. Yu Mingzi chuckled, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. If you go in and can't come out, you'll really become a big joke in the sacred world. You don't have to worry about that, Lin Fei said with a smile. You guys have to be careful. Threat? Who's threatening who? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Yu Mingzi laughed and said, let's wait and see. Yu Mingzi and his group went in first, and Lin Fei followed. With a flash of brilliance, they arrived at the periphery of the Voidfire Mystic Realm. This place was at the foot of a mountain. In front of them was a boundless mountain. Outside the mountain, the demonized black wind whistled past and hit the protective layer of the mystic realm again and again. Everyone was alarmed when they saw this. Lin Fei stood at the foot of the mountain. At this moment there were many people on the way up. Before the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, this place should have been a forest. In the depths of the mountains the Voidfire sect is located. Lin Fei thought to himself, little devil, monitor the Voidfire Mystic Realm carefully and see what's different about this place. No problem. Monitor the Voidfire Mystic Realm immediately. Chapter 23:16. The Voidfire Secret Realm was filled with danger. Lin Fei wasn't really interested in the treasures of the Voidfire Secret Realm. Even if there were, it wouldn't be his turn to enjoy them. The 5 top factions would have already swept through the place. He might not get anything good if he went. While no one was paying attention, Lin Fei found a safe place to hide. Little Fiend blocked all traces of Dition's aura and completely disappeared from the Voidfire secret realm. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He kept observing the Voidfire secret realm. Yu Ming Zi Mo Yuan Yanhua? Through the system, Lin Fei saw a group of familiar faces at a certain location in the mountains. There were at least 100 of them, and they were all elite experts. Is young master's information correct? Will Dition pass through here? Yu Mingzi asked. Almost half a day has passed. Could it be that Dition has changed his direction and isn't passing through here anymore? If he doesn't pass through here, we might have wasted our efforts. These people hid in the surrounding void and concealed their aura perfectly. They had put in a lot of effort. Everyone, please calm down. In the crowd, a middle-aged man said unhurriedly. Young master said that Dition will definitely pass through here. Everyone just needs to be prepared. I believe that everyone doesn't want to be labeled as incompetent in the eyes of young master. The middle-aged man was sent by young master, so everyone had to give him face. Before the ranking competition started, they might have been able to put on airs. Now that everything was gone, they had fallen from the clouds. How could they give up now that they had finally found a big tree to lean on? The sacred world was very realistic. They used to be holy lords and were high above. Now that they had lost their holy lord status, the factions that were on good terms with them started to reject them. Some of the factions that they had offended were eyeing them covetously. If they didn't lean on young master, when would they wait? After the middle-aged man said that, everyone didn't dare to ask anymore. They just waited obediently. Young master, it should be young master Yanhua. That guy is just like what the outside world says, petty. I just rejected him, but he actually set up a trap here to ambush me. Lin Fei was now rich and overbearing. He could carry out a simple surveillance of a place, and the effect was extraordinary. For example, he found a few acquaintances lying in ambush in the dark. After listening for a while, Lin Fei knew that the person they were dealing with was him. He took their words to heart. That young master invited an expert. He seemed to have predicted that I would head in this direction. He should be an expert who has condensed a special great Tao. Master, are you going to deal with them now, or? The little demon waved the small steel fork. Although the small steel fork looked good, its power was not to be underestimated. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need. It's enough to scare them. Anyway, I haven't tried this function yet. They can be my guinea pigs. In Lin Fei's eyes, killing a few fellows who were only at the first step of being unrivaled was not difficult. Master is too sinister, creating a mysterious peerless expert unknowingly. Interesting. The little devil laughed sinisterly. I'll help Master prepare immediately. Lin Fei did not deal with them, but he did not intend to let them go easily. The middle-aged man and his group continued to wait in the dark. After half a day, even he began to doubt himself. Did that Dition change his direction? You people are quite interesting. Are you planning to ambush someone? Just as everyone was getting impatient from waiting, a tyrannical divine sense swept over them. Immediately, a gloomy voice sounded in their ears, as if a demon had appeared beside them. Who is it? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. His huge divine sense followed, but he did not find any traces of the other party. A passerby. It was still a sinister voice. Looking at your posture, this old man is quite interested. I might as well stop and take a look. You don't mind, right? The middle-aged man almost said that he minded very much. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart. This place was specially chosen, and a high-level array had been set up around it, isolating all auras. Except for those who were proficient in arrays, outsiders would not be able to see anything. But now the other party had easily discovered their group, and their strength was at least at the second step or perhaps even higher. Yu Mingzi and Mo Yuan's group were the same. They felt a chill in their hearts. The other party could discover their position, but they could not find the other party's whereabouts. The strength of the other party could be imagined. Senior, we are just resting. The middle-aged man laughed dryly. Ambush someone? He did not dare to say it. Who knew what the other party would think? What if, through the change of vision, Lin Fei could see their expressions clearly? This feeling of acting mysterious was quite good. With the change of special energy, No one would be able to find his position. It would only leave an impression in their hearts that he was an otherworldly expert. "Oh, so you are resting," Lin Fei said. You really lie without beating your heart and blushing your face. You have the demeanor of me in the past." The middle-aged man looked embarrassed, but he did not dare to say a word. He searched with his divine sense, but there was no trace of the other party. In other words, the other party was very strong. It should be known that the middle-aged man was also a first-step expert, and he was at the peak, but he still could not find the other party's position. In front of this kind of expert who was not happy or angry, the middle-aged man put away his posture and mentioned the Yen family behind him. It was not a wise move, and it might even attract a strong enemy. "Seeing all of you, I suddenly thought of something," Lin Fei said gloomily. "You are lucky. If it was me 10,000 years ago, I would definitely die. I hate people who lie the most." The middle-aged man and everyone present instantly felt a terrifying, killing intent sweep over them. All the hair on their bodies stood up, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, and they could not use any strength to resist. "Thank you for not killing us, Senior. If you have anything, just tell us. We will not refuse." The middle-aged man's attitude towards this mysterious person changed. He was not surprised at all. He hurriedly nodded and said, "I heard that the holy leaders of the 5 top forces are here. I'm quite interested in them. Bring your people and help me tell them that the leader of the Avengers is here and wants to have a good chat with them." The middle-aged man's body went limp, and so did the people behind him. Only a few of them could keep a straight face, and they were all frightened. The leader of the Avengers. The middle-aged man's breathing quickened. He could not believe that he had encountered such a powerful person. Ever since that night, the Avengers had launched an assassination on the top forces. The next day, the news had spread throughout the sacred world. How could an ordinary person dare to provoke the 5 top forces in public? "Why? Are you not willing?" A formless pressure came crushing over. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. "We are willing, 100% willing." The middle-aged man could not care so much, and he could only sigh that he was unlucky to encounter the leader of the Avengers. "Okay, you can get lost." Chapter 23:17. The middle-aged man and Yu Mingzi had never felt such a terrifying coldness before. Just what kind of identity was the leader of the Avengers? At the very least, the leader of the Avengers possessed quite a background in the Saints' world right now. He would definitely be feared by everyone, and he seemed extremely mysterious as well. They would never have thought that the leader of the Avengers would be able to sneak in without a trace. This was definitely something major. With Lin Fei's piss off, the middle-aged man could not care so much. He did not even put away the formation. Everyone dispersed. No one knew if they would be mercilessly slaughtered if they continued. It feels good to pretend to be a mysterious expert. This was Lin Fei's method. He had given them great pressure unknowingly. At the same time, he had used them to send a message. "I'm here." Lin Fei could imagine that this news would definitely be very interesting once it spread. This was the result he wanted. "Let's just destroy this formation." After the middle-aged man and the others dispersed, they felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at them from behind at all times. They felt uneasy. Without any hesitation, they contacted the eldest young master Yan Hua and gave a simple report. The eldest young master Yan Hua could no longer remain calm. "The leader of the Avengers has entered the Voidfire secret realm?" The eldest young master Yan Hua did not dare to hesitate either. He knew the strength of his trusted aide very well. A mysterious existence that the other party could not detect had to be above the second step at the very least. Since the other party dared to say that he was the leader of the Avengers, he had to be at the third step no matter how weak he was. The eldest young master Yan Hua did not dare to hide this matter. Who knew if the leader of the Avengers was nearby? He did not want to be hated by a mysterious expert. Most importantly, the other party had always been extremely mysterious and had never revealed his true identity. The eldest young master Yan Hua passed on the news as soon as possible. He did not need to worry about how to deal with the mysterious existence. What? The mysterious leader of the Avengers has already entered the Voidfire secret realm? When Yin Zixing heard the news, he revealed a rare look of shock. To be able to sneak in right under their noses, this was indeed not ordinary. When the other 4 Saint Sovereigns heard this, they all had different expressions. In truth, they were all a little shocked. While they had arranged for spies to search for the other party had quietly entered the Voidfire mystic realm. One had to admit that this fellow was very courageous. He was so bold that he wasn't afraid of being discovered by them. This was the reason why they valued him so much. "We've met our match this time," Bai Lang said. "He's telling us that this is the first time I've met such an opponent." "Humph, so what if he's mysterious? In the end he's just a coward. As long as he comes out, I guarantee that he'll die a horrible death." Luo Xing of the Black Water World did not take him seriously at all. "Brother Luo, you're still so arrogant. Even if he doesn't come out now, there's nothing you can do." Wan Taijun chuckled and said, "We can't just keep waiting, right? Who knows how long that would take? Don't forget that the assassin that night is proficient in stealth. We definitely can't catch up to him in this aspect." From the words that Yan Zixing brought, they could clearly tell that the opponent that they had never met was at least a third-step expert. If the great Tao that he cultivated was terrifying, then it would be very troublesome. At their level, they were at the peak of the 3rd step, and they were only 1 step away from the 4th step. However, this step wasn't that easy to break through. Any unparalleled 3rd-step expert was a potential opponent. No one knew what kind of great Tao the other party had, and the different grades of the great Tao affected the evaluation of the other party's strength. "We need to look at this matter seriously." Sacred Lord Blood Prison had a solemn expression. Not many people know about the Voidfire secret realm. Maybe this mysterious Alliance Master is also after that thing. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words made the other 4 feel a little unnatural. This matter was too important to them, and they couldn't be careless at all. If the Alliance Master doesn't show himself, we won't be able to find him with his mysterious concealment technique. Yan Zixing was also anxious. They didn't want to waste so much effort and end up giving it to an outsider. Hua, a divine sense that flowed like water suddenly swept over everyone. The expressions of the 5 Peaks Sacred Lords became ugly when they sensed the powerful divine sense. 5 powerful divine senses instantly surged in the direction of the divine sense. "No one. It's not here. How is this possible? No, it's somewhere else. That's not right either." The 5 Peak Saint Sovereigns reacted quickly, but the result was terrible. In their divine senses, the other party's divine sense had silently retreated like a receding tide, retreating extremely quickly. The scariest thing was that they couldn't find any trace of the other party. Although their powerful divine senses couldn't cover the entire Voidfire secret realm, they could at least cover more than half of it. However, the other party still didn't show himself. There wasn't even a trace of him. This was absolutely unbelievable. Is this how the 5 Peak experts greet me? Without warning, a sinister voice rang in their ears. When they focused, they heard the other party's voice. It seemed to come from all directions, and they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. This made their expressions change. "What kind of technique is this? I can't even find where the other party is. What kind of grand Tao power is this?" The 5 of them used their divine senses to communicate. "You are the Alliance Master?" Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared into the air and asked, "Don't you all know in your hearts?" It was still the same voice. It was still coming from all directions. "I remember that someone should have sent you a message." They had already thought that the other party was the Alliance Master. But when they confirmed it, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. They could feel a dangerous aura coming from the Alliance Master's body, and they knew that the other party was definitely a difficult person to deal with. What they didn't know was that Lin Fei was secretly laughing. The 5 Peak Sacred Lords could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Once this got out, it would definitely be very interesting. "Then why did you come here?" Sacred Lord Blood Prison was very straightforward, and didn't want to beat around the bush with this mysterious Alliance Master. "I am quite interested in the Voidfire secret realm." Lin Fei smiled and said, "I came to take a look. Could it be that you don't agree? I don't seem to remember that the Voidfire secret realm belongs to you." They didn't come with good intentions. Chapter 23:18. The 5 Peak Sacred Lords had planned for such a long time, and were about to reap the fruits of victory. However, an unforeseen event occurred, and the one who came was an unknown Avengers Alliance leader. To them, this was as disgusting as eating a fly. From the other party's voice until now, they were still helpless. They couldn't find any trace of the other party, not even a trace. From this point, it proved that the other party was not weaker than them. The 5 of them were publicly recognized experts in the sacred world, but they couldn't find the other party's location. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with this person. There was nothing more helpless than the current situation. If they couldn't find the other party, even if they were strong, they could only stare. Alliance leader, since you are here, you must know about the Voidfire mystic realm. We won't say anything more. Sacred Lord Blood Prison said. There is indeed a treasure in the depths of the Voidfire mystic realm. It is a great Tao origin heart. We can give you 1/6 of it to show our sincerity. Lin Fei suspected that there was a top treasure in the Voidfire mystic realm. This was the first time he had heard of something like the great Tao origin heart. Even the secret scriptures didn't mention it. 1/6 is not enough. Lin Fei said forcefully. This seat wants at least 3/6. As long as you agree, this seat won't do anything rash. Otherwise, everyone's efforts will be in vain. The 5 sacred lords revealed angry expressions, but they suppressed it. All right, 3/6 it is. Let's treat it as a friend. Sacred Lord Blood Prison agreed without any hesitation. All right, because of this we are friends from now on. Ha ha ha. When they wanted to contact him again, the other party seemed to have disappeared from their divine senses. They didn't even feel anything. This was too unbelievable. He left. They didn't dare to be sure. Let's change to another place first. Yan Zixing suggested and everyone agreed. Soon, everyone changed to another place and set up layers of arrays and restrictions. It seemed like this was the only way they could relax. What they didn't know was that Lin Fei was watching. Change location? Isn't it the same? Brother Shui, if we really hand over 3/6, that's almost equal to 1/2. Luo Xing's face darkened. That's too big a loss for us. That's right, we all know the importance of the Great Tao Origin Heart. If there were several Great Tao Origin Hearts, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But now there is only one Great Tao Origin Heart inside, and everyone can only take one. I'm afraid that the effect of increasing the grade of the Great Tao will not even reach 10% of the usual effect. Yan Zixing's expression was solemn. In fact, no one was satisfied with Blood Prison's agreement. Why don't we listen to what Brother Shui has to say? Wan Taijun knew the other party very well. He believed that he wouldn't give up such a huge benefit. Sacred Lord Blood Prison glanced at Wan Taijun. It seems like Brother Wan understands me the best. I know what everyone is thinking. That Alliance Master hasn't revealed his whereabouts and is just a rat hiding. How could I give away such a big benefit? In reality, I just want to lure that Alliance Master out. Everyone immediately understood. Luo Xing's complexion brightened up. Brother Shui is indeed wise. As long as that Alliance Master dares to show himself, we can join hands to kill that fellow. Daring to snatch food in our territory, he's too bold. Everyone thought that this plan was feasible. I don't believe that the Alliance Master's Great Tao is of a higher grade than ours. In any case, our Great Tao is also an 8th grade Great Tao. Unless he has a 7th grade Great Tao, he will definitely lose. Bai Lang said confidently. The few of them discussed in detail how to ambush that Alliance Master. Every word they said fell into Lin Fei's ears. Humph. I knew that you guys didn't have any good intentions. Lin Fei sneered. You want to lure me out? Don't even think about it. Lin Fei still heard some useful information such as the grade of the Great Tao. This was the trump card of some experts. The strength of a Great Tao was related to the extent of one's strength. The 5 sacred lords were boastful, but there was also a trace of fear, such as the grade of the Great Tao. Their Great Tao is an 8th grade Great Tao. Their achievements are ordinary. No wonder they haven't developed much. Lin Fei thought. He was very clear about the grade of the Great Tao. The Great Tao was a new kind of energy. The most basic was the 5 major attributes, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the most common Great Tao. Basically, people without much talent would condense this kind of Great Tao. According to the grade, the highest was a 9th grade Great Tao, and the strongest was only around 8th grade. The more powerful and higher the grade of the unpopular Great Tao, the greater the difference between the grades of the Great Tao and the greater the disparity in strength. Basically, there was no need to contend against them. They could be killed in one move. This was also the reason why the 5 Apex experts had fear in their hearts. The mysterious Alliance Master of the Avengers had come to the eerie flame mystic realm. The 5 Apex experts did not dare to underestimate him anymore. They immediately headed to the depths of the eerie flame mystic realm. With their strength, few could keep up with them. Lin Fei followed unhurriedly, not daring to waste any time. In the mountains, many cave abodes appeared. Outside the cave abodes there were array restrictions. Many factions occupied a cave abode. A group of people attacked the array restrictions and then rushed in excitedly. Lin Fei was not interested at all. These things were all ordinary items without much value. Only the Great Tao Origin Heart that they mention was the real good stuff. Very quickly Lin Fei discovered something. For example, the people who died outside the cave abode quickly turned into dry corpses. Their blood essence disappeared without a trace. Master, the eerie flame mystic realm is really weird. The lost corpses have their essence blood sucked clean. Maybe this is the reason why they opened the mystic realm to the public. 7 analyzed. Lin Fei also felt that it made sense. At this height, how could they do something meaningless? Forget it. Our goal is them. We don't need to get involved in other matters. Lin Fei continued to catch up with them. Under the surveillance of the system, the 5 top holy lords came to the depths of the eerie flame mystic realm. Here the demonic black wind was rampant, turning the entire area into demonic black wind. There were whistling demonic black wind everywhere. The ground was torn apart, and the entire area was a void. Only the demonic black wind came and went. When they came to this area, their faces turned serious. They each opened their Tao, protected themselves, and moved forward in the void. This place is very dangerous. The attack of the demonic black wind is at the second step of the Great Tao. No wonder they are so careful. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the system did not affect them and kept following them. If it was before, Lin Fei might have had a headache. Now he did not need to have a headache. He had a way to enter. What a cunning guy. He actually set up a trigger restriction in the void. The 5 of them did not let go of any opportunity. They quietly set up a trigger restriction. It was very inconspicuous. They also suspected that the other party was following them. Once it was touched, they would know and make arrangements in advance. Chapter 23:19. After passing through the void, the 5 top experts appeared on a barren mountain. This was the only mountain in the void. The endless demonic black wind wreaked havoc mercilessly. However, this mountain was like a boulder that hadn't been destroyed until now. Lin Fei knew that this mountain should be made of a special material with unusual special effects. He immediately let Little Devil start to analyze it. No matter what, for it to be able to last until now, it was definitely not an ordinary item. If it could be forged into a divine weapon or treasure, that would be for the best. The more of these items, the better. Someone had opened a cave at the top of the mountain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others opened the restrictions and entered the cave. Lin Fei looked down. They were very cunning and had also set up restrictions. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to stop the system. The cave abode on this mountain was very deep. Lin Fei suspected that it was not created by a hidden cultivator in the past. On the Savage Sacred Mountain there were many similar cave abodes. Lin Fei was even more curious about the heart of the Great Path original path. What kind of nature-defying use did this thing have that it was worth them spending so much effort on it? According to the passageway of the cave, Lin Fei could easily tell that this place was definitely not safe before. There were many marks left on it. They must have worked together to break it open. Soon they arrived at the end of the cave. However, at the end of the cave was not the treasure that Lin Fei was expecting. Instead, it was a sturdy stone door that was carved with ancient runes. It can't be, they are blocked by this stone gate. Lin Fei was very curious. No matter how powerful a mere stone door was, it would not be able to block the attacks of 5 peak experts. However, when they arrived in front of the stone door, their expressions became much more solemn. Our method is indeed effective. Yan Zixing stared at the stone door and revealed a look of joy. The patterns on it are starting to be filled with essence blood. As long as the essence blood covers the entire stone door, we will be able to move this final obstacle. They held a deep grudge against this stone door. Ever since they found out about the Great Tao Primordial Heart, they spent a lot of effort and finally found this place. They barged their way in and were finally stopped by a stone door. That's right, it was this stone door. No matter what method they had, violence or other methods were better. He was unable to damage the stone door at all. In order to deal with this stone door, they had indeed put in a lot of effort. Later, they finally found relevant information in a place in the Voidfire mystic realm, which led to this scene. All we need to do now is wait. A smile appeared on Bai Lang's face. I'm really looking forward to the moment when the stone gate opens. However, will there really be a Great Tao Primordial Heart inside? Luo Xing was a little worried. After all, we were only able to confirm it through clues. No one can guarantee that the Great Tao Origin Heart is really inside. Yan Zixing shook his head. I don't think so. According to some information about the Voidfire mystic realm, this cave abode should be the cave abode of the strongest expert in the Voidfire mystic realm. Rumor has it that he was a fourth-step super expert with a Great Tao. His Great Tao was the legendary 6th grade Great Tao. In the end, he secluded himself in the cave abode, and it is highly likely that the Great Tao Origin Heart was left behind. Sacred Lord Blood Prison didn't think too much about it. Since we're already here, we just need to wait. I'm sure we'll know soon enough. Everyone stopped arguing and sat down cross-legged. Could the Great Tao Origin Heart be something formed by the Great Tao of an expert after his death? Lin Fei had a rough guess. It should be like this. Oh right, can you see the situation inside through the stone gate? Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he forget such an important thing? He just needed to take a look and he would know. They might not be able to do anything, but it wasn't a big problem for Lin Fei. The system's scanning ability was peerless, and it wasn't something that divine sense could compare to. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing the situation inside the stone gate. If he knew the situation inside, he would be able to make arrangements as soon as possible. Let me try first. Lin Fei believed that the system would be very helpful. It's a little difficult. This stone gate isn't ordinary. It seems like it was refined using a special method. Little Devil controlled an invisible force and started to permeate it. Immediately, he felt a resistance. I should be able to enter, but it will take some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Little Devil began to control this force and began to permeate the stone gate. Lin Fei continued on his way. He didn't want to miss the opportunity at the last moment. That wouldn't be worth it. The reason behind the opening of the Void Flame Mystic Realm to the public. Lin Fei had figured it out. It must be those who wanted to obtain the Great Tao Origin Heart to break through their current realm and rush to the fourth step realm. These big and small forces that entered were nothing more than throwing their lives away. After they died, their blood essence would be absorbed and used to open the stone gate. A day later, 1/3 of the patterns on the stone gate were submerged in scarlet. According to the time, it wouldn't be long before they could enter the stone gate. Little Devil's speed was very fast, but he couldn't withstand the obstruction of the stone gate. The obstruction was invisible and not deliberately targeted. In addition, they couldn't make too much noise, so their progress wasn't very fast. However, compared to Yan Zixing and the others, their speed wasn't ordinary fast. At most, 2 more days should be enough. 2 days was acceptable to Lin Fei. According to Little Devil, if they relied on this method, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. This was still relatively fast. Lin Fei kept rushing to the depths of the Voidfire Mystic Realm. Along the way, he avoided the traps that they left behind. Unknowingly, he was about to reach the depths of the Mystic Realm. From time to time, the demonic black wind whistled past, and he would die if he wasn't careful. Along the way, Lin Fei was more or less exhausted. This was much more terrifying than dealing with enemies. No one knew when they would fall into this kind of limitless danger. When he was about to enter, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. A stream of light attacked from afar, emitting a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Fei. It turned out that it was formed by the power of the Great Tao. Lin Fei instantly activated the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. The other party's attack was very sudden. When the body of 10,000 curses was activated, the mantra was broken. The stream of light circled around Lin Fei, and the power of the Great Tao surged. This was instantly crushing Lin Fei's body. Hua hua hua! A large number of energy units were instantly consumed, and the attack of this power was completely cancelled out. As expected of Dition, he even blocked this. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man. It was the trusted subordinate of young Master Yan Hua, whom he had seen in secret. Dition, you won't be able to escape today. Yu Mingzi came out from behind. In order to wait for you, we gave up all our missions and waited for your arrival. Don't you feel honored? Chapter 23:20. He had been ambushed. Lin Fei never thought that he would encounter Yu Mingzi and Mo Yuan's group again, especially under such circumstances. He became extremely interested in the mysterious unparalleled expert. Yu Mingzi, Mo Yuan, and some unknown experts surrounded Lin Fei in a square formation. In an instant they set up a powerful formation to seal this space, forming a unique existence. Even if they fought a great battle inside, they wouldn't have to worry about their aura leaking out. They didn't want to be discovered by others. If someone got here first, it would be a waste of time. You guys are really persistent. To ambush me, you must have waited for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. Lin Fei's smile was undoubtedly a mockery of them. When this was mentioned, they couldn't help but think of the leader of the Avengers Alliance. They almost didn't have the chance to stand here. In their hearts, they blamed this on Lin Fei. To deal with you, so what if we waited a little longer? Yu Mingzi stared at Diton fiercely. Netherworld River, overturn the heavens and seas. Yu Mingzi was the first to make a move. Under his rage, the Netherworld River swept over majestically. If one was swept by it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. As the Netherworld River swept over, the void constantly exploded. Once the astral winds appeared, they were suppressed by the Netherworld River. Everyone knew that Dition was mysterious and his strength wasn't ordinary. In order to not give Dition a chance to resist, they all decided to attack together and try to injure Dition heavily. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time here. His target was the Great Tao Origin Heart behind the stone door. You guys want to be my lab rats? I've decided to fulfill your wish. Yu Mingzi was the first to rush over. When he heard the words of the lab rats, his face turned sinister. You guys are about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Lin Fei calmly took out a blood character. When this character was taken out, it emitted a chilling killing intent that engulfed the entire area. The seal on it was also undone. Yu Mingzi was the first to bear the brunt of it, and his hair stood on end. Not good. A blood-colored light wave swept over. Lin Fei activated the blood character and completely activated it. Although Yu Mingzi's Netherworld River was a pretty good treasure, it was torn apart by the blood-colored flowing light on the spot. It rolled over his body, and its might didn't stop there as it continued to roll over their bodies. Cough, cough, cough. Those people all vomited blood, and their faces instantly turned pale. This is the attack of a second-step expert. Damn it. We've been tricked. Dition has a trump card left behind by a second-step expert. Everyone's pupils shrank. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a terrifying existence. A streak of blood-colored light had injured them, and even their armor had been damaged. You guys are pretty good. You were able to block the first wave of attacks. I wonder what the second wave will be like. Lin Fei was not surprised that a single word in blood had injured them. It was a pity that he had not been able to kill them. After all, this was not the original version, so it had more or less lost some of its power. He was very satisfied that he had been able to do this much. The second bloody word was taken out. Let's go. He has a second one. Yu Mingzi was scared out of his wits. His Netherworld River had been severely injured, and when he saw Dition take out a second one, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had used up all of his strength in the first attack, let alone the second one. They scattered in confusion, not caring about anything else. Even the middle-aged man was so scared that he didn't care where he was going. One attack had suppressed their attacks. How terrifying was that? Quickly remove the formation. I said earlier that we don't need the formation restriction. Now it's good. They were quickly blocked by the formation restriction. This delay allowed the second bloody word to come. It was still a streak of blood-colored flowing light. It swept over them like the autumn wind, and their figures fell from the sky. Why bother? Lin Fei didn't feel any heartache after wasting 2 bloody words. He could only say that they were unlucky. They had already given up, so why did they have to find another chance to ambush him? Lin Fei landed on the ground. The rocks were strewn with unparalleled experts. As for the giant late-stage experts, they had all been cut into pieces and were no longer breathing. You're pretty tough. Lin Fei glanced around. Yu Mingzi, Mo Yuan, and the others were all dead. Only the middle-aged man wasn't dead, but he wasn't far from death. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with unwillingness as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. You! The middle-aged man kept vomiting blood, and his body couldn't move a single bit of energy. Only now did he realize that this Tian was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't even need to make a move and just use treasures to kill most of them. If he had known that Tian was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. There's no need for you. Lin Fei injected a streak of energy into the middle-aged man's body, stabilizing his injuries. I think you're still useful. You won't die, but from now on you're my man. Puppet bug attack. An hour later, the middle-aged man No Zhangfeng was already Lin Fei's man. After a round of torture, Zhang Fei completely accepted his fate. He didn't dare to resent him, as his life was more important. You said that the person who arranged for you to ambush me was one of young Master Yan Hua's advisors? Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else, but he was very interested in the guy who predicted his location. This kind of person was very dangerous. If possible, Lin Fei definitely wanted to kill him first. Yes, that bastard Yan Hua has a total of 3 advisors by his side. This time it was arranged by one of them. He is a second-step expert and the Dao he condensed is a support type 1. He can predict everything. Lin Fei was still puzzled as to how his location could be predicted. Indeed, these special support type second-step experts weren't easy to deal with. They could take your life unknowingly, and it was really impossible to guard against them. You don't need to follow me now. After this trip back, continue to hide by young Master Yan Hua's side. I believe he won't suspect you. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. He simply mentioned his future mission and sent Zhang Feng back. Little devil, the other party can predict my location. Is there any way to interfere with him? Lin Fei didn't want to be predicted by others all day long. That would be really troublesome. Lin Fei more or less knew how terrifying a second-step expert who condensed a special Dao was. If he underestimated them, he would definitely regret it. Although their combat strength wasn't strong, they were treasures to the major forces. I can disrupt this area for Master, but it needs to consume a large amount of energy. It can't be intermittent, and you have to maintain the output at all times. What a bottomless pit. Lin Fei thought for a while. Forget it. If this continued, it would consume a lot of energy. Chapter 23-21. After dealing with Yu Mingzi's ambush and harvesting the corpses of 7 or 8 first-step experts, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. It was not bad to be cannon fodder. Lin Fei continued on his way. When he arrived at the void space, the little devil sent good news. Lin Fei found a safe place nearby and opened up a temporary cave abode. He set up an array to isolate the aura and prepared to see what was inside. The 5 top-notch sacred lords had put in a lot of effort to open the stone door. Lin Fei really wanted to know the situation behind the stone door. In the entire ethereal flame mystic realm, only the secret behind the stone door could interest him. 10 more breaths and we can pass through the stone door, the little devil said. What about them? According to the analysis, they still need 12 days. This is still considering the number of people who died outside. Lin Fei chuckled and said, to think that they thought of such a method, using human lives to open the stone door. Unfortunately, they missed the best opportunity. At this moment, Lin Fei thought of a good idea. The first step was to see what was behind the stone door. If it was really the Great Tao Primordial Heart, Lin Fei didn't mind fighting for it. He now had the capital to contend with it. I passed through. Lin Fei immediately shifted his gaze to the system vision. The originally dark scene suddenly became clear, and the surrounding things appeared in front of him. This was a large stone room, but it seemed spacious. On the surrounding stone walls, there were pieces of shiny crystals. Lin Fei couldn't recognize the origin of the crystals. There were at least thousands of crystals on the stone walls. They were bright and not dazzling. Instead, they looked very gentle. "Master, this place is not ordinary," the little devil said. "I don't know if Master has noticed, but time is stagnant here." Lin Fei squinted. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful method to completely stop time. Ordinary people can't do this. Even the current me can't reach this level. Lin Fei could move time forward or slow it down, but to keep time still was extremely difficult. And in this place, to be able to stop time in a place like this, that was truly amazing. He was originally curious about what was behind the stone door. But now in Lin Fei's eyes, this place seemed unusual. "Master, I know what this is," the little devil suddenly said. "If I'm not wrong, this should be a time crystal. Each crystal contains an infinite power of time." Time crystal. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. In one of the tattered records he had read, there was information about time crystals and space crystals. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. According to the records, whether it was time crystals, space crystals, or other types of crystals, they all had extraordinary origins. Wanting to obtain them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the stone room in front of him, there were more than 10 time crystals arranged on the stone walls. It could be imagined that the person who arranged it must have had extraordinary abilities. Lin Fei took a deep breath and turned to the center of the stone room. There was a huge stone coffin. The entire stone coffin was golden. He didn't know what material was used to make it, but it instantly gave people a feeling of grandeur. To arrange so many time crystals, I'm afraid it was for this golden stone coffin. Could it be that the great Tao origin heart is inside the stone coffin? Lin Fei analyzed. Can I invade the stone coffin and see what's inside? I'll try. Soon, the little devil regretfully told Lin Fei, "Master, the material of the golden stone coffin is a rare material in the world. Prevents me from invading. I can't see through the stone coffin for the time being." Lin Fei was somewhat disappointed. That's right. To be able to arrange such a place, it's definitely not something mortals can do. The golden stone coffin must have a great origin. Could it be the tomb of those super powerhouses when the wasteland continent shattered? No, that's not right. If it's really those people's tombs, they shouldn't be placed in such a place. It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't think too deeply about such a grand arrangement and special material. Carefully analyze the structure of this stone room. Lin Fei didn't have the ability to get to the bottom of it, but the little devil could. All he had to do was pay some energy units. Even if it was not a small amount, in his opinion, it was completely worth it. Lin Fei came to know many things about the wild continent from the books. That was an era of turbulent times. Experts could be said to have reached the clouds. It could be said that combat emperors were everywhere. Giants roamed the streets. Matchless experts could be seen everywhere. There were even some powerful giants who could easily kill matchless experts. In the current holy world, the peak strength was not even 1/100th of the peak strength of the wasteland continent. If a mere third-step expert dared to call himself a peak expert, he would definitely be laughed at to death in the past. In this mysterious stone room, just the time crystals alone were worth cities. Any one of them would be extremely useful. Lin Fei didn't think that this place would be useless. Lin Fei decided to rest in the temporary cave abode and wait for the 5 peak experts to go in and understand the situation. It would be great to have a lab rat to check out the situation. If Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. They were peak experts. When did they become someone else's lab rats? Only someone like Lin Fei could say something like this. Around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn later, the little devil had a new discovery. "Master, through the system's analysis and calculations, I discovered that this place isn't simple," the little devil said. The little devil said, "According to the analysis and 3D scan, there should be a corpse inside the golden sarcophagus. No, it's not completely a corpse, but a corpse with a trace of vitality. The stone room is like a special balanced space, isolated from the flow of time. The most special thing is that the stone room is set up with array restrictions. There are more than 100 million array restrictions. In addition, the stone room, through the powerful array, secretly absorbs the free origin energy, which finally enters the golden sarcophagus. Finally, the result of my analysis is that the golden sarcophagus, the corpse in the golden sarcophagus, isn't completely dead. The person who set up this stone room should be this corpse with vitality. Lin Fei was really shocked. What kind of joke is this? The possibility is very high. It's more than 90%. The little devil was very serious. Master, it's best not to go up. This place is very dangerous. If those idiots really go in, they might have the Grand Dao Origin heart, but they might not have the life to get it. Lin Fei had seen many powerful corpses, but none of them could compare to this one. He hadn't opened the golden sarcophagus yet, but he had an impression based on the little devil's words. Chapter 23-22. Outside the stone door. The 5 sacred lords all opened their eyes and stared at the lines on the stone door. They finally revealed a look of joy and closed their eyes once more. The stone door would completely open in another 1 or 2 days. The lines on the stone door started to form a complex picture as the blood-colored power invaded it. The Voidfire secret realm was filled with robbers, and it was either you die or I die. This was especially true for the 5 top forces. They were extremely vicious and killed anyone they saw. No one was able to escape from them. When the last line was covered by the blood-colored power, a weird picture appeared on the stone door. What a weird picture! I've never seen it before. It's not normal. They all opened their eyes, and they revealed puzzled expressions. They couldn't recognize the picture on the stone door, but the feeling they got was that it was not normal. This should be one of the races that existed on the wild continent at the very beginning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared at the stone door and said, "The picture of a special race appeared on the stone door. Who cares what they're doing? Let's go in and take a look first." Luo Xing couldn't take it anymore, and was the first to push against the stone door. With a loud explosion, the stone door that didn't move at all was finally pushed open, and the stone door fell down. Luo Xing was the first to charge into the stone room, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Time crystal! This is a time crystal! Luo Xing's reaction alerted the others behind him. They also charged in and were stunned by the scene in front of them. The time crystals glowed brightly and were covered by an invisible power. Lin Fei received a new piece of information after they entered the stone room. Master, the stone coffin is starting to change. It seems to be caused by them entering. Little evil demon said. I can guarantee that they're going to be unlucky. It's good that they're unlucky. I'll just stay behind and enjoy the show. Lin Fei also started to laugh. Don't stop. You must monitor the stone room at all times. Lin Fei's guess was correct. There was indeed a problem with the stone room. After a short moment of shock, the 5 Peaks Sacred Lords stared at the time crystal. This thing was extremely precious, and it was something that could only be found by luck. If they hadn't seen it before, they wouldn't have been able to recognize it. We found the right place. This should be the tomb of a top-tier expert. In order to prevent the corpse from being eroded by time, they placed time crystals around the tomb to ensure that time doesn't move. Bai Lang narrowed his eyes. Not to mention whether or not we have the Great Dao Origin heart. Just these time crystals alone are enough for us to reap great rewards. There are over 1,000 time crystals here. If we divide it among the 5 of us, each of us will get around 200 pieces. Wan Taijun was very excited, which meant that he was going to divide it up soon. No one had any objections. After inspecting the stone room and confirming that there was no danger, everyone stared at the time crystals. Any time crystal was very useful. Whether it was forging treasures or other things, it was top-notch. After there were no objections, the 5 of them collected the time crystals. It was easy for third-step experts to dig out the time crystals. There was a total of more than 1,200 time crystals. When the last time crystal was dug out, time began to flow again. Little Fiend immediately noticed that the array formation restrictions in the stone room had started to change, which had actually escaped the attention of the 5 Peaks Sacred Lords. They have stimulated the corpse in the stone coffin. Little Fiend said. The life force of the corpse in the stone coffin is starting to recover. Lin Fei sighed softly. He didn't have a good impression of the 5 of them. They were all cunning people, so he was very happy to see them suffer. Quickly open the stone coffin. The treasure might be inside. Luo Xing put away the time crystal and looked at the stone coffin with a fiery gaze. Just the stone wall alone was a bountiful harvest, so the treasure inside the stone coffin was not enough to make people go crazy. Open! Luo Xing's third step strength surged into the stone coffin, wanting to open the lid instantly. The lid moved slightly and returned to normal. Let's do it together. Bai Lang came over to help. The two third step experts opened the lid of the stone coffin and dropped it heavily on the ground. This was not the first time they had dug up a person's grave. Every grave left behind by a powerhouse would contain good things. Furthermore, the stone coffin in front of them was full of mystery. It was definitely a top-notch powerhouse when he was alive, and the weakest one was a fourth step existence. That was an existence that they had to look up to. After the door of the stone coffin opened, Lin Fei was the first to see what was inside. Is this the Great Tao Origin Heart? The stone coffin did not contain the corpse that he had imagined. Instead, there was a ball of soft light floating in the stone coffin, and there was a skeleton at the bottom of the stone coffin. Lin Fei had never seen the Great Path Primordial Heart before. However, from the moment he saw it, he knew that it was extraordinary. Does the life force in the stone coffin come from the Great Path Primordial Heart? Yes, this Great Tao Origin Heart does have life force, but it is very weak. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that a Great Tao Origin Heart would have life force, so the other explanation was that the owner of the skeleton had not died. Resurrection? A shocking thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. That's right. The person who set this up must be one of the top-notch powerhouses who were heavily injured when the wasteland continent was destroyed. Lin Fei's thoughts spun quickly, and he instantly understood many things. This was a trap. Bai Lang extended his hand, and energy surged out. The Great Tao Origin Heart was also drawn out, appearing in front of everyone. It was a ball of blue existence. Great Tao Origin Heart. A perfectly preserved Great Tao Origin Heart. The owner of this Great Tao Origin Heart must have been a powerful existence in the past. He must have been a fourth-step powerhouse or above. Only they had the strength to preserve a complete Great Tao Origin Heart. Sacred Lord Blood Prison also revealed an infatuated look. This is perfect. We finally have a chance to break through to the fourth step and look down on the entire sacred world. Bai Lang said excitedly. The fourth step. How many years has it been? If the complete wasteland continent still existed, it would not be difficult for us to break through to the fourth step. Right now, we really need to refine the Great Tao Origin Heart of others. After all, the Great Tao Origin Heart can only be condensed successfully at the fourth step. Wan Taijun sighed. After everyone sighed, Luo Xing reached out and grabbed the Great Tao Origin Heart, preparing to divide it among the five of them. Under such circumstances, no one dared to take it all. Once they did, they would be attacked by the other four, and they would definitely lose. There was no room for discussion. Chapter 23-23. The change was too fast. The blue Great Tao Primordial Heart invaded Luo Xing's body. A blue light wrapped around Luo Xing, and he kept screaming. Oh no, this place is dangerous. Let's go. Holy Lord Blood Prison reacted quickly, and didn't have the mood to help Luo Xing. He realized that this seemed to be a trap for them. Luo Xing's body was wrapped in blue light, and he kept screaming. Brother Blood, you can't leave. Save me. The blue light plundered Luo Xing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It devoured Luo Xing's vitality and blood essence. In just a moment, Luo Xing was like a shriveled corpse without any vitality. The blue light exploded and Luo Xing, a third-step expert, died instantly in front of the others. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerhouses before, but they had never experienced such a terrifying scene before. Luo Xing was a third-step expert, but he had been killed in less than a moment, and everything on him had been plundered by the Great Tao Primordial Heart. This was simply unimaginable. Oh no, it's coming. Everyone attacked together. After the blue Great Tao Primordial Heart plundered everything on Luo Xing, it didn't stop and flew toward them. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that they wouldn't have a good ending if they were entangled by the Great Tao Primordial Heart. Everyone took out the treasures in their hands, and four terrifying forces crushed toward the Great Tao Primordial Heart. In their opinion, no matter how strong the opponent was, he might not be able to withstand their joint attack. It's too late. On the other side, Lin Fei shook his head. Through the system, he could clearly see that the blue Great Tao Primordial Heart's vitality was growing. In other words, its strength was increasing. If they had attacked ruthlessly at the beginning, they might have had a chance. Sure enough, as Lin Fei had guessed, when their attacks were about to land on the Great Tao Primordial Heart, the resplendent blue light formed a barrier and easily blocked their attacks. Hua! 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 The Great Tao Primordial Heart erupted with resplendent blue light, and the entire stone room was filled with blue light. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that under the influence of the blue light, their movements were getting slower and slower. It was as if they were being suppressed by an endless mountain. No matter how much energy erupted in their bodies, they couldn't break free from the blue light's suppression. For third-step experts like them, this was simply unbelievable. They were third-step experts and only fourth-step experts could suppress them. However, the Great Path Primordial Heart in front of them could actually unleash a fourth-step attack? After a short moment of shock, they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Sacred Lord Blood Prison burned the power of the Great Tao, and his vast energy tore open the seal of the blue light. He didn't care about the other three and flew out of the stone door. Blood Prison Holy Lord was the first, followed by Yin Zixing and Bai Lang. All of them left the stone room with injuries. The power that erupted from them was completely at the fourth step of the Great Tao. Wan Taijun, the Holy Lord, moved the slowest. Endless blue light pressed down, and with a crack, both of his legs broke. The Great Tao Origin Heart tore through Wan Tiejun's defenses and entered his body. A moment later, Wan Taijun exploded, and the Great Tao Origin Heart flew out and floated in midair. Third-step experts are really not easy to deal with. They all have trump cards, and they can actually unleash a fourth-step attack and tear open the seal of the Great Tao Origin Heart. Amazing! Lin Fei was very impressed. What kind of trump card is this? It's just a method of self-harm. If they can get out alive, they will need at least a decade or even longer to recover their strength. Little Fiend didn't think much of it. A decade or more? Lin Fei smiled. Then they are really miserable. They finally expanded their influence with great difficulty, but they have to go into seclusion to heal their injuries. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others left the cave abode. But Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on the Great Tao Origin Heart. Can you analyze the current strength of the Great Tao Origin Heart? I'll try, but I can't guarantee it. It doesn't matter. The Great Path Primordial Heart floated in the air. After a long time, the blue light in the stone room returned to the Great Path Primordial Heart. The Great Path Primordial Heart returned to the stone coffin and landed on the skeleton. Strands of blue energy attached to the skeleton, and soon tiny blood vessels appeared. Good heavens! Is it going to be resurrected? Lin Fei stared at the skeleton. No matter how he looked at it, the possibility was very high. The Great Tao Origin Heart had plundered the life essence of two third-step experts, so it was very rich. If it was used, the effect would definitely not be bad. Master, I have good news. Little Fiend quickly came to a conclusion. According to the data analysis, the Great Tao Origin Heart's quality is very high. It just plundered Luoxing and Wan Tiejun's life essence because of the array restriction here, which caused a chain reaction. Its real combat power is not very strong. As for the blue light, it is a kind of Great Tao power. It is similar to gravity, but it is heavier than gravity. Its grade is higher than their Great Tao, so it can easily suppress them and make them unable to resist. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Get to the point. According to the analysis just now, the Great Tao Origin Heart has life force. It plundered all the life force in preparation for resurrection. According to normal development, the life force of the Great Tao Origin Heart will be absorbed by the skeleton. When all the life force is absorbed, the owner of the skeleton may be resurrected. To Master, this is a good opportunity. If it was before, I would not recommend Master to make a move. However, Master has absorbed the energy of the Yan Huang statue and has the ability to fight. With my help, you should be able to suppress the other party, Little Fiend said excitedly. This is a rare opportunity. After subduing it, Master will have a fourth-step expert by his side. Lin Fei was indeed tempted by what she said. Although he now controlled the power of a fourth-step expert, the number of times he could use it was limited. Unless it was a critical moment, he would definitely not dare to use it. With a fourth-step expert by his side, it would be different. That was a gold standard fighter. What are my chances of success? Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. About 50 to 50. Little Fiend said. In order to increase our chances of success, Master should first completely understand the restrictions of the other party's spirit design. As long as we destroy the spirit design restrictions, Master will attack ferociously and not give him a chance to retaliate. There should be a 60% chance of success. 60%. Very high. Then immediately start studying how to destroy the spirit design restrictions. Lin Fei did not intend to go over now. According to what Little Fiend had said, the other party would definitely not be able to recover his flesh and blood body in a short period of time. There was no point in going now. Instead, it would alert the other party. As long as Little Fiend continued to monitor the situation, it would be fine. Holy Master Blood Prison and the rest should be frightened. Why don't I find them and have some fun? Chapter 23-24. The change in the stone room caused Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yan Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang to run out of the cave. Their faces were abnormally pale. They took out pills and swallowed them after running out of the cave, but they didn't stop moving. They almost ran into spatial cracks several times, and they were like startled birds. They didn't catch up. We're safe now, right? Too scary. The three gathered together again after confirming that they didn't catch up. Their faces were pale, and they still had lingering fear from what had happened. Ever since they reached the third step, there wasn't anything that could scare them. Brother Luo and Brother Wan. Sacred Lord Blood Prison felt lucky. At the start, he was the first to collect the Great Tao Origin Heart. If he could comprehend something from it, he would have gained a lot. I didn't think that we third-step experts would fail miserably and almost die in the stone room. Yan Zixing also had lingering fear. He originally thought that it was a fortuitous encounter, but it turned out to be a trap that took their lives. If it was any other time, they would at most send a clone, but this matter was too important. In the ethereal flame mystic realm, the battle power of a clone wasn't enough, so they had to come with their true bodies. No one expected that they would almost die because their true bodies came. Bai Lang's face was pale, and his pupils constricted. That stone room should have been set up by an expert. The Great Tao Origin Heart stole the essence blood of Brother Luo and Brother Wan. The owner of the Great Tao Origin Heart will probably use this power to revive. Revive. The meaning of these two words was so great that it had a huge impact on them. Could it be that the prophecy from back then is going to come true? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's body trembled slightly, and he could no longer maintain his calm. Revive a true revival. Even if they didn't have the ability to do so, their expressions became solemn when they thought about what had happened. What should we do? Yan Zixing seemed to have lost all his energy and was extremely powerless. They really couldn't think of a solution. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun couldn't even block one move from the Great Tao Origin Heart. They couldn't do anything even if they went up. Let's wait and see. Sacred Lord Blood Prison said in a deep voice. If the prophecy from back then is true, maybe we don't need to worry. Even if the sky collapses, someone will come out. The three of them more or less knew about the prophecy that had been passed down in the past. If it was true, the future sacred world would definitely. The three of you seem to be in a good mood. Who are they planning to ambush? An untimely voice suddenly exploded in their ears, interrupting their thoughts. It's you. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was stunned. He didn't even sense the other party's appearance, and he started to feel wary. Yan Zixing and Bai Lang were the same. In front of them was the Great Tao Primordial Hearts attack, and behind them was the mysterious Alliance Master. Their hearts sank. That's right, it is me. Lin Fei said with a smile. I just happened to pass by here and saw the three of you together. I mistakenly thought that you wanted to deal with me, so I specially came to investigate. I hope the three of you can give me a good explanation. Boom! An invisible cold killing intent came crushing over. This killing intent was formed from origin energy, and it instantly reached the third step. The strong killing intent swept over. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company were already heavily injured, but when this killing intent swept over them, their blood started to boil, and their faces instantly became pale. Oh, so you're injured. Lin Fei's words once again attacked the three third-step experts. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of this killing intent, but today was different. All of them were heavily injured, and it was extremely tiring for them to block it. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company knew that things weren't going well. They didn't expect this mysterious Alliance Master to show them his strength right from the start and see through them. This was under the situation where they hadn't even fought yet. They really didn't want this mysterious Alliance Master to see through them. They didn't even have half of their peak battle power when facing someone they didn't know anything about. If they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Alliance Master, what do you want to do? Sacred Lord Blood Prison said coldly. Don't think that you can defeat us just because we're injured. Don't forget that even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Actually, this seat isn't unreasonable. Lin Fei said faintly. I heard that you guys obtained a lot of treasures in the stone room. This seat doesn't want much. I just want 2/3 of what you have, and this seat will leave immediately. What do you think? The hearts of the 3 sacred lords sank. The Alliance Master had indeed followed them and seen what had happened in the stone room. Now they were unable to remain calm. To be able to hide this from them, it was extremely likely that this person was a 4th-step expert. A 4th-step expert. This was the first time they had been threatened by someone. Their first thought was that they were unwilling. It wasn't easy for them to take out those time crystals. They had almost died there. Asking them to hand over 2/3 of the time crystals was like cutting a piece of meat from their hearts. This seat's patience has a limit. The 3 sacred lords felt extremely conflicted. Right now, they really might not be this mysterious Alliance Master's match. Revenge Alliance Master, you win. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they learned to be patient and compromise. The mysterious Alliance Master in front of them had never revealed himself, and if they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If they couldn't make him stay, he would just need to leak the news that they were heavily injured, which would be very disadvantageous to the small sacred world that they controlled. Although the 5 top factions had always stood strong, it was because they were the 5 sacred lords. They had always been united against outsiders, but any faction that tried to catch up to them would be suppressed by them in the dark. In the entire sacred world, the 5 top factions had always maintained their position at the top, and no one had ever been able to compare to them. If the news that they were injured spread out, regardless of whether it was true or not, they would definitely come to test them. They didn't dare to really make a move and could only choose to compromise. Lin Fei was indeed interested in the time crystal. Now that someone had given it to him for free, it couldn't be any better. Even if they were resentful now, they didn't dare to do anything because he had the other party's weakness. Don't think that the sacred world was calm and peaceful. In fact, there were undercurrents surging in secret. From the ranking of the small sacred worlds, one could see some clues. The top 10 of the small sacred worlds were all very powerful, and they were infinitely close to the top factions. If the 5 top factions hadn't joined forces to prevent them from rising, the top 5 small sacred worlds would probably have changed their positions. Lin Fei had predicted that they would agree. Compromise was the best choice.